and KETR when you visit ketr.org and click Donate.
It's time for the Big Friday Night Scoreboard on your station, 88.9 KETR. We'll have the full Commerce Tigers game with John Mark Dempsey and Kevin Jeffries. Stay tuned for scores and commentary throughout the night, all the way up until midnight. Now, here's Terry Bennett and Grant Goodwin with Sideline to Sideline, right here on 88.9 KETR.
We hit week 7. All districts are in district play. Hello, everybody. It's Terry Bennett. Grant Goodwin here. Sideline to Sideline, part of the Big Friday Night Scoreboard Show. Right here on your station, 88.9 KETR. And Grant, it's now time where every win means something and every loss means something. Every district is in district play from this point out.
Yeah, you're right. And, boy, did Commerce at least give up the good first half fight against Mount Vernon, right? Sticking within 2 touchdowns, I believe. And, you know, if you asked a lot of pundits, they wouldn't have thought that Commerce would have hung around that late, right? Within 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Mount Vernon woke up and finished that one off 66-23. This week, Commerce is at home against Pottsboro, a team that is 2-2 on the year, but now 2-0 in district. But you've got to have a wonder. And Matt Diggs and I over on Twitter had this discussion where he talked about them beating Howe and them beating Emory Reigns. Pottsboro is learning to win.
They are, but are those signature wins?
Well, yeah, and are they really? I mean, why are they needing to learn to win? This is Pottsboro. They've won.
Right.
They've only had 5 losses in the last 3 years.
I will say this for Pottsboro: while the last 2 weeks they put up impressive wins against teams though that they should have beat, right? But the way they did it, especially this week, getting the shutout, the defense that's huge for a team. Getting the shutout, beating Reigns 45-0, putting up 40 plus points on the offensive side of the ball. But what a huge shot in the arm for this Pottsboro team with that defense showing up and getting the shutout.
Yeah, we'll see how much that means going forward. Definitely Commerce is getting a team that's on the upswing compared to where they were after 2 weeks of the season when they were 0-2 and had gotten beat brutally by a combined 107-48. So that's a positive. Other 5-3A Division I action, Mineola, man, they are living by the skin of their teeth, as my mom used to say. Sitting at 2-0 in district, their last 2 games, a 1-point win over Winsboro, and then a tougher than what people thought win over Bonham last week, 31-22. I will say this about Bonham. Bonham is a team, I think if
they can score points, that's not a problem with Bonham. The question is the defense. What's the Purple Warrior defense going to be? Because they have given up some points.
But they held Mineola to 31, so I don't know if that means.
Well, but that's a Mineola offense that is not designed to put up 40, 50 points a game. You know, they're going to grind you down in the running game with Dawson Pendergrass. So, you're going to get lower scores from a really good, solid running game of Mineola.
Bonham is 1-1 now on the year. They go on the road this week to take on Winsboro. Winsboro's 1-1. And for all effects, this is kind of an elimination game for that 4th playoff spot, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I just don't really see, as much as we've talked about what Pottsboro has struggled in, Pottsboro's still 2-0 in district, and they're in a really good spot. Mount Vernon's 2-0, and Mineola's 2-0. So they're all 3. In fact, they're all 3 one win away, possibly from nailing down some playoff bids, depending on how the rest of the district goes this week. But Bonham and Winsboro, you just got a feeling that the winner of this game gets comfortably in that 4th place spot. The loser is going to have to pull off an upset or 2.
Yeah, and I think Bonham's going to have to pull up the upset against Winsboro to win.
I like Bonham in this game.
Do you?
I really do. I
don't think it's close. I think Winsboro by 2 to 3 touchdowns.
I think Winsboro has been the team that they've been really odd at times. They lose to Hooks, and that Hooks has really been a very disappointing team.
Well, Hooks lost their quarterback in the scrimmage, I think it was. So, they never really came to fruition.
Yeah. Last week, Winsboro lost to Mineola. The reason I give Bonham hope is the fact that they did hold Mineola to 31 points.
Uh-huh.
And I know you say, well, Mineola is not built to be a high-scoring offense, but Mineola has scored this year at times. They scored 42 on Wills Point. They scored 36 on Winsboro. So actually, I know it's just 5 points, but they actually scored more against Winsboro than they did against Bonham. And I think that Bonham offense is going to give Winsboro a little bit of problem
Well,
and that's where the Raiders have struggled this year is defensively.
I hope you're right. I just don't see Bonham holding or staying within 2 touchdowns.
Looking at the other schedule on the night, we've got Howe and Emory Rains. That's a bottom feeder game. Whoever stays out of last place. I don't even really have a feel in that game. Give me Rains.
I don't know. I mean, honestly, I do not know. I think that is playing for last, basically. I think that the district title could be decided, though, tonight in Mineola.
Let's talk about that. Mount Vernon, Mineola. Mount Vernon on the year, they're 5-0. We knew they were going to be good. I don't know if we thought they were going to be this good, this quick. As offensively, not a shock. It's defensively what they're doing is that the most points they've given up all year actually is last week against Commerce, 22 points. But, 8 of those was when the game was well decided.
Right.
On the year, they've given up 18-6, 16, 21, and 22.
Look, Mount Vernon's outscored their opponents 262 to 83. And look, Mineola not as pretty, but 3-2, but their 2 losses were to Canton, 24-21. But Canton just has their number, right?
But Canton's turned out to be a pretty solid 4A team this year.
Yeah, and then one of the state's top 5 teams in West Rusk only lost by a touchdown there, 24-17. This is shaping up to be one heck of a game, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. Last year in this district, this was one of those games. All the top teams that all finished first, all had a loss, and they all were within 1 possession. And 3 of those games were on the last play. This was one of them as Mount Vernon kicked a field goal with very little time on the clock to win the game. I don't think it's going to be much different this year. I think this is a 1-possession, 1-point game. I like Mineola being at home, and I still feel like they've played a tougher schedule than Mount Vernon.
Yeah, they probably have. I like Mount Vernon in this game. I think it is going to be a close one, and we'll actually be out there tonight. By the time you're listening to this, we'll already be in Mineola, right?
We hope so. Oh, burger place.
Yeah, East Texas
hamburger. You haven't eaten there in about 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, there you go. Free bowl of beans with it, too. Ooh, that's not good. Never mind. You're not feeling very well anyway.
Yeah, I don't know if I want beans right now. All right, let's look down I-30 and look at 6-4A Division II. They start district this week. Everybody starts with a 0-0 slate. Now, looking at this district has struggled outside of non-district this year. Caddo Mills is 4-1, but, man, that's not a real strong 4-1. Quinlan Ford is 5-0. I would say the same. Honestly, Nevada Community probably has the best resume at 3-2, with their 2 losses being to Brock and to Grapevine Faith Christian, but they beat Pottsboro to begin the year. Sunnyvale has struggled. They're 1-4, and they haven't really been competitive against good teams. Mm-hmm. We knew this.
Caddo, lost to Aubrey, were competitive.
Yeah, they were competitive in that game.
They like that Caddo defense had to face, what was it, Montavious Hill, one of the best running backs in Class 4A Division II. And they, for all intents and purposes, held him in check. He didn't go for 300+ or anything like that,
Yeah, I mean, and I think for the most part, we talked about this last week. Would it look good? Would it be a good loss? And it was a good loss.
Yeah. It was a great measuring stick. And I'll tell you what, you can look back on this next week because Aubrey plays Salina this week.
Yeah.
So, however Salina and Aubrey come out, you can kind of, as Caddo Mills saying you took your 2-touchdown loss to Aubrey, if Aubrey's able to hang in there close with Salina, then you really have a measuring stick when you do what we call calibrating, right?
Calibrate, especially when the Chaparrals beat the Bobcats this week. All right, let's move into the first district game.
Are you calling that?
We do this on like 3 different shows, so I can just pick each one.
I want to know right now, though.
I don't know. I kind of like Aubrey in that game. I think Aubrey has a little something over Salina. I don't like the fact
Aubrey runs the wing T.
Yep, and they beat Salina last year.
I know, but Salina's run defense is awfully good.
No. It's I'm leaning towards Salina actually simply because Aubrey, it's still, even as good as Aubrey is, it's still something for them to have to go into Salina. That's still a moment for them. And I
remember last time we did an Aubrey game, we ended up having to leave in the 3rd quarter. We had to go off air. You'd realize you lost your phone, and we drove around Frisco, and I find my phone, and it ended up being somewhere.
It's about this time of year.
Somewhere at a Halloween carnival at a church, and we were cruising the parking lot, and I was like, man, a lot of people probably think we're.
Well, and part 2 of that, we didn't leave the game because of the phone. We left the game because we got there and there was no phone line. They told us there was a phone line, and we got there, and there was no
we watched
phone
some.
line.
Yeah,
And it was the slowest football we'd ever seen. It was Aubrey versus.
Well, that is.
I can't remember who it was now.
Pilot Point, probably. I think it might have been.
But it was bad Pilot Point. It wasn't good Pilot Point.
Right? Yeah, it wasn't your
Anyway.
Pilot Point of today or the '90s.
The bad thing about this district is that you get Caddo Mills and Sunnyvale right out the gate. At least normally that's the bad thing. Maybe this year it's not. But you do tonight. Caddo Mills is on the road to Sunnyvale.
This isn't going to be Caddo's toughest game in the district.
I don't think so.
I think it's Community and Quinlan, to be honest with you. I think Caddo Mills will take care of Sunnyvale. If they play mistake-free football, they will come out of Sunnyvale with a 10-point win at least, I think.
Yeah, and again, though, Sunnyvale's becoming a tough place to play. But I agree with you. As good as John Settle is there, I think this is just a
rebuilding year.
Yeah, it's just a down year for the Raiders. And they're not quite at that level to where when they rebuild, it's still a 10-win season. They're still learning that process.
And not a lot of 4A Division II schools are at that.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, 5A and 6A, yes, you can rebuild like that. But when you got these smaller schools, you need two good classes back to back. Once they're gone, it's very hard to come back to that same level and just keep recycling. So, Sunnyvale's seeing that right now. They'll be fine, though. I mean, they got one, Settle's got a great program over there.
Oh, yeah, he's built that from day one as well. All right, looking at the rest of the 6-4 Division II schedule, we got Quinlan Ford hosting Farmersville tonight. Now, if the Panthers are the real deal, they need to win this game by a lot. It shouldn't be close. Right. It shouldn't be a one-possession game. But now, you and I we always say this. That first week of the district schedule, it allows every team to start over, and there's a mental thing that's why you see a lot of upsets or near upsets in week one of district. Is you're going to have teams that for the last 3 weeks their season has been over because they're bad and they're 2-3 or they're 1-4, but you get them. Hey, by the way, this week we start all over. If you win today, you're good. But I still think if Quinlan Ford's going to be a legit team, they need to win this game, and they need to win this game going away.
Yeah, look, I mean, Farmersville got out of the gates quickly. The first 2 weeks of the season left no doubts in those wins. Since then, when the teams have gotten to a little bit different level, they've struggled.
Yeah.
Yes, Farmersville is better than they were last year, but they're still not where they need to be, I think, to push anybody in this district, to be honest with you. I think Quinlan does prove how good they are. When you say you need Quinlan to win by a lot to really prove that they are legit, do you say is a lot? 2 touchdowns?
4 touchdowns.
4 touchdowns.
Yeah, this should be.
I think if Quinlan wins this by 3 touchdowns, 4, something like that, pretty much agree with you. If they win it by that type of margin, then yes, I am definitely on the Panther boat.
All right, Nevada Community, they're another team that's, kind of up and coming. Last year earned their second playoff bid in the history of the program, then pulled off the first-round shocker. This week on the road to Wills Point, 33-point is kind of what people are saying the Braves will win by, and I agree. I don't think the Braves have any trouble with this game. I think the Braves, it's going to be kind of nice to fall back into 6-4A and it not be a Brock and it not be a Grapevine Faith Christian and it just be a football team.
Sure.
I think Nevada's going to enjoy the hitting with this team this week.
Yeah, the game slows down for them after Brock and Grapevine Faith. The game slows down for them in this district. They won't see anything in this district that what Brock threw at them, right?
No, I agree with that.
No Cutter Wilsons in this bunch.
Boy, he has replaced Cash Jones pretty well. You got to realize Brock is doing it in a different system now. Mm-hmm. They're not in the old run system. They're spreading it out more. Right. They're still running the ball, but man, you want to talk about we always joke about colleges. You've got Miami's linebacker U. A&M used to be linebacker U. USC was quarterback U, running back U. Texas for a while was running back U. You look at high schools in Brock, it's running backs and tight ends.
Yeah.
Tight ends seem to be that's something we should have fun in the offseason.
How many tight ends do they have in Division I ball right now?
They have 2, and they got that Nate Jones this year that's probably better than both of them. Probably the best tight end I've seen in the tight end position in high school since I've been watching and covering the sport.
That's just crazy.
That's just how crazy it is and how good they are. And that's where Nevada, coming back to, that's where a team like Nevada has learned, and they have pointed both years to that Brock game as that's the game that really taught them. And I think that's I wouldn't want to play Community in the first couple rounds of the playoffs because you and I have talked about 4A Division II, and it's all, especially in that region, it's all about your who you play. And if they are able to snag that number 1 spot, it wouldn't shock me to see them make a run that like Caddo Mills did last year. And this isn't to knock Caddo Mills because Cattle Mills last year was a wonderful team. They were 12-1. But let's look at who they played in those playoffs. They beat Hillsboro 60-0. They beat a Van team that was down, and then the one game that was the wow game was beating Pleasant Grove. And how much of you and I have talked about, you try to play the best games the closer to the end. You want to catch them at the right moment. And Cattle Mills caught Pleasant Grove, and then, of course, the last week they lost to Gilmer in a competitive game. And I think if Nevada Community can win this district, they could end up having a run similar to that.
Yeah. I still think Community is a draw team.
Yeah.
Let's see what kind of draw we get. But I think they're right there on the verge. And, yeah, I think they can definitely make hay this year.
All right, we still got to talk some Greenville, some Wolf City, some Cooper, some Honeygrove, and we'll do all that right here on Sideline to Sideline, part of the Big Friday Night Scoreboard Show right here on your station, 88.9 KETR.
For 50 years, listeners like you have made everything you hear from NPR possible. Support us now and for the next 50 years by giving to this station. Here's how.
Just point a browser to ketr.org and then click the donate button at the top of the page. And thanks.
10 presidents, 3 generations, a lot can happen in 50 years. NPR has been there for it all. You can ensure public radio is around for the next 50 years by donating to this station. Here's how.
Just visit ketr.org and click donate at the top of the page.
I listen to Bullseyes because it gives me all the information on things that I know I want to know about, but it also gives me inside information on things that I didn't even know I wanted to know about, such as music, arts, movies, people I should be connected with, people that I end up connecting with thanks to Bullseye.
Bullseye's your guide to what's good from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Saturday afternoon at 2 on 88.9 KETR.
88.9 KETR Commerce. Your home for Commerce Tigers football.
Terry Bennett, Grant Goodwin back here, Sideline to Sideline, part of the Big Friday Night Scoreboard Show, right here on your station, 88.9 KETR. I want to remind everybody you can follow Grant and I on Twitter, at Grant and Terry. Like us on Facebook, Sideline to Sideline. All you got to do is search for that. You can email us, Grant and Terry at LoneStarGridiron.com. You can also listen to our 4A and 3A show. We actually record those right after this one. The big secret is this is a Tuesday when we're recording this show, which, by the way, I am so glad it's not like last year where we would record these KETR and have like 10 games we would talk about. And then by the time Friday got here, there'd be like 2 of them were played and the others were taken out because of COVID. And that's the other thing somebody on Twitter pointed out. Boy, nobody's wanting to talk COVID when it's district play. Everybody's going to make sure their kids are playing this week. Speaking of district.
Yeah, because there's no makeups this year, right?
Yeah.
If you're the one that has the COVID problem, unless you eat the loss.
Unless you get lucky and get it where the team you were playing, y'all both have the same bye week, which is very rare in district, it's a forfeit this year. There's no playing around. Speaking of district play, let's jump over to 8-5A Division II. And, boy, so far this is a district of the haves and the have-nots. We've had 4 teams go 2-0. We've had 4 teams go 0-2. But the funny thing is that 0-2, there's still a lot to be played for. But let's go ahead and start with Greenville and their 0-2, 1-4 overall. But you know what, Grant? I mean, you look at this bottom of the district, and you look at – I know they didn't score against Ennis, but they didn't get just destroyed by Ennis.
Right, yeah. They held their own.
Yeah, and they didn't get just destroyed by Roy City. If they can take on Corsicana coming in, who's reeling after starting out 3-0, they're now 0-2. If Greenville wins this game, then they've got Forney next week. They win those 2 games, win out, and boom, you're sitting right back in the playoffs. Well, and I think it's very plausible.
It is. Look, Forney's the tough one, right? Forney has proven to be that they, Forney, Crandall, Roy City, and Ennis have proven to be what we think are the heavy hitters in this district. But let me tell you, if they play well tonight, Corsicana is a very beatable team.
Oh, yeah.
They've proven so right now. It's just, can Greenville get out of their way at times? They make, just silly mistakes, especially late in the game. That cost them a chance against Roy City, I think. At times, they just made silly mistakes. If they can get out of their own way, they can beat Corsicana, and I expect them to beat Corsicana in a tough one tonight, and then let the chips roll, next week, because they got Forney next week. And that'll be a tough one, but not undoable.
Well, Forney this week, they take on Crandall. And I think we'll know.
And that's the That's the game of the district.
Yeah, and I think we'll
Tonight.
know a little bit more about Forney because I'm still wondering if Forney's kind of going. And you're winning the games they should. I'm not trying to knock them, but yeah, they haven't played the toughest schedule. You look at Crandall, and it's funny to say this because.
But has Crandall played that type of schedule? Yes, they've played the Kaufmans. They played down.
Yeah.
Right, but have they played anybody their own size yet? Of note.
No.
Not exactly.
But if you want
this game's going to answer a lot of questions for both teams.
Yeah, I agree with that. And if you want some comparison, Forney's playing a little bit better defense. The one game that they compare, Forney beat Corsicana 24-6. Crandall beat. I meant North Forney. Forney beat North Forney 15-7. Crandall beat North Forney 71-43.
Wow.
So this is going to be a matchup of styles and which styles wins. And if I'm not mistaken, this is actually a Thursday game. So we're talking about it, but you'll already know the score. But just know we know how important this game is. And just for record's sake, I have Crandall winning, and I have Crandall pulling away late and making it a 21-point type game. But I do think it's close all the way up to it.
I've been going back and forth in this game, and at one point I had Forney because of their defense. But I know scores are down.
Yeah.
And defenses are playing differently this year all of a sudden. But I'm with you. I think Crandall wins because I still think offense still wins these games like this in district.
And you know, we were going to lead one of our shows about that actually a couple weeks ago because that had been so far this year up until 2 weeks ago, it had been low scoring. But all of a sudden, since the last 2 weeks, we've seen an explosion, which to me tells me you're seeing offenses clicking back in, kind of figuring out what defenses are doing and stuff. It's funny about this game because 15 years ago, Forney wins this game no matter the talent simply because when Crandall saw Forney, Crandall fainted. I mean, that was just that's just how it worked. I don't think that bothers these Crandall kids anymore at all.
I don't think those Crandall kids know anything about that. Maybe a mom or a grandparent maybe told them, but those kids don't care.
Yeah, last year they destroyed Forney 63-31. Royce City, they go out to Sulphur Springs this week. Now, Sulphur Springs, they're 0-2 in district. They're 0-5 on the year, but they've been kind of tough on the two teams that they've played. Crandall was a shootout 57-34 out in Prim. And then last week against Ennis, they hung around kind of like Commerce did for a little bit. And you know this, going out to Prim is always a tough one.
Yeah.
Royce City knows that well. Royce City's had a couple years get cut at the knees because of Sulphur Springs. In saying that, I like Royce City, but as a 5-0 team, and we joke about it, but you're a Royce City guy, and we both root for them. This 5-0, it feels like there's still something not – like we haven't figured something out about this Royce City team. Well, they're good, not great. They're not bad. And it's like, does that mean when they get in the playoffs, will they have a good chance or will they – I don't know. It's just I can't –
It depends on the draw.
Yeah.
And, look outside of maybe one game this year, they really haven't pulled away from anybody.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think that's a lot of it, but I do like what Royce City's doing on both sides of the ball. Now they're very balanced. They've got a really good offense, a very solid defense. And if you have those two, the other can feed off, one can feed off the other. So I think Royce City's in a really good position right now in this district. I don't think they'll have any problems with Sulphur Springs. Though I do think Sulphur Springs is good enough. If Royce City doesn't go into Prim with their A game, Sulphur Springs is good enough to pull off the upset.
It's kind of crazy how you've got two of the tougher district stadiums to play on I-30, Grimm and Texas High, and Prim in Sulphur Springs.
Yeah.
And then to finish off this district,
two classic stadiums.
Yes,
as well.
two very classic stadiums. And to finish off this district, Ennis will travel to Forney to take on the North Forney Falcons, and they will name their score.
They should, yes.
All right, let's go over to 6-2A Division I, and we have most of our 2A teams in there, including Wolf City, and we talked about them, and we said, hey, yeah, they started the year off with a loss, but that was Leonard.
Yeah.
And Leonard is really good this year.
Boy, do they have a test this week?
Yes,
by
they
the way.
do.
Gunner, right?
Yeah,
in Gunner.
And that's a big rivalry game. That's Leonard's one of the few teams that Gunner.
Is that a real rivalry?
Yeah, talking to Gunner people, they're Stacy, our listener. She's like, we hate Leonard. Leonard has our number. They've beat us more times than we can count, and that she really she goes that's part of. If you don't know Gunner's on this revenge tour. They've already beat Pottsboro, a team they hadn't beaten 2 years,
That's
including.
horrible. To be on the other end of that Gunner revenge tour because they are not taking that.
Yeah, and then they've got Canadian they hope to see in the playoffs. Well, Leonard's quietly one of the other ones and you and I used to talk about there was a stretch there for a while that the better team in the Leonard Gunner game in the regular season tended to lose and then go further in the playoffs than the team that beat them. And that happened a couple years when Leonard made that late run a few years ago up to the semifinals. But
I thought we were talking about Wolf City.
I was, and you had to bring up Gunner.
Sorry.
All right, now we're going to talk Canadian. We're going to talk Spearman. Hey, that's what we do on our 3.
Let's talk Los Fresnos.
Oh, wow. You do that, and I'm going to go over there. But Blue Ridge, they beat Blue Ridge for Wolf City, a good, solid win. They beat Alba Golden, the Start District. They beat Rivercrest, and they're sitting at 2-0. And it feels like more and more we're coming to a last week of the regular season, Cooper versus Wolf City showdown for that district.
Yeah, it does. Cooper has, they're off this week, right? Tonight? Are they playing? Yeah, they're playing Alba.
I think everybody's playing this week.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Alba. They're playing Alba. But yeah, that's not to put the horse ahead of the car or the cart ahead of the horse, but it looks like it's going to end up being a Wolf City Cooper showdown for the district.
Look at Celeste though. Celeste, speaking of Alba Golden, Celeste lost to Cooper by 2 a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
They destroy Alba Golden. They actually beat Alba Golden more than Wolf City did. They've got Rivercrest this week, and if Celeste can pull that one off, I think Celeste is comfortably and possibly in a position to play spoiler. They actually have their last game against Wolf City because they have a bye the last week of the year. But, I mean, if the Blue Devils win this week and they go to 2-1, they've got a tiebreakers over Alba Gold and Rivercrest. They still have a chance. The question for me and the team that still confuses me in this one is Honeygrove.
Yeah.
They're 1-3, or they're 2-3. They're 1-0 in district. They beat Como-Picton last week, 19-0. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't
not real inspiring, right?
Yeah, but I mean, Como-Picton's not bad, but they're not good. They're not terrible, and Honeygrove kind of feels the same way. Like it feels like if Honeygrove has everything going for them, well, they're fine that night. I don't know though if they've been able to handle adversity on the field, and they're going to have to figure out adversity on the field because this week it's the Wolf City Honeygrove, which has quietly turned into a really nice little rivalry over the last few years in this district, in this area.
This is over in Honeygrove tonight, right?
Yes, it is, and that's not an easy place to play.
No, I've played there before.
What do you think about this game?
Give me Wolf City, but I think it is close.
Yeah, this has been a close game the last 2 years. Last year in Wolf City won 13-6. 2 years ago here in Honeygrove, it was 26-0 that Honeygrove won.
That was the year Honeygrove, though, ran, 10-0, I think?
Yeah.
Or close to it.
Yep.
During the regular season.
And then a couple years ago, they actually played, and it was when in 2018 when Wolf City dominated. That was Wolf City's really good year where they went like 12-2 or 11-2 or something really good like that. But, yeah, in this game, I do think I like Wolf City in this one. In the other games we talked about, I think we both have Cooper against Alba Gold. We never actually really said what we thought on that one. Rivercrest, they're another game that they've got their backs against the wall. They're sitting at 1-1. They play Celeste 1-1. This is in Rivercrest. But I'll tell you what, I like Celeste in this game. I think the Blue Devils are a legit playoff team this year.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
The thing is they've got the toughest, after losing to Cooper, they've got the toughest part of the schedule left. With Rivercrest and Honeygrove, then Como-Picton, and then Wolf City again to start their year. And then we're going to finish up on Cumbie, sitting over in 9-2A Division II. On the year, Cumbie's 0-3, but they start district this week. And as you and I always talk about, doesn't matter your record, that first district game, if you could pull off the win, and it wouldn't be that big of an upset to beat Quinlan Bowles, who's 3-2 on the year. They haven't been necessarily special. If you beat them, you're sitting at 1-0, and you're in a good spot. That's all you can ask for.
After that, I mean, you just need one win, right?
Yep.
Make the playoffs. Still, just I don't know. This district being Region 3 just astounds me.
It's as crazy as when it was who was it? It was somebody was Region 4 from West Texas. There was that one district that in central North Texas that hung down in the Region 4 for a year.
Well, Brady Brownwood and all them.
Yes.
Always is that central.
That swing. Swing.
Adley Wiley was always swinging.
But they don't swing 1-2. They swing 1-4.
Right.
It's such a weird one. And you're right. This district's the same way. And for them, unfortunately, it's not the best region to be with. And it's sad because if they were one district over and you put them in 2A up in the Region 2, there's at least possible competitiveness.
Do they have Timpson on deck in the playoffs?
Yeah, I think that's the second round for either one.
I wouldn't want the Cowboys to play Timpson right now.
And I think I think even the district champion, I think, is the one that gets Timpson in that second round. So, hey, you win district. You might get past your first round, but you're going to play. And by the way, I'm not saying it's going to happen. But if there's a team that can beat Shiner this year, I think it's Timpson, because Timpson learned a lot from last year's game, and Timpson hung around with them for a while.
Oh, yeah.
And as much as we talk about the Shiner brothers, they did lose everything else from that team. They're just so good that can probably still carry them.
Yeah, the Brooks brothers, they're demolishing ranked 3A teams, though.
They're having a little bit too much fun with it, too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just like second nature to them.
Hey, you want to add Wall? Sure, let's go out and steamroll them and make it look easy.
Hallettsville? We got you.
We got you, brother. All right, that's going to do it for this week. I want to remind everybody you can follow Grant and I on Twitter at Grant and Terry. You can like us on Facebook, Sideline to Sideline. You can email us, Grant and Terry at LoneStarGridiron.com. You can check out our 4A and 3A shows, Sideline to Sideline, over on LoneStarGridiron.com. Be safe. In Week 8, we'll talk about that next week right here on Sideline to Sideline, part of the Big Friday Night Scoreboard Show on your station, 88.9 KETR.
Support for KETR comes from its members and from Cypress Bank, offering both deposit and loan products, including checking, online banking, ATMs, and the Cypress Check Card. Family financial centers located in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, and Lone Star. Equal housing lender and member FDIC. Find more information at cypressbanktx.com.
Friday night scoreboard program right here on your station, 88.9 KETR. I'm Ryan Fulkerson, joined in studio, as always, by Jared Knight, and it is a fantastic football Friday night here in Commerce as the Pottsboro Cardinals come a-calling. How you doing tonight, Jared?
Oh, so far so good. I tell you what, I really, really enjoy doing this very specific part of what it is that we do here on 88.9 KETR, and that, of course, is a high school football broadcast. It gets bigger and bigger every year, and this year is no exception, where we've started to do things, including a television broadcast. So right now, I want to remind you, if you're not already, you should be tuned in to 88.9 KETR all over the world. You can also tune into our stream from anywhere by visiting KETR.org. You can find us on your smart speaker by asking your smart speaker to play KETR. You can also pull us up on your phone there at KETR.org and click that play button. There's lots of ways to stream the audio from tonight's broadcast. You can also stream video online right now. You can go to Facebook.com/KETR Radio. You can also find us if you type in KETR or 88.9 there on YouTube. And you could find the YouTube stream. We've just got everything going on this evening in order to bring you Commerce Tigers football, where the Pottsboro Cardinals have come to town to take on the Commerce Tigers on here in Commerce. I say here, I'm down the hallway from you, Ryan, but we are getting ready for a football Friday night here at 88.9 KETR. Later on this evening, we hope you'll become part of the broadcast. You can do that a number of different ways. One of them is by calling the studio, 800-882-KETR. That's 800-882-5387. You can also text the studio if you like, and the way to do that is by using the studio text number, which I usually have a little more handy.
Isn't it 751-5145?
That's 903-751-5145 in order to text the studio this evening, and Ryan and I can visit with you that way. You can also follow us on social media. We're on Twitter at KETR Sports this evening, so there are lots of ways to get in touch with us here on a football Friday night. Hey, Ryan, we got some games we're going to be watching and passing along scores this evening while John Mark Dempsey and Kevin Jeffries talk about what's happening here at Commerce.
That's right. We have a large docket of games tonight. Actually, 26, I think, was the final count. Of course, the Pottsboro Cardinals have come to face the Commerce Tigers out there at Memorial Stadium. But also the Quinlan Bulls Hornets, they travel to face the Cumbie Trojans tonight. The number 4 Innis Lions are traveling out to face the North Forney Falcons. The Sunnyvale Raiders at home tonight defending against the Caddo Mills Foxes. The Farmersville Farmers, they're out at Quinlan Ford tonight facing the Panthers out there. The Kemp Yellow Jackets at home facing the Teague Lions. I think that's how you say that?
Yep.
The Teague Lions. The number 6 Mount Vernon Tigers, Commerce's unfortunate opponent of Week 6. They travel out to face the Mineola Yellow Jackets
That
tonight.
unfortunate, though. They won.
Well, it was unfortunate for
Commerce. Right, yeah.
It was unfortunate for Commerce. That score was 63-21 last week against Mount Vernon. Moving on here, the Community Braves, they travel to face the Wills Point Tigers tonight. The number 2 Gunner Tigers are at home against the Leonard Tigers. A lot of Tigers on the scoreboard tonight, I've noticed. Also a lot of Bulldogs. We'll get to that one as we go down the list here. The Wolf City Wolves, they travel to face the Honey Grove Warriors tonight. The Rivercrest Rebels are at home against the Celeste Blue Devils. The Dangerfield Tigers, they travel to face the Prairieland Patriots tonight. The Panthers of Alba Golden at home against the Cooper Bulldogs. The White Wright Tigers on the road at the Lone Oak Buffaloes tonight. Another district matchup here, the Bonham Purple Warriors. They're on the road to face the Raiders of Winsboro tonight. The Edgewood Bulldogs and the Palmer Bulldogs face off tonight in Palmer. The Jefferson Bulldogs at home against the Sabine Cardinals. The Blue Ridge Tigers defending home tonight against the Bells Panthers. Also, the Ranch View Wolves traveling out to face the Wildcats of Paris. The Crum Bobcats are traveling to face the Van Alstyne Panthers. The Rains Wildcats at home tonight defending against the Howe Bulldogs in another 5-3A Division I matchup here. District 5, 3A Division I, that is. The number 15 Rockwall Yellow Jackets, number 14 even Rockwall Yellow Jackets, they are on the road to face the Red Raiders of Tyler Legacy tonight. The Greenville Lions, they defend home against the Corsicana Tigers. The North Mesquite Stallions travel to face the number 7 Rockwall Heath Hawks. And last but not least, the Royce City Bulldogs are on the road at the Sulphur Springs Wildcats tonight. And that's our docket of games, 26. And, of course, we'll have the full broadcast of the Commerce Tigers game with John Mark Dempsey and Kevin Jeffries coming up here shortly.
I honestly, I can't wait for it tonight. I can't wait for you to see what it is we've got going, listen to what it is we've got going here on the radio, and see what it is we've got going on the internet if you happen to be watching along from home. Again, you can follow us if you like by using your Facebook machine and pointing it to 88.9 KETR. You can also find us on YouTube if you like. If you've got one of those YouTube machines, you can use that one as well.
It's true.
And we'd be happy to pass along scores to you. We'll be following scores. They'll be running across the screen all night. We'll be watching Pottsboro at Commerce this evening from Memorial Stadium on the campus of Texas A&M University Commerce. And this, too, is a broadcast that comes from the campus of Texas A&M University Commerce. We're happy to share with you here in Northeast Texas. And if you appreciate the kind of programming that you can get from 88.9 KETR, whether it's Commerce Tigers football or A&M Commerce Lions football, which will be on the air tomorrow when Saginaw Valley State comes to town to take on the Lions here at Memorial Stadium on the campus of A&M Commerce, you'll be able to listen to that game on the air here at 88.9 KETR as well. If you like sports broadcasts, or you like things like NPR News, Morning Edition, All Things Considered, notably Texan each weekday, all of these programs are made possible by folks just like you who support public radio here in Northeast Texas. You can do that by pointing your browser to ketr.org and clicking the donate button up in the top right-hand corner. It's a red button that says donate. You can't miss it. In fact, that's why it's red. You can't miss it there at ketr.org. Show your support for the public radio station that you care about whenever you visit ketr.org. Commerce Tigers football is on the air here in Northeast Texas, and we'll be bringing you all the action coming up in just a few minutes. And again, stick around after the game, where we'll be talking about all the games throughout Northeast Texas, and we'll offer you the opportunity to jump on the air with us here in the studio and talk with us about the games that you attend or the games that you want to talk about right here on the big Friday night scoreboard coming up later. This is your station, 88.9 KETR. Commerce Tigers football is on the way.
When you like or follow 88.9 KETR on Facebook, your newsfeed is enhanced with top stories from NPR, local stories from KETR, occasional breaking news or weather information, and programming and technical updates. Plus, Facebook is a place where you can participate to move the conversation forward on the news that matters. Next time you're on Facebook, search for KETR 88.9 FM.
Hi, it's Olivia Munn with my shelter pets, Frankie and Chance. Say hi, guys. When I adopted them, I discovered that they both have incredible personalities. Chance's sole purpose in life is to love and to be loved. Frankie is a little bit of a scoundrel and always entertaining. They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love. Adopt pure love at theshelterpetproject.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, the Humane Society of the United States, and Maddie's Fund.
NPR is powered by local stations across the country, and this station is powered by you. Public radio would not exist without your support. Thank you for 50 years of NPR and counting.
Support NPR and KETR when you visit KETR.org and click Donate.
From A&M Commerce Memorial Stadium at Ernest Hawkins Field, the Commerce Tigers meet the Pottsboro Cardinals in a District 5-3A Division I game. Good evening, everybody. I'm John Mark Dempsey, along with Kevin Jeffries. We'll have the play-by-play and color of tonight's game for you. Jared Knight and Ryan Fulkerson will have scores from all over Northeast Texas and beyond all evening and on the big Friday night scoreboard. The Tigers are 1-4 and 0-2 in district play after losing a 63-22 match to 6th-ranked Mount Vernon last week. The Tigers coached by 31-year-old John McSheffrey, the Tigers defensive coordinator for 3 seasons under former head coach Cody Farrell. John now in his 2nd season. He was a major contributor to the Sulphur Springs Wildcats 2008 state championship team, and he's been named by Texas football as one of the top young coaches under age 40 in Texas. A nod to Tigers history, Commerce has won 2 state football championships in 1999 under Steve Lineweaver and in 2001 under Terry Crone. Commerce has 19 district championships and is 527, 504, and 45 all-time, a 511 winning percentage. We'll hear from Tigers head coach John McSheffrey when Commerce Tigers football continues after this on KETR.
I'm Stephen Dubner. On the next Freakonomics Radio, do more expensive wines really taste better?
If opening this bottle of Rioja somehow takes you to Spain and makes you feel like you want tapas, then it's done its job.
And what have we learned so far about the legalization of marijuana?
Extrapolation can be a bit of a dangerous tool.
That's next time on Freakonomics Radio.
Tomorrow morning at 6 on 88.9 KETR.
Reading is fundamental. The nation's largest children's literacy organization invites you to rally our children to read. Visit rallytoread.org and help your child pledge to read 100 books by Read Across America Day in March 2022. Also, watch well-known authors read their favorite books. Find activities to keep young readers motivated. And teachers can enter the Rally to Read sweepstakes for a chance to win 100 books for their own school, subject to rules. Inspire your child to read. Visit rallytoread.org today.
For 50 years, listeners like you have made everything you hear from NPR possible. Support us now and for the next 50 years by giving to this station. Here's how.
Just point a browser to KETR.org and then click the Donate button at the top of the page. And thanks.
Programming on KETR is made possible by listeners like you and by Cypress Bank. Managers Eddie Smith and Robin Alexander are available to assist with deposit and credit needs at the Commerce branch. Other branch locations include Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh. More information at cypressbanktx.com, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender.
Visiting with the head coach of the Commerce Tigers, John McSheffrey, before the game here, district game against the Pottsboro Cardinals. The game at Mount Vernon last week. Have you ever seen a first quarter as wild and weird as that one was? That was bizarre. And it was, of course, it went great for you guys in the first quarter.
Yeah, it was good. That was a good first quarter for us, and a couple of times they just kind of put the ball on the turf for us, and we were able to capitalize on that and get on the football. And So it gave us a lot of possessions there in the first quarter. And, for the most part, we executed pretty well.
Mm-hmm. What was behind all the fumbles that they were committing?
I don't know. I think it's just one of those nights. I don't know. I mean, sometimes there's no explanation. You're like, because it was just kind of mishandled snap or they exchanged and they just put it down.
It was very humid. We had at 97% humidity, and papers that we had up in the stands were just almost like they'd been drenched. So I think that might have been a factor. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Could have been. I always try to block those out, though, John. There's no weather or anything like that that's going to alter the game. So,
yeah. I thought last week Tyshawn Harris really stepped up for you in that game.
Yeah, he did. He did some good things, especially offensively, that he hasn't shown too much of. But he had a little bit of success there, and hopefully we'll keep building on that with his kind of first year out.
Yeah. And we've talked about him before, and he's awfully consistent. And every game he's right there. But Kendrick Greer had 14 tackles, and he's just a guy you can depend on from week to week.
Yeah, he's doing good. He had he kind of had a step back on the bottom week, but he did play a lot better last week and executed playing downhill and fitting. And Coach Warren did a great job kind of getting him back going. So.
I've asked you about Jamarian Lewis Brown, your sophomore defensive tackle, and we kind of go on, how many times we say somebody's name and then look at the stat sheet, and he had 7 tackles. I mean, he's a sophomore, and he looks like he's starting to make a nice contribution for you.
Yeah, Coach Crowley's doing a good job. He's starting to learn the game, learning technique, and that's the biggest thing. A lot of times, the younger you are, sometimes you just want to shoot a gap and run upfield, and it's like, well, the game's not like that on Friday night. So you got to play with a lot more technique and be sound up front, and which again allows Kendrick and those linebackers to fit.
Yeah, it's great to see Ty Hoffman in uniform again. Of course, he got hurt in the game against Leonard, and he was on the field for a long time, and he's been walking around with a neck brace on, but he's back in uniform, and he's never stepped away from taking part with the team, has he?
No, he's an outstanding young man. One thing that I love about Ty is even when he was told his season was over, he showed up to every practice, showed up to every meeting. I mean, he's just always there, always a part of the team. And so, yeah, he got some good news last night, and I mean, he'll be limited tonight, but I was just happy for him.
He's a senior, and it's great that he's at least going to have the second half of the season, you hope, to be able to play.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Right. Well, Pottsboro, they I don't think anybody was too fooled by the fact that they lost their first 2 games, and now they've won the last 2 in very convincing fashion.
Oh, yeah. They played some great competition early with Gunner and Community, and but, yeah, they're a great ball club. Coach Bo, he's got a system running there, a program that kind of breeds success, and those kids get after it, and he's done a great job.
He's in his 16th season at Pottsboro. What does that mean for a coach to have that many seasons, be that well established?
Yeah, I mean, no, absolutely. I guess that's good. I think he's got job security, I think, so especially after making the state championship game 2 years ago. So, yeah, he knows what he's doing, absolutely. So I'm sure he's comfortable, but not comfortable enough not to keep building on what they have going.
Yeah, of course, he's from a great coaching family. His dad was Ron Poe, coached 30 years at McKinney. Did you know Don Poe at Sulphur Springs?
I didn't know Don, but I do know the Poe name, and so I know he's got a great bloodline when it comes to the coaching, and so it's in his blood, and you can tell.
Yeah. Don Poe was the brother of Ron Poe, and he coached 10 years at Sulphur Springs. So they have just looking at the video of them, they have a really good-looking young running back in Major McBride. They list him at 6'1", 180. He looks bigger than that to me.
Yeah, he looks a little bit thicker. He might be 200. But, yeah, he's a good ball carrier, takes care of the football, runs hard, not flashy by any means, but, I mean, he just downhill runner, but then it kind of has a deceiving speed to get outside at times. So you can't arm tackle him. You're going to have to put a shoulder in them and run your feet. So gang tackle a little bit.
Senior quarterback, Jet Carroll.
Yes, and they like to run the football with him as well in situations. And so, anyhow, he's another one that he's followed up some really good quarterbacks for Pottsboro. Yep. So, but he's doing a good job of operating the offense and running the football / throwing it down the field a little bit. They got 2 outside receivers that are good players. And, not to take away from the inside, but those outside guys are consistent and play really well.
What do you see from them on defense?
Defensively, they give you a lot of different looks. There's not.
Testing 1, 2.
Can't necessarily say there's a, hey, this is exactly what they do. They try to mix it up and kind of try to confuse the offensive line, and but they play hard, extremely hard. They play downhill, and so we got to execute really well.
Are you guys fairly healthy?
We are. We're probably the healthiest we've been this season. Good. So going in tonight, so we're excited about getting that going and getting some bodies back, and we'll go from there.
Good luck, Coach.
Thank you.
John McSheffrey, head coach of the Commerce Tigers, and Tigers football continues after this on 88.9 KETR.
Well, hello, folks. It's your old buddy Luke Clayton inviting you to tune in to our hunting and fishing show every Saturday morning at 5 a.m.
I'm out cameras checking, filling feeders, scouting, always learning something every time I go out there.
First trip out, me and my dad caught 43 fish in 45 minutes.
Sometimes you don't even have to move. The bites good.
And remember, you can go to KETR.org and listen to the archive of our past shows.
Once again from A&M Commerce Memorial Stadium and Ernest Hawkins Fields, John Mark Dempsey and Kevin Jeffries. We have the Commerce Tigers and the Pottsboro Cardinals for you tonight. And we want to mention that this game is streaming on Facebook and YouTube, video streaming on both Facebook and YouTube. And so you can watch the game as well as listen to us here on KETR. And we want to be sure to let you know about that. Pottsboro, coached by Matt Poe in his 16th season in Grayson County, as you heard us say a moment ago, starting back in 2006. He has an impressive 144-44, one-lost record during that time. Again, as we said, he's the son of Ron Poe, who coached for 30 seasons at McKinney, and the nephew of Don Poe, who was a head coach for 17 seasons, including 10 at Sulphur Springs. Last season, Pottsboro went 9-3, going 2 rounds deep into the state playoffs. They are led on offense by their senior quarterback, Jet Carroll, who has completed 60% of his passes, 28 for 46, 323 yards passing, 3 TDs, 3 interceptions. He's rushed for 328 yards, 6.1 yards per carry, and 2 touchdowns. Major McBride, sophomore running back, 543 yards rushing, 10.2 yards per carry.
Yeah.
And 10 touchdowns for Major McBride. They have several receivers that are very productive as well. Commerce and Pottsboro have not been regular opponents over the years, but they've been in the same district twice in recent years, and Pottsboro definitely has had the best of it. The Cardinals are 6-0 versus the Tigers going back to 2012. Last season it was a forfeit win for Pottsboro as the Tigers could not play because of the pandemic. The last time they met on the field, Kevin, Pottsboro won 63-14. In 2019, you may remember Pottsboro led that game 56-0 at halftime.
Yeah. They were strong. And that was the year they went to
right.
state, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. That was a long night. But,
yes, it was. That was last year when they missed their game for COVID when the Pottsboro game was called off. I remember we were talking about it. You know, not to sound negative or anything, but we're like, well,
you've got to miss one.
Yeah, Commerce. Yeah, if you're going to have to miss one, that's probably a good one to take a break on.
They ended up missing more than one.
Yeah.
Other games in District 3A Division 1 tonight. Let us see. We have Howe at Range, and also tonight, Mount Vernon at Mineola. That's a big game, and that'll be a very interesting game. Also, Bonham at Winsboro may be a very competitive game. And last week in the district, it was Winsboro 17, Winsboro 70, Howe 17. Mineola over Bonham in what was a very competitive game, 31-22. Pottsboro beat Rains 45-0, and of course Mount Vernon over Commerce 63-22. The standings: Pottsboro, Mount Vernon, and Mineola are all 2-0 in the district. Winsboro and Bonham are 1-1. Rains, Howe, and Commerce are 0-2. So, Kevin, what thoughts do you have going into to the game here tonight?
I think it's a little interesting. Pottsboro, not as strong as they have been, but I'm not sure what we're going to see tonight. They have two guys they play at quarterback, and I'm not sure if they do a regular alternating schedule with them or if it's just hot hand, that type of thing. And they got a trusty, reliable running back, as you said, averaging about 10 yards a carry, and several guys they like to throw the ball to. So I think they got a bunch of weapons, but they have had some turnover problems so far this season, and they're not just a juggernaut, it seems, So I think this is a winnable game for Commerce, whereas, coming into the beginning of the season, I might not have thought that, but I think this is a winnable game. Could be a very good one here for Commerce.
Pottsboro lost to Community in the season opener 56-41. And they lost to Gunter 51-7. Gunter, of course, one of the really strong 3A Division II programs in the state. But Pottsboro beat Howe 59-14 2 weeks ago, and then blank Rains 45-0 last week. The other quarterback Kevin was referring to is Halen Flanagan. He's a junior, 5'11", 175 pounds. He's completed 9 of 21 passes for 170 yards and has rushed for 112 yards, averaging 7.7 yards per carry. And we are set for the national anthem played by the Commerce High School Band. Commerce High School Band under the direction of Carol Wallace performing here at A&M Commerce Memorial Stadium. We'll have the coin toss here shortly. Starting lineups for the Commerce Tigers on offense. Darren Beal, we expect, will be the starting quarterback tonight, but we also expect to see Brody Bauman at quarterback, Isaiah Simon at running back. Kendrick Greer will also see some action. The receivers, Miles Boyd and Dre Gavlin on the outside. The slot receivers, Deshaun Jackson and Ashton Seal. And the offensive line, Cody Jenkins at left tackle, Noah Howell at left guard, Andy Jenkins at center, Jack Nichols at right guard, and Henry Serrano at right tackle. We'll give you the Commerce defense here in a moment or two. But we have the coin toss just about to take place. Ty Hoffman, one of the Tiger co-captains, back in uniform tonight. That's great to see. He's been going out for the coin toss every game, but in street clothes and a jersey and a neck brace. But looks like he's going to have yet another chance to play, if not tonight, then very soon. Henry Serrano, Ashton Seal, and Brody Bauman also are Tiger captains out there this evening. Corey Battle is our referee, and we'll introduce the rest of the referees to you here in a moment. Quite a conference going on out there right now as we have the coin toss, and it looks as if Commerce has won the toss.
Commerce won the toss.
And the Tigers will defend the north goal and will receive to start the ball game. On defense for Commerce, the defensive ends are Carlos Serrano and Henry Serrano. The Serrano brothers, Jamarian Lewis Brown and Moses Branch, are the defensive tackles. The linebackers are all Carlos Aubrey, Kendrick Greer, and Isaiah Simon. Cornerbacks, Dre Gadlin and Tyshawn Harris. Strong safety is Deshaun Jackson. Free safety is Ashton Seal for Commerce. And let's see how many of these guys are going both ways. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Tigers are starting on both offense and defense. Pottsboro in their white jerseys, white pants. Their colors are red and white, so they have red numerals, white headgear, and they have the Arizona Cardinals logo on the side of the helmet. The Tigers in their black jerseys, black pants, orange numerals outlined in white, the black headgear with a stylized C on one side and a number on the other side of the helmet. Kicking off, it's Deonis Morena for Pottsboro. He'll have a south wind at his back, and we play on the artificial turf at Ernest Hawkins Field. Here is a deep kick.
Ooh,
lands 2 yards deep in the end zone. That'll be a touchback. Yeah. Another guy with a good leg. We saw that last week with Mount Vernon.
Yeah, the one time he came out last week, too, to kick a field goal, they wound up not going for it.
Yeah.
But that kid had aspirations to be a collegiate kicker,
That's right.
and I think he'll succeed.
Adrian Diaz is his name. And now Deonis Morena presses us with a kick into the end zone on the opening kickoff. So the Tigers at the 25-yard line, and they will be moving to the south end zone on Ernest Hawkins Field. Commerce goes from the spread, of course. And this is Darren Beal, that quarterback for the Tigers. A man in motion from left to right. They hand it off to Isaiah Simon, and he is swarmed and brought down for a big loss. And let's see where they say his forward progress will be.
Oh, he's going to lose about 5 yards on this.
Yeah, I would think so.
Initial indication 6.
Yeah,
maybe.
put it down at the 19-yard line. So that is a loss of 6 yards on the first play. Hand off to Isaiah Simon. Tigers with 2 wide receivers stacked to the near side, 1 to the far side, have an H-back behind the right tackle. Give it again to Simon, trying to go right, and again, terrific job by the Pottsboro defense, getting into the Tigers' backfield and dropping Simon for another loss back to the 15-yard line. Good heavens. So this is 3rd and 20 for Commerce. They've lost 10 yards on 2 running plays. And on this 3rd and 20, Tigers will go with the empty backfield, looking to the sideline for the play. Still plenty of time on the play clock at 15. 3 men wide to the near side, 1 to the far side now. Man in motion from left to right. Pass is incomplete at the 25-yard line. In and out of the hands of Deshaun Jackson. And Commerce will have to punt into the wind here.
And you saw Bill pull back. He was ready to throw. He paused for a second, then delivered it. It was a little bit low. It was at the lower left hip of Deshaun Jackson, but it hit his hands. He started to turn around, and it just popped right out and hit the turf. He might have been able to break away and turn that upfield and get close to a first down.
4th and 20 for Commerce from the 15-yard line. Emmanuel Castillo will punt into a south breeze here. There's the snap, and it's a good one. And he gets the punt away, and this one somewhat off the side of his foot, lands at the 35-yard line, takes a little bit of a Tiger hop, and goes out of bounds at the 38-yard line. So that is a 23-yard punt by the freshman, Emmanuel Castillo, and Pottsboro starts off in great field position at the Commerce 38-yard line. No score, 10:36 left to go in the first quarter.
Not exactly the way Commerce wanted to start out this game.
Not a great start. Pottsboro will go from right to left. 3 wideouts to the far side, 1 to the near side. Running back to the left of the quarterback, Jet Carroll. That is Major McBride. Big hole up the middle. McBride up the 10. Going to score standing up. Good heavens. Major McBride, his 11th touchdown of the season. That was just too easy.
It was. Got good blocking up front. Went a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, then turned on the Jets and got through the secondary. Untouched to the end zone.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody touched him at all.
No, I don't think they did.
Huge hole there. Major McBride averaging over 10 yards per carry. He's just a sophomore.
He didn't look too incredibly fast on tape, but he looked pretty quick on that run.
Giannis Marina with the extra point. It is good. Pottsboro leads it 7-0 with 10:28 to go in the first quarter. This is Tigers football on 88.9.
10 presidents, 3 generations. A lot can happen in 50 years. NPR has been there for it all. You can ensure public radio is around for the next 50 years by donating to this station. Here's how.
Just visit ketr.org and click Donate at the top of the page.
Support for KETR comes from its members and from Cypress Bank, offering both deposit and loan products, including checking, online banking, ATMs, and the Cypress Check Card. Family financial centers located in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, and Lone Star. Equal housing lender and member FDIC.
NPR is
Find more
powered by
information
local
at
stations across the country, and this station is powered by you. Public radio would not exist without your support. Thank you for 50 years of NPR and counting.
Support NPR and KETR when you visit ketr.org and click Donate.
Pottsboro leading 7-0, and the kickoff here by Giannis Marina. Again, about 3 yards deep into the end zone. Kevin, he doesn't only kick it far, he kicks it high.
Yeah.
Well, he's got a great leg on him. Now, he's got a good south wind that is back here. And that wind, I think we heard before the game started it was at 7 miles per hour, but it's highly variable. And right now it's blowing more than 7 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And whoever's got the wind at their back, at least early tonight, will have something of an advantage. And the Tigers going into the wind right now. But Commerce down 7-0. The 38-yard run moments ago by Major McBride. Here's a give to Deshaun Jackson for Commerce, going wide to the far side. And at least he gets past the line of scrimmage and gets up to about the 28-yard line or thereabouts. So he picks up 3 yards or so for the Tigers.
Second and 7.
Deshaun Jackson, slot receiver, who also will go from the Wildcat at times. They like to hand it off to their slot receivers on the jet sweep. Not only Deshaun Jackson, but also Ashton Seal. So this is 2nd down and 7 for the Commerce Tigers, moving left to right. There's the snap and a handoff. Between the tackles it goes. This is Isaiah Simon. Gets to the 30-yard line. At least positive yards here for Commerce. So Tigers have a 3rd down and 5 from the 30-yard line. Ball on the far hash as they move to our right. Darren Beal, the quarterback. 5 yards behind the center. Andy Jenkins, and the pass is blocked at the line of scrimmage. And Tigers lucky that one wasn't picked off. One of the Cardinal linemen got his hands up there and knocked it down.
You got to give the defenseman a lot of credit on that for staying in the passing lane and knocking that down. Beal pump faked out to the right flat, then turned upfield, had a man wide open on a post route about 15 yards deep. He let it loose. He was going to hit his man. He had a chance to get that and much more. Lineman jumps up, blocks the passing lane, knocks that ball down.
So 4th and 5, Tigers will punt. Emmanuel Castillo, much better looking punt this time. Landing at about the 48-yard line in Pottsboro territory, then taking a Tiger roll to the 44-yard line. So much better looking punt that time by Emmanuel Castillo. Just a 26-yard punt. But still, just a better looking ball off his foot that time. So
had some good hang time on it as well.
Yeah, Pottsboro now Still pretty good field position at their own 44-yard line, leading 7-0 with 9:12 left to go in the first quarter. Jet Carroll in the shotgun, takes the snap, gives it to Major McBride. Going off tackle to the right and then breaking outside, gets it to Commerce territory and is down at the 45-yard line as Kendrick Greer makes the tackle for the Tigers, leading the Tigers with 66 tackles coming into the ball game, and he had 14 tackles last week against Mount Vernon. First down, Pottsboro at the Commerce 45-yard line. 3 to the near side, 1 to the far side. Jet Carroll, the senior quarterback, in the shotgun, takes the snap, going right, crosses the line of scrimmage, about 3 yards or so. I think Brody Bauman made the first contact there for Commerce, as Carroll picks up 3 yards to the Commerce 42-yard line. Pottsboro moving to the north end zone. 3 to the near side, 1 to the far side. A running back to the right of Carroll. They give it to Major McBride, and McBride over the left side to the Commerce 35-yard line. Again, Brody Bauman in on that tackle for Commerce. Strong safety.
It is a first down for the Cardinals.
Pick up that first down, gets about 7 yards. McBride, the one thing he does, and I don't think he really fumbles a lot, but he holds the ball out in one hand a lot and moves around. It can be dangerous if Commerce wants to start swiping.
First down at the Commerce 35-yard line. Man in motion from right to left. Carroll, the quarterback, rolling out, throwing downfield. And a flag down at the 5-yard line. The intended receiver down there was Jake Kubik, and he was running step for step with Deshaun Jackson, but I think Deshaun is going to be flagged here for pass interference.
Yeah, Deshaun Jackson put an arm out and shoved a little bit before he turned around to look for the ball, and that's a pretty easy call, although the refs are talking about this.
Well, they were running step for step, stride for stride with each other, so.
But Deshaun Jackson reached his hand out before he looked back to look at the ball, and I think that's why they're going to get him. If he looked back and sort of had that hand there was some contact, a little bit of force, not a lot, but that's going to get called every time. It's going to be easy to see, too.
Automatic first down at the 25-yard line of the pass interference call. So Pottsboro already leading 7-0. First down at the Commerce 25. Jet Carroll, the quarterback, taking the snap, and he is going to be brought down for a loss. And that is Henry Serrano, the defensive end, on the tackle for the Tigers. Nice play there by Serrano.
Push him back about a yard. He got in there, wrapped him up at the ankles, held on, dragged him down.
Henry Serrano with 29 tackles and 4 tackles for loss coming into the game here tonight. Actually, 4 sacks and 2 tackles for loss. 2nd and 11. From the 26-yard line. Carroll changing the play. 3 to the near side, 1 to the far side. They set up a bubble screen to the near side. This is Reed Thompson, who makes the catch, short gain to about the 22 or 23-yard line. Gang tackled out of bounds there. Tyshawn Harris, Deshaun Jackson, Brody Bauman all in on that tackle for Commerce. As Thompson gets to the 23-yard line. And now 3rd down and long for Pottsboro. Big play here for the Commerce defense. 3rd and 8 at the Commerce 23-yard line. Ball on the near hash as they move to our right. Drake Hunter in motion left to right for Pottsboro. Snap to Carroll, rolling out right, passing. Great play by Deshaun Jackson. Knocked it down.
Looking for Bentley. Deshaun Jackson had him. Bentley makes the cut. Deshaun Jackson stays with him in coverage. And the ball gets thrown, and he reaches that left hand out there, gets the fingertips on it, and knocks it to the dirt. Saving the first down.
Holding call, I think, here against Pottsboro, and it was declined. So Tigers choose to leave it at 4th and 8 at the Commerce 23-yard line. Now, I've got to believe here that Deonis Marina will probably knock it through from about 41 yards, but I think they're going to go for the first down here on 4th and 8 from the Commerce 23-yard line, leading 7-0. Jet Carroll, 4 yards behind the center, takes the snap. Couple of steps to his right, passes, and has his man Jake Kubik right at the forward stake, and he should have the first down at the 15-yard line, or he will be very, very close to it.
It is a first down for the Cardinals.
They got it. Move those chains.
Extremely well executed. He knew exactly where he needed to be.
Yep.
He picks up exactly 8 yards. First and goal, not first and goal, but first and 10 at the 15-yard line. Here is McBride up the middle for 3 or 4 yards.
McBride on the carry.
Brody Bauman again, making the tackle for Commerce.
Bauman on the tackle.
So this is second down, and we'll make this 7 at the Commerce 13-yard line. Ball on the far hash. 3 to the near side and 1 to the far side. McBride a step to the right of the quarterback, Carroll. Carroll takes the snap, keeps it himself off right tackle. Short gain, and Ashton Seal coming up from free safety to make that tackle for the Commerce Tigers. No gain, I would say. And another 3rd and long here.
They actually winds up losing a yard on that, I think, John Mark.
Okay.
Ashton Seal doing a great job to get up there and take him out.
So 3rd and 8 here again. They picked it up the last time. There's the snap to Carroll. Carroll looking downfield, passing, and knocked down and almost intercepted by Dre Gadlin.
Dre Gadlin in perfect position. He got a better break, but then Kubik comes up and plays defender, lunges out there and has managed to knock the ball down. But Dre Gadlin looked like he was the intended receiver.
So Tiger defense looking a whole lot better on this possession, even though they allowed Pottsboro to move down to the 13-yard line. Now looks like it will be a 30-yard field goal attempt with the angle to the left by Dionis Morena. Snap, down, kick, very high, plenty of distance, and it is no good.
Wide right.
Morena misses from 30 yards. And the Tigers take the ball back over, and none the worse for wear here, trailing 7-0 with 5:14 left to go in the first quarter.
That was a very pretty kick, but it just missed wide right of the upright, very high. It had the distance. It just was off target. It's almost like he went straight down the hash mark on the far hash mark.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Just slid straight out that side of the upright.
So the Tigers on offense here at the 20-yard line, 1st down and 10 after the missed field goal. Trailing 7-0. Darren Beal still in there at quarterback. He fakes the handoff, keeps it himself, and he runs into 3 or 4 white jerseys there almost immediately. Don't think he got quite back to the line of scrimmage.
I think he's going to wind up losing one here as well.
Cole Bynum leading the charge. He has 42 tackles, number 2 on the team coming into the ballgame. He's a senior linebacker. Loss of 1 to the 19-yard line. 2nd and 11 for Commerce. Tigers moving left to right. Darren Beal has Isaiah Simon a step to his right. They give it to Simon going left, now coming back the other way, breaking a tackle at the 20 as he gets back to the line of scrimmage and goes out of bounds at about the 25-yard line for a gain of 6 yards, but there's a flag down the play.
This was right when Isaiah Simon reversed field and went the other way. The flag came out. Most likely to get a holding call on Commerce on this one, but we'll see.
Our referee, Corey Battle.
They're marking it off while he comes to make the announcement.
Holding.
Against the Tigers is the call.
Pushes the ball back to the 10-yard line.
Repeat 2nd down.
So this is 2nd down and 20 now for Commerce. Tigers need to get out to the 30-yard line for the 1st down. Pottsboro leading 7-0 with 4:33 to go, 1st period. Ball on the far hash mark. Snap to Darren Beal. Fakes the pitch out, throws downfield for Ashton Seal. And I heard the whistles, and Ashton Seal came up with the football. I'm not sure exactly what the whistles were about there.
I think it was just they whistled it when the ball hit the turf to indicate the play was over.
Okay, because I never saw it hit the turf.
Yeah, it hit the turf. It landed between Ashton Seal and Carlos Aubrey. Aubrey was sort of an underneath slant route, and Ashton Seal was on a more deep post, and it landed really in between them. Both players covered well by Pottsboro, too, but Beal just didn't really deliver it to either one of those guys.
3rd and 20, man in motion from left to right. Beal under terrific pressure and is going to be brought down at about the 2-yard line.
Sack on the play by Henry. Ball spotted at the 1 yard.
Did you hear who Randy Stark said made the tackle there, Kevin, for Pottsboro?
I did not.
I could not quite hear it, but wow. Tremendous rush there by Pottsboro, and Commerce now at the 1 yard line. And so this is 4th and 29 for the Tigers. Reed Thompson standing at the 30-yard line. Emmanuel Castillo, the Tigers' freshman punter, standing with his heels at the back of the end zone. Brody Bauman, by the way, is the deep snapper here for Commerce. Precarious situation for the Tigers on 4th and 29. Castillo gets the punt, and it is blocked. And there's a scramble for the football in the end zone.
The punt was blocked.
Touchdown,
Pottsboro.
And it looks like to me that's Cooper Townsley. We'll check on it, but I see Cooper Townsley coming up with the ball there for Pottsboro.
The ball was handled a little bit badly by Castillo. It came in, bobbled in his hands a little bit. He got it down, tried to get it, but by then there's a bunch of white jerseys in his face. They block it. It stays in the end zone. It looked like a Tiger was going to have a chance to get on that, force a safety, but he wasn't able to handle it, and Pottsboro jumps on the ball, gets the touchdown.
We'll check on the Pottsboro player who recovered and see if we can say who blocked it. Maybe the same player. Now here's the extra point, and the kick is on the way, and this one is no good, apparently wide right. And again, a very nice looking kick, very beautiful high kick, but Deonis Marina misses the extra point. And so, although the scoreboard says 14-0, I think they were kind of anticipating the score there, and now they have to change it back to 13-0. Pottsboro with 3:39 left to go in the first quarter. It's Commerce Tigers football on 88.9.
For 50 years, listeners like you have made everything you hear from NPR possible. Support us now and for the next 50 years by giving to this station. Here's how.
Just point a browser to ketr.org and then click the donate button at the top of the page. And thanks.
Well, you're station 88.9 KETR. Quick look at scores. Looks like Cubbies ahead of Quinlan Bowles right now, 8-6 with 6 minutes left in the first. Honeygrove leads Wolf City 7-0 with 7 minutes left in the first. Rivercrest leading Celeste 7-0 with 11 minutes left in the first. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin here in Commerce, guys.
So welcome back to Ernest Hawkins Field. Here's the kickoff to Sean Jackson. Fields it at the 4-yard line. He's headed upfield to the 20, 25, taking off his feet there. He had a head of steam. Looked like he might have had some room in front of him, and he did. He got it out past about the same difference as getting the touchback. And that'll be about a 20-yard return for Deshaun Jackson getting up the field. John Mark Dempsey checking on, see if we can figure out who got the block and the recovery for Pottsboro on that, just for the statistics. But the Pottsboro Cardinals block a punt in the end zone, recover it, get a touchdown, but miss the extra point. They're up 13-0 over the Commerce Tigers here with 3:33 left in the first quarter. Commerce Tigers at the 28-yard line. Here's a snap. Sean Jackson over the right side up to the 30, 35. Hit and pushed out of bounds at the 40-yard line. He had a good stiff arm around the 30 as well. It's going to pick up about 12 yards on the carry.
Penalty flag on the play.
But there's a penalty on the play. One of the better plays of Commerce on the night so far, and this may be coming back.
Right. I walked down the hall to talk to our public address announcer, Randy Starks, and he was uncertain also about who recovered the block punt of the end zone, and certainly who blocked it. There may have been 3 or 4 guys that blocked it. They just swarmed over Emmanuel Castillo there. But we're going to go ahead for the time being, and we will credit it to Cooper Townsley. I noticed he came out of there with the football, so we presume that he's the guy that gets credit for the touchdown. So this is first down and 12 for Commerce now.
After the holding penalty.
Right. And it's Isaiah Simon over the left side for the Tigers, and he gets up to about the 29-yard line. So this is second down and 9 for Commerce. By the way, it was Isaac Simon. You probably picked it up. Isaac Simon, the younger brother of Isaiah Simon, on that kickoff return a few moments ago.
Oh, I thought that was Deshaun Jackson.
Well, Randy said it was Isaac Simon, so you may have been right after all, Kevin.
Flag on the play.
On this play, it is Darren Beal, the Tiger quarterback, up the middle. and he gains out to the 33-yard line or thereabouts, but another flag down. And so this one may be coming back.
Another holding penalty. They are calling them tight tonight.
Holding against the Tigers pushes them back to the 20-yard line. Still second down. And now second down and 18 for Commerce at the 20-yard line. That nice pickup by Darren Beal. The quarterback is wiped out. The Tigers go here with a pistol look and a back on either side of Beal. He scrambles in the backfield under terrific pressure, throws it up more or less for grabs, and incomplete at the 35-yard line. And a couple of Pottsboro Cardinals had a chance at that one. Reed Thompson and then also Deonis Marina, the kicker, who's playing on defense for Pottsboro. So third and long for Commerce. Pottsboro getting a terrific rush on the Tiger quarterbacks and also Commerce punter Emmanuel Castillo when they blocked that punt just moments ago. But either way, putting a lot of pressure on the Tigers. Now Commerce goes with the empty backfield. And Beal passing, and it is complete over the middle.
That's going to be a first down, I think, John Mark.
Carlos Aubrey makes the catch close to the 40-yard line. Yeah, that was a third and 18. And looks like the Tigers convert it. Yeah, at the 39-yard line. Great play there to Aubrey.
Very nice. And he dove to catch that ball and to get the first down. Very aware of where he was on the field.
Yep. He had a good game last week. Has been really making a whole lot larger contribution here in the past few weeks. There's a pass to Dre Gadlin coming in from right to left over the middle. And Gadlin makes the catch and then carries 2 or 3 Pottsboro Cardinals into Cardinal territory to the 48-yard line. That's another first down for Commerce.
Conklin. It's another Commerce Tigers first down.
Who was on the carry for that? Isaiah.
Dre Gadlin made the catch there for the Tigers. 13 yards on that gain to Gadlin. Commerce at the Pottsboro 48-yard line. Tigers down 13-0. A minute 33 left to go in the first quarter. And here's a jet sweep to Deshaun Jackson going from right to left. Jackson across the line of scrimmage to about the 45-yard line for a gain of 3 yards or so. But flag down on the play.
This came down after Deshaun Jackson was tackled, but it came back towards where the snap was at the line of scrimmage. So it's usually in the area of holding here, but it would have been a block well back beyond the play. A couple of players tied up, so we'll see. Commerce is starting to walk backwards, though.
Corey Battle, the referee.
But they didn't go back too far. We may see.
Battle still having a conference with one of the other officials here. And he's pointed the other direction. Yeah. Personal foul.
Dead ball foul.
Against Pottsboro.
And an ejection.
Player ejected. This is the second time this season and the second week in a row that we have seen an opposing player ejected. In fact, Mount Vernon had 2 players ejected last week.
Yeah.
Wow. And I think it happened also last week on a play involving Deshaun Jackson.
Maybe. Well, it's not unusual to have a play involving Deshaun Jackson, so the odds are good.
So first down, Commerce at the 32-yard line. And whistles. Pottsboro coaches that on the field over on the far side. They may not be too happy about.
No, he wants to know what happened. He wants to know who's got to run laps this week.
I'm almost certain that is Matt Poe. He looks so much like his dad, Rod Poe. And yeah, he's not happy about that call moments ago. Personal foul against Pottsboro, and then a player was ejected. And we're not certain of what player that was. I did say a player go off the field, but I don't want to say that because he may have just left for some reason.
Yeah, not at the high school level. They don't actually have to leave the field either. So, and probably so they don't get singled out as well.
Nor do the officials name those players. But Commerce first down at the Pottsboro 32-yard line here. So the Tigers have had some nice gains here to Carlos Aubrey and Dre Gadlin. And then the personal foul against Pottsboro. If Commerce could put a touchdown on the board here, be right back in the ballgame.
Returning play, first down Tigers from the 32-yard line.
Here we go. 2 wide left, 2 wide right. Darren Beal swings it out for Isaiah Simon. Simon makes the catch and gets down to about the 29-yard line. Now a flag is down on this play. On the tackle for Pottsboro, looks like Xanth Turner.
It's holding on Commerce.
Holding against the Tigers.
Right, how many this quarter?
That's their 4th one, I think.
And, you know, that may be an indication they're just having a hard time blocking these guys, and they're just doing the best they can.
It could also be an indication the refs are calling it real tight, and there's no way for us to know that here tonight.
Sure.
But if this crew calls it tighter than the other crews, they may have been doing some stuff that gets you called in some games and some games that don't, you know? Doesn't mean it's not happening.
So this pushes the ball back to the 42-yard line. And it is still first down, but it is 1st and 22 for the Tigers, and they need to reach the 22-yard line. Beal passing over the middle, and it is batted around. And is that picked off? Maybe.
Yes. Yeah,
looks like it is intercepted by Cooper Dobbs, a senior defensive back for the Pottsboro Cardinals. As I thought, now I'm not sure which of the Tiger receivers it was. Was it
Gadlin?
With Dre Gadlin? Okay, I thought he had a shot there.
He did, but Kubik comes up and closes the gap, turned on the jets and ran, and then jumped up in the air, got a tip, hand on it, and then Dobbs comes after him and makes a great diving catch to pick that one off. That was a fantastic defensive effort. Overall, pretty good throw and a pretty good route by Gadlin, but Kubik and Dobbs just get it done.
So Pottsboro has the ball leading 13-0 at their own 10-yard line. Here's a pass deep down the middle. Overthrown at the 45-yard line, intended for Reed Thompson.
Down 10.
And running step for step for him, running step for step with him there was Tyshawn Harris for Commerce. 13-0, Pottsboro leads. Here we're seeing the replay, Kevin. Yeah, that was intended for Dre Gadlin. I think you called that one pretty well. Yeah. I think Kubik deflected it, and then Dobbs made the interception. Hand off to McBride, trying to go wide to the far side. Dobbs has his feet cut out from under him near the line of scrimmage. And it's Deshaun Jackson,
right around the right side, tackled by
Tiger free safety who comes up to, or strong safety who comes up to make the play there. A gain of 1 yard to the 11-yard line. So 3rd down. And it still looks like 10, so I guess we're going to say that the original line of scrimmage was the 11 rather than the 10. That is the case. So this is 3rd down and 10 at the 11-yard line. And a timeout on the field. I believe this one was taken by the Tiger defense. Yes, it was. 13-0. Pottsboro over Commerce with 20 seconds left to go in the first quarter. This is Tigers football on 88.9.
Programming on KETR is made possible by listeners like you and by Cypress Bank. Managers Eddie Smith and Robin Alexander are available to assist with deposit and credit needs at the Commerce branch. Other branch locations include Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh. More information at cypressbanktx.com, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender.
For your station 88.9 KETR, taking a quick look at scores. North Mesquite and Rockwall Heath. Rockwall Heath leads 28-14 over North Mesquite with 2 minutes left before the half. Rockwall is leading Tiger Legacy 36-14 with 8 minutes before halftime. Right now, Crum is leading Van Alstyne 7-0 with 5 minutes in the first. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin here in Commerce. Guys.
Okay, Jared, big play here for both teams, particularly the Commerce defense, with Pottsboro leading 13-0. Here's 3rd down and 10 for Pottsboro from the 11-yard line. Ball on the far hash as they move to our left. Empty backfield for Pottsboro. Man in motion, McBride from left to right. And Carroll back to throw, passing incomplete at the 30-yard line. Contact there, but no flag.
Well, you know, you got to give it to Jude Bentley. When he saw how far that ball was going to be overthrown, he went ahead and tripped and tried to throw some Oscar-worthy performance in there, but the refs weren't buying it. Uncatchable by any means.
So Pottsboro with the punting situation for the first time. from their own 11-yard line. And the punter is Reed Thompson, standing 2 yards deep in the end zone, gets it away.
Commerce doesn't rush
Good
this.
looking punt. And this is taken by Ashton Seal at his own 48-yard line. And Seal coming to the near side and is out of bounds at about the 31-yard line of Pottsboro. Nice return there.
Definitely.
By Ashton Seal. And that one's about 22 yards on the return.
You know Ashton Seal's dangerous, but Commerce tried to just get a lot of blocking up front, didn't really go for the block, because they know they got Ashton Seal back there, and he's definitely made a lot of big plays this season. He gets a good return on that as we got 4 seconds left in the first.
It's a 36-yard punt by Thompson and a 22-yard return by Ashton Seal. Commerce, first down at the Pottsboro 31-yard line. Tigers trailing 13-0. Again, we see the pistol look for Commerce with the back on either side of the quarterback. And quarterback up the middle across the 30 down to the 29-yard line. And that is Beal again for Tigers.
13, Commerce 0.
Thought we might have Brody Bauman in there at quarterback, but Beal has gone the whole way so far. So that's the end of the first quarter. It's Pottsboro 13, Commerce nothing, but the Tigers have been much more competitive here in the past several minutes this football game. So we go to the second quarter, and this is Commerce Tigers football on 88.9.
10 presidents, 3 generations, a lot can happen in 50 years. NPR has been there for it all. You can ensure public radio is around for the next 50 years by donating to this station. Here's how.
Just visit ketr.org and click Donate at the top of the page.
For your station, 88.9 KETR, taking a quick look at some more scores. Mount Vernon leads Mineola 7-0 with 4 minutes left in the first. Right now, Quinlan Ford is leading the Farmersville Farmers 16-0 with 5 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Sunnyvale, the Raiders out in front of the Cattle Mills Foxes with 5 minutes left to go in the first quarter. A second quarter score to mention is, it's Rockwall Heath leading North Mesquite 28-14, and Royce City Bulldogs lead Sulphur Springs 7-0 with 10 minutes left in the first. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin. Guys?
Okay, with the second quarter play-by-play, here's Kevin Jeffries.
Commerce Tigers down 13-0 to Pottsboro Cardinals. There's a man in motion. Here's the snap. Deshaun Jackson gets it to the left side to the 30, the 25, cutting up the sideline, 20, stiff arm, 17, cuts inside, breaks one tackle. Finally, 3 jerseys to bring him down at the 13-yard line. Deshaun Jackson with the 17-yard run, I think.
Halen Flanagan finally brought him down at the 13-yard line of Pottsboro. So, 18 yards on the gain there.
Fantastic effort. Great running by Deshaun Jackson there. He left the game early last week, and that did hurt Commerce because they had a lot of things go their way, which is what you were going to need against Mount Vernon, but using Deshaun Jackson for the night wasn't one of them. 2 receivers each side, ball on the near hash. Ashton Seal in motion, fakes the handoff. Beal swings it out towards Seal, but shoots it way in front of him. They'll be incomplete, bringing up 2nd and 10 for the Tigers.
Deshaun went out on the play last week in which it was the second time that a Mount Vernon player was ejected from the game.
Yeah.
It was a spearing call, and they thought for a time that he might have had a broken collarbone, but which obviously would have been disastrous for the rest of the season for him and for the Tigers, but didn't turn out to be nearly that bad.
Thank goodness.
Looking great tonight.
Shotgun. Deshaun Jackson in motion. He gets the handoff, cutting up. He's making it towards the 10, cutting inside. Shaking and a bacon to about the 7, and here's a flag. It's Miles Boyd and a Pottsboro Cardinal were sort of jawing each other. Deonis Marina.
Cooper Townsley, who had the touchdown on the block punt a short time ago, and Halen Flanagan teaming up on the tackle there.
2 separate flags on the play. One went high and on the track. The other one's on the field. And this happened after it was pushed out of bounds, and it looked to be just players running their mouths. There wasn't any altercation, though, of any type that I saw. Still, other than playing football. But
still a conference taking place here among the officials.
Trying to figure out if everybody gets in trouble or nobody gets in trouble, or if anybody has to go home.
we have already had one Pottsboro Cardinal ejected in this ball game on a personal foul late in the first quarter. And I see Corey Battle, the referee, making some notes here, which...
Yeah. And there are some where if you get a second one, you get ejected, but the first one...
Still haven't seen an indication the flag is at the 14-yard line.
They are looking at looking towards the scoreboard, writing down perhaps time in the game when this happened. So we shall see. Keeps looking back. The Pottsboro Cardinals on top of the Commerce Tigers 13-0. 11-11 left in the first half. For Commerce, this would be inside the 10-yard line, down to about the 7 or 8 yard line if the play stands, though it doesn't seem likely to at this point. But
it seemed to me that whatever happened after the play had gone out of bounds, but I may have not seen it correctly. We don't get to see these plays. And
we do have 2 flags, which could be 2 separate penalties as well.
Right. Well, they're not pointing the right direction as far as we're concerned here at the moment. Corey Battle pointing back in the direction of the Commerce goal line.
There was also a hat on the field, and if they throw a flag, then throw something else.
Really having quite a conversation down there, and they're walking it off against Commerce.
And then he's going back.
Literally walking backwards.
He's going to wait for him to call.
Blocking the back.
One of the calls.
Blocking the back.
Against Commerce.
Blocking the back against the Tigers.
And dead ball foul, personal foul.
Unsportsmanlike conduct.
On Pottsboro.
Against the Cardinals.
2 unsportsmanlike conducts against and an ejection.
And he has been ejected.
Good heavens.
That was 2 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties, I believe. And this ref is looking towards Randy Starks, the BA announcer, and correcting him, making sure that he's getting the announcement right. It would be nice if they had gotten the mic, but not all refs like to do the mic.
So the block in the back was walked off against the Tigers. Now they're walking it back.
They walked off 1/2 the distance for one unsportsman, and then another half the distance for the other one. So 2 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties on Pottsboro and a block in the back on Commerce.
And now Matt Poe out on the field again.
And an ejection. Second ejection of the night.
So this is 2 weeks in a row that the Tiger opponent has had 2 players ejected from the ballgame. Last week against Mount Vernon, and both, I believe, in the first half. Last week, and now 2 in the first half this week. I don't know that I've ever seen that before. 2 in the same game, and now we've seen it 2 weeks in a row. And Matt Poe doesn't seem quite as irate this time as he did a few minutes ago. That he's still asking for...
He wants to know what happened.
The referee, Corey Battle, to explain it to him. And he's listening patiently there at the 15-yard line. And now he's going to walk away and seemingly satisfied. And Pottsboro takes a timeout. They want to settle things down.
Makes sense. All right.
Well, good heavens. So Commerce is going to have the ball at the 5-yard line.
Yep.
And it's going to be first down and goal for Commerce, with Pottsboro leading 13-0. This is Tigers football on 88.9.
NPR is powered by local stations across the country, and this station is powered by you. Public radio would not exist without your support. Thank you for 50 years of NPR and counting.
Support NPR and KETR when you visit KETR.org and click donate.
Scores from the Scoreboard Center. It looks like Wolf City and Honey Grove. Honey Grove leads Wolf City 7-0 with 10 minutes left before halftime. Whitewright is leading Lone Oak 13-7 with 6 minutes left to go in the second quarter. Edgewood Palmer knotted at 14 with 9 minutes left before halftime. Sabine and Jefferson. Sabine leads 10-0 with 9 minutes left in the second quarter. Bells leads Blue Ridge 8-7. with 8 minutes left in the second quarter, and Paris leads Ranchview 28-0 with 11 minutes left before halftime. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin in Commerce. Guys.
So the Commerce Tigers will have a first and goal from the 5-yard line after hullabaloo. Here's the snap, handoff, up the middle, spinning, churning, moving those legs. It's going to pick up about 2 yards on the carry, and I think that's Isaiah Simon. Kendrick Greer on the carry. 2 yards. Kendrick Greer, of course, one of the outstanding defensive players, but he does run the ball. He's there in the backfield as Beal has 3 guys in the backfield with him. All right, Kendrick Greer has to leave the field for a play for some reason. Ref motioned him off, so Isaiah Simon comes in. Here's the snap. Hand off to Ashton Seal over the right side. Cuts up. It's going to get about 2 more yards. This will be a 3rd and goal from the 1 for the Commerce Tigers.
Linebacker Cole Bynum making the tackle there for Pottsboro. Big play here for the Tigers at the 2-yard line. 3rd and goal.
Looking to the sideline. Deshaun Jackson and Ashton Seal to either side of Beal. Isaiah Simon behind him in a pistol. Here's the snap. Simon gets a handoff to the right. Plunges, touchdown. Commerce Tigers getting on the board. 2-yard plunge for Isaiah Simon.
Over the right side there behind Jack Nichols and Henry Serrano on the offensive line, and had good blocking. And that was a good-looking play on 3rd down and goal from the 2.
Here's the snap for the extra point. The kick is up, and it's good. Commerce gets 7 on the board. 13-7, Pottsboro over Commerce. We'll be back with more Tigers football after this on KETR.
For 50 years, listeners like you have made everything you hear from NPR possible. Support us now and for the next 50 years by giving to this station. Here's how.
Just point a browser to ketr.org and then click the donate button at the top of the page. And thanks. From the Scoreboard Center, I'm Jared Knight. Sunnyvale leads Cattle Mills 21-0 with 5 minutes left in the first. At last check, with just under a minute left in the first, Ennis was leading North Forney 14-0. Right now, Cumbie leads Quinlan Bowles 14-12 with 9 minutes left to go before halftime. Dangerfield out in front of Prairieland 28-3 with 10 minutes before half. Honeygrove leads Wolf City 7-0 with 10 minutes left to go before halftime. Now back to John Mark Dempsey and Kevin Jeffries in Commerce. Guys?
So the Commerce Tigers get on the board. 7 points to Pottsboro's 13 with 9:52 left in the first half after a double 2 unsportsmanlike penalties. 2 Pottsboro Cardinals have been ejected tonight. Commerce Tigers have had tons of holding penalties, but they're making it a ball game so far. It's Castillo tees it up to kick it off. Here's the approach. Here's the kick. It's short. It'll land around the 22. Pottsboro let it go as if it would bounce out of bounds, but it didn't, as Jet Carroll falls on it and takes it at the 25-yard line. That's where Pottsboro will take over.
That's one of those things with the football, that odd shape. You don't know what it's going to do when it lands, and it just kind of stuck there. It took a little weird hop, and then it died. And Jet Carroll really had to scramble to get on top of the football there.
He's coming out at quarterback. 3 receivers on the far side. Ball on the near hash. 1 receiver on this side. Major McBride in the backfield to the right of Carroll. Here's the snap. Off to McBride over the left side. Room to run. Up to the 30. Dodging a tackler. 35, 40. 45. Pushed out of bounds inside the 45-yard line. Actually, that's where they'll spot that up. 20 yards on the carry for Major McBride.
And Deshaun Jackson escorted him out of bounds over on the far side there as he ran away from Tyshawn Harris.
Pottsboro hurrying this up. Here's the snap. Carroll going to keep it up the middle. Cutting out to the far side to the 40, 35, 30, 25. Out of bounds there. Another huge run. That's 2 in a row for the Cardinals as Jet Carroll works it deep into Commerce territory.
And that time Tyshawn Harris was able to get the angle on him and force him out of bounds, saving a touchdown, and not before he gets to the Commerce 24-yard line, though.
I think that's 31 yards on the carry. Here's the snap. Handoff. McBride up the middle. Another chunk play. This will be 8 more yards for McBride.
McBride at the middle. Jackson on the tackle.
Up to the 17-yard line of Commerce. Pottsboro has made quick work of this drive. Two receivers one side, one near, ball in the middle of the hash marks. Whistles. It's going to be a false start on Pottsboro, pushing back 5. Got to bring up 2nd and 8 for the Cardinals.
Yep.
False start.
Sometimes that's what a defense needs. They just need that little bit of help, and that can slow down a drive.
Kill that momentum.
By the way, Corey Battle, we've said, is the referee tonight. Andrew Lawden-Slager is the umpire. Dan Dalton is the head linesman. Robert Daniels is the line judge, and Michael Pye is the back judge tonight. And the officials have been very involved in this game.
Here's the snap. Carroll going to keep it, going to the outside, to the 20. Got the first down. Plunge it up the sideline and out of bounds around the 10. First down, Pottsboro. 7 yards on the carry. No, that was about 12 yards on the carry.
Yeah, 12, Here they go again.
Here's the snap. Major McBride takes it to the right. He's under pressure, taken down. Still picks up 5 yards on the carry. It'll be a 2nd and goal from the 5-yard line for Pottsboro.
I think Brody Bauman took his ankles out from under him. And Ashton Seal also in on that tackle.
Carroll and McBride in the backfield. Here's the snap. Carroll going to keep it. Cutting upfield. Jumps. Gets the touchdown. Pottsboro puts 6 more on the board as Carroll lunges over the goal line.
Well, that was a very authoritative drive by the Pottsboro Cardinals there. That's 75 yards and 7 plays. Jet Carroll with his 3rd touchdown rushing of the season. And they're going to go for 2 here.
Well, they missed. They've got a guy with a good leg, but he hasn't been accurate tonight. And they missed that extra point earlier. Carroll going to keep it over the left side, tries to cut it back towards the middle, under pressure, taken down, not going to get it. Commerce Tigers hold them out on the 2nd attempt, 19-7. Pottsboro over Commerce. We'll be back with more Tigers football after this on KETR.
Support for KETR comes from its members and from Cypress Bank, offering both deposit and loan products, including checking, online banking, ATMs, and the Cypress Check Card. Family financial centers located in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, and Lone Star. Equal housing lender and member FDIC. Find more information at cypressbanktx.com.
Jared Knight at your scoreboard center, looking at these scores right now. Paris leads Ranchview 34-0 with 8 minutes left to go before halftime. Right now, Alvord leads Tom Bean 11-0 with 2 minutes left before halftime. Looks like Liberty Ilo out in front of North Lamar 19-6 with 7 minutes left to go in the second quarter. And Royce City leads Sulphur Springs 14-0 with 6 minutes left before halftime. Also, Mount Vernon leads Mineola 21-7 with 9 minutes left to go in the second quarter. And Honeygrove is leading Wolf City 14-0 with 4 minutes left to go before the half. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin in Commerce, guys.
Miller.
Thanks, Jared. So the Pottsboro Cardinals take the ball and easily work it down the field, get a couple of big runs back-to-back by Major McBride and Jet Carroll. Top it off with a 5-yard Jet Carroll plunge to make it 19-7 after failing the 2-point conversion. Here's the approach and the kick, and it's short. This one's going to land at the 34. It's fielded there. And then he falls down around the 40-yard line, gets tripped up. I think that's Kendrick Greer handling that as he came up from a little bit deep. Kendrick Greer can be very dangerous with the ball, too.
Didn't get a chance to recap the Commerce drive. Tigers had that 31-yard drive in 6 plays with Isaiah Simon scoring on the 2-yard touchdown run. And the drive was ignited by that 22-yard punt return by Ashton Seal, gave Commerce the ball at the Pottsboro 31-yard line.
Commerce on the near hash. Tyshawn Harris and Deshaun Jackson on the near side. Trey Gatlin on the far side. Ashton Seal and up man Beal at quarterback. Here's the snap. Handoff in the backfield. Isaiah Simon, taking off his feet in the backfield, but manages to fall at the line of scrimmage for no gain.
Cooper Townsley on the tackle for Pottsboro leads that team with 43 tackles and 4 tackles for loss coming into the ballgame. No gain there.
And they have a solid defense all around.
Oh,
too,
yeah, they
John
really
Mark.
do. Oh, yeah.
We mentioned about those holding penalties, too. You're saying maybe you can't handle it. Maybe it's getting called close. Maybe it's some of both. But they got some solid defensive players on this Pottsboro squad. 2nd and 10 for the Tigers. 3 receivers on the far side. Ball on the near hash. Here's a snap. Toss out to Isaiah Simon. He's in trouble in the backfield. There's a flag on the play. He's taken down at the 30. Forward progress probably going to put him up at the 35, but that would be a 5-yard loss.
Cole Bynum made the first contact and prevented him from getting outside. Simon got away from him, but then Halen Flanagan came up and finished it off.
We'll see. They got the ball posted at the 31, indicating that was where forward progress was stopped. We'll see what the penalty was. A flag like this is usually in the area of holding.
They're walking off against Pottsboro here.
Personal foul, face masking against the Cardinals.
Face mask against Pottsboro. Commerce coming with the holding penalties tonight. And Pottsboro coming with the personal fouls. She'll take that. First down for Commerce at the 47. 19-7. Cardinals over Tigers. 7:23 left in the first half. Ball on the far hash. 2 receivers stacked up here on the near side. Here's the snap. It's going to be a false start on Commerce. Push them back 5, bring up a 1st and 15.
False start before the play against the Tigers. Move back 5, 1st down 15.
Tigers had, I think, 8 penalties in the game last week against Mount Vernon, and that doesn't seem like a lot, and it's not an unusual number of penalties, but they came at inopportune times, of course. So, but I don't know how many so far tonight. I can count them up.
Commerce
Maybe
will often string penalties together, and that's really when they're most deadly. If they're sporadic, you can handle it.
Right.
Here's a handoff up the middle to Simon, going nowhere. Stopped at the line of scrimmage and driven backwards for 0 yards on the carry. This will bring up a 2nd and 15 for Commerce.
Xanth Turner, senior defensive tackle, made the first contact there, drove Simon back.
Miles Boyd and Deshaun Jackson on the near side stacked up. Here's the snap. Throwing it down the sideline for Miles Boyd and off his fingertip. Trying to make the one-handed catch at the sideline, but couldn't haul it in. We'll bring up 3rd down for the Tigers.
Cameron Saunders step for step with him down the sideline. And now 3rd and long for Commerce at the 42-yard line.
And I thought that was well overthrown, but it was there. And if anybody was going to catch it, it would be Boyd, but it was just a little high.
Right. Now, Miles Boyd, big guy at 6'5".
4 receivers. Here's the snap. Takes it out to the right, then throws it up the sideline. Deshaun Jackson looking backwards, didn't see it, intercepted. Working back up the field. Up the sideline, picked off around the 43-yard line. Pottsboro get it. It was at the sideline. Deshaun Jackson was looking over his left shoulder. It was coming over his right. He gets picked off by the Cardinals.
Griffin Conklin comes up with the interception there for Pottsboro. And, yeah, there was something amiss there. Something wasn't quite right on that play from the Tigers' point of view.
Pottsboro takes over at the Commerce 46-yard line. 1st and 10 from there. 6:26 left in the half. 19-7 Cardinals. 2 receivers each side. Here's the snap. Jay Carroll launching it far and too far. Overthrown. Incomplete. 2nd and 10 Pottsboro.
Tyshawn Harris back there defending for Commerce. So Pottsboro on top here, 19-7 with 6:21 left to go in the first half. And threatening again at the Commerce 46-yard line after the interception.
3 receivers near, 1 far. Hand off to McBride, taking it to the outside, cutting up at the 45 to the 40. Ridden down by a Commerce Tiger there. 10 yards on the carry, 1st down Pottsboro.
Carlos Aubrey, the linebacker on the tackle for the Tigers at the 37-yard line. But somebody...
Oh, they'll give him 9 on this. It'll be a 2nd and 1.
Somebody had their sights on McBride there, but he got away from them and took it on down the field.
37-yard line. Here's a snap. Quick pass out to the far. Caught. 35. 30. That's the first down. Trying to get away from tacklers. Can't. It'll still be about 9 yards on the catch for Reed Thompson.
And it's Deshaun Jackson who's able to get his hands around his ankles and trip him up there, bring him down.
Pottsboro going to call a timeout. We'll take it with them. They're winning 19-7 with 5:40 left in the first half. Back with more Tigers football after this on KETR.
10 presidents, 3 generations. A lot can happen in 50 years. NPR has been there for it all. You can ensure public radio is around for the next 50 years by donating to this station. Here's how.
Just visit KETR.org and click Donate at the top of the page. Quinlan Ford leads Farmersville 30-0 with 6 minutes left to go in the second quarter. Right now, it looks like Sunnyvale in front of Caddo Mills 28-0 with 9 minutes left to go in the second quarter. Cumbie leads Bowles 20-12 with 3 minutes left to go before halftime. Right now, already at halftime, Rockwall Heath leading North Mesquite 35-14. That's a halftime score. Corsicana leads Greenville 14-7 with 2 minutes left to go in the second quarter. Winsboro leads Bonham 14-9 with 4 minutes left in the second quarter. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin in Commerce, guys.
Major McBride takes it over the right side for about 7 yards, but there is a flag on the play. So they came out of their timeout really quick and got to the line and snapped it. Refs discussing this type of flag along the line of scrimmage, usually in the area of holding, and that's what we get. Pottsboro going back 10 yards. We'll see where they spot this. It's usually from the spot of the foul. If this was along the line of scrimmage, though, it'll be a 1st and 20. But
gives the Tigers defense a reprieve for the moment here anyway.
Okay, I guess it's from the end of the run because this is a 1st and 11.
Yeah, Brody Bauman with the tackle a moment ago.
Here's the snap. Fakes. Firing. Wide open. Touchdown. Pottsboro. Jude Bentley gets out. Nobody covering him. Everybody bites on the pump fake to the wide receiver screen pass, and Bentley just shot up the sideline, wide open, catches it, walks it in for the easy touchdown. 25-7 pending the extra point.
Touchdown set up on the interception by Griffin Conklin a few moments ago. And it's a 4-play drive and 46 yards.
Going for 2. Here's a snap. Plunging up the middle, taking off his feet. They won't get that one either. So a 28-yard touchdown catch for Bentley. No 2 points. 25-7. Pottsboro over Commerce. We'll be back after this on KETR.
I am a veteran. I lost both legs in Vietnam.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
My victory was getting my benefits and a good education.
DAV helps veterans of every generation get the benefits they've earned.
I'm a veteran. I didn't want to admit it, but I have PTSD.
So veterans can reach victory, great and small.
My victory was finding help and learning that I wasn't alone.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Right now at the scoreboard, Center Community leads Wills Point 20-0 with 2 minutes left to go before halftime. Honeygrove still out in front of Wolf City 14-0 right before the half. Gutter leads Leonard 28-6 with 8 minutes left to go in the second quarter. And Whitewright leads Lone Oak 13-7 with 6 minutes left to go in before the halftime whistle blows. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin in Commerce, guys.
Pottsboro extending their lead 25-7 over the Commerce Tigers. 5:14 left in the first half. Here's the kick. It's short. Fielded immediately by Commerce Tigers at their own 47-yard line. Good hands by Moses Branch.
Yep.
Moses Branch. We had called his name a lot like we did when he first showed up a few weeks ago. Force on defense for the Commerce Tigers.
Tiger defensive tackle. That's right. Has 15 tackles on the season coming in. Just a junior, so he's going to be around again next year.
They got some good hands on that one, too.
I noticed a different kicker there for Pottsboro that time, so we'll be watching for that. I think that was Cameron Saunders kicking.
I wonder if their kicker's one of the guys that got ejected.
Well, that kind of thought crossed my mind.
Direct snap to Deshaun Jackson, but the refs ain't having it. I don't like it. I'm going to push them back 5 more.
We've seen a lot of the Tigers in the last couple of weeks in the pistol with a back on either side of the quarterback, Darren Beal or Brody Bauman, as opposed to the pure spread where you have probably 4 wideouts and a single running back to the left or the right of the quarterback.
Maybe we should call it the revolver. I'm going to call it the revolver formation.
All right, that works for me.
Yeah.
2-minute motion.
False start against the Tigers.
So 1st and 15. This will push them back into their own territory. Original line of scrimmage.
I have that as 5 penalties so far in the first half against the Tigers.
Wildcat formation again, Deshaun Jackson. He gets the snap. Read option, cutting up the middle to the 45 into near midfield.
Deshaun Jackson.
Looks like he was going to explode, but he gets 6 yards on the carry. Let's bring up second and 9 or so for the Commerce Tigers.
Cole Byman again on the tackle there for Pottsboro. Came into the game with 42 tackles.
Sean Jackson still in at quarterback. Wildcat formation. Read option. Hand off to Isaiah Simon over the far side. Trying to cut up. Can't. Simon just finding nowhere to run tonight. That's his 8th carry of the evening, -3 yards.
Well, Pottsboro, really, they are dominating the line of scrimmage. There's no doubt about that. On both sides of the ball. But in particular, that defensive line for Pottsboro is just commanding the line of scrimmage.
Beal back in the game. Isaiah Simon to his left. Looking to the sideline. 15 seconds on the play clock. 4:02 left in the first half. 25-7 Pottsboro over Commerce. 3rd and 9. Ball on the far hash. Jackson in motion. Flag down. It's going to be a false start likely again on the Commerce Tigers.
False start against the Tigers.
Bring up a 3rd and 14. Well, this game is just a big stop and start mess for both teams. Hard to get going. Both teams getting penalties.
Yeah.
Hard to pick up any momentum. If you're going to get some momentum, you better score in like 4 plays like Pottsboro did. Or you're just going to have to keep digging.
Tigers behind the chains here, 3rd and long.
43-yard line, their own 43. Here's the snap. Rolling out to his left, looking upfield, fires. Miles Boyd catches it, 1st down. Trying to get away from the defender, but the defender holds on to his leg. Down at the 40-yard line, 1st down, Commerce.
Tackled by number
18 yards on the gain to Miles Boyd.
1st down.
That'll give him 7 catches on the season now, and he's right at 200 yards receiving with 4 touchdowns.
And that was a good timing pass too. Bill launched it, then Miles Boyd broke his route, was able to catch it. Here's the snap, handoff. No, fakes the handoff, tipped at the line of scrimmage, pass attempt looking for Dre Gadlin. Faked the handoff to Isaiah Simon. He got tipped at the line of scrimmage once again. 2nd down, Commerce.
Not sure who tipped it, but Halen Flanagan, who's their backup quarterback, by the way, very nearly came up with the interception for the Cardinals. Tigers threatening, though, in Pottsboro territory again.
25-7 Pottsboro, 3:20 left in the first half. Handoff to Ashton Seal, going over the far side, cutting upfield. Flag on the play, spun around, falls down. Was 4 yards on the carry, but
penalty flag on the play.
More laundry on the field.
Cooper Townsley with the tackle for Pottsboro, their leading tackler with 43 coming into the game.
Holding on Commerce.
Yep. Holding against Commerce. Ball moved back to the 50-yard line. 2nd and 20.
Holding behind the line of scrimmage, so back to midfield. All right, 4 receivers on this one. Ashton Seal in the near slot. Miles Boyd spread out wide. Dre Gadlin spread out wide on the other side with Deshaun Jackson. Jackson in motion. Fakes the handoff to him. Firing over the middle for Seal. Hits him in the feet. Flag on the play. There's one Commerce Tiger on top of a Pottsboro Cardinal. That's probably going to be the flag. Can't tackle him. For this.
Well, let's see, 10, 20, 30.
All right.
So I can count up the increments there, and it's second down and 30 for Commerce.
Commerce at their own 40. The line of scrimmage is the other 40.
Yeah, got to get to the Pottsboro 30 for the first down, and this is second down. Look out for Miles Boyd here.
Takes the handoff, looking for Ashton Seal, who was over the top of Miles Boyd, but it was just overthrown there, but Ashton Seal was wide open.
Third down.
Let's bring up third down. They were using Miles Boyd as a decoy there. Ashton Seal had gotten open, but it just sailed on Beal a little bit.
This would be a good place for a quick kick.
Well, let's wait till fourth down. 4 wide receivers. 3-step drop, under pressure, screen pass. Isaiah Simon at the 40, cutting up field, taken down at the 45. 46, they'll get 6 yards on that pass to Simon on the screen pass.
Halen Flanagan brought him down from behind. So now it is fourth down. Of course, there's no surprise, no element of surprise on fourth down. Okay. Do it on third down, it might roll for 25 yards or so.
That is true. That is true.
But
surprising me even more, do it on first down.
Yeah, so now it's fourth and 5, 10, 15, 20, 24, I think. Yeah, fourth and 24.
Fourth and not quite a brain-breaking distance. 25-7, Pottsboro over Commerce.
Next week, the Tigers on the road at Howe, and Howe has been struggling. I think Tigers have a very good chance for a victory next week. Of course, the Howe Bulldogs may be thinking the same thing as the week goes along.
We'll get to be on the roof there, won't we?
Last time we were on the roof.
I like the roof in mid-October, assuming it's not raining. But they had a female kicker last time we were out there.
That's right. I forgot about
she did a great job. It was muddy.
Oh, that was perhaps the muddiest game I have ever experienced.
Well, it was a lot of fun.
And the Tigers won. I believe that was in 2018.
All right. Punt formation out here. Castillo back to punt. Here's the snap. He handles it. No pressure. It's high, but not deep. It's going to land at the 35 and take a Pottsboro bounce. Commerce is going to kill it back at the line of scrimmage at the 40-yard line of Pottsboro.
I think that was the original line of scrimmage. Right. But the punt was from the 46, so still not very good. And the backspin was terrible. There's Tigers lost yardage on that. So it's, I think, a 14-yard punt.
Yeah, it bounced back at least 7 yards.
14 yards on the punt.
5 wide receivers. Here's a snap. Quick wide receiver screen to Cubic. Trying to cut upfield, getting some blocking. Surrounded by a sea of black jerseys and taken down. He might get 2 yards on this catch. Second down, Pottsboro.
Dre Gadlin leading the charge for the Tiger defense there.
Second down. 7.
25-7. Pottsboro over Commerce. 3 wide receivers far. Here's the handoff to running back, 45, 50, cutting up the sideline to Commerce's 45-yard line for Major McBride on the carry.
On the right side. First down, Pottsboro.
He's a good-looking back, isn't he?
Absolutely.
And he's just a sophomore.
Okay, they're going to spot this at the 46-yard line. That'll be a 12-yard carry for McBride. Here's the snap. Carroll going to keep it up the middle. He'll get about 8 yards on a quick run. 2nd and 2 for Pottsboro.
Ashton Seal and also Carlos Serrano teaming up on the tackle there for Commerce.
To the 36-yard line. 3 receivers near, 1 far. Timeout, Commerce. We'll take it with them. Pottsboro 25, Commerce 7, 1:30 left in the first half. We'll be back with the last minute and a half after this on KETR.
On Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, we are not afraid to ask the big questions, even to the guy who owns the Chicago Cubs.
There's a few people that just misunderstand something about, like, why beer costs $9 or something like that.
Why does beer cost $9?
Why does a starting pitcher cost $25 million?
We're worth what you pay for us, which is nothing. Join us for the news quiz from NPR.
Tomorrow morning at 9 on 88.9 KETR.
From the scoreboard center, we got some halftime scores to pass along. Ennis leads North Forney 21-7 at halftime. Quinlan Ford leads Farmersville 43-0 at halftime. Teague leads leading Kemp 16-0 at the half. Gunter leads Leonard 41-6 at the half, and Wolf City and Honeygrove are knotted at 14 at halftime. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin here in Commerce, guys.
Woo. How good is Gunter?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
2nd and 2. 5 wide receivers. Here's a snap. Launching it down the far sideline. He's got his man at the 10. 5, touchdown. Pottsboro. Jet Carroll finding Jude Bentley once again for their 2nd hookup and touchdown of the night.
Last one was 27 yards. This is 38 yards. Tigers bit on the pump fake, and Bentley wide open. Had 3 or 4 steps on the nearest man.
They're going to line up for 2 points again. So they take a 31-7 lead pending a conversion attempt. Here's the snap. Looking to throw on a quick slant. Incomplete. The score will remain 31-7 Pottsboro over Commerce. 1:23 left in the first half.
I think that was Deshaun Jackson got a hand in there. Really nice play to break it up.
No, depending on the play.
We'll be back with the Commerce possession to end the half. Probably, maybe. We'll see after this on KETR.
During the COVID-19 pandemic, it's important to take steps to help stop the spread. Follow 5 tips to help protect yourself and others. 1. Wear a mask. 2. Practice social distancing. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. 3. Wash hands with soap and water. 4. If you have symptoms, stay home. 5. Get vaccinated as soon as you can. Together, we can help stop the spread.
Your station 88.9 KETR taking some more scores here. It looks like Lone Oak leads right 14-13 at the half. Winsboro's out in front of Bonham 21-17 with just 2 minutes left before halftime. Palmer leads Edgewood 20-14 with 9 minutes. That's a halftime score. And Bells is leading Blue Ridge 24-7. That's a halftime score. Now back to John, Mark, and Kevin here in Commerce.
Welcome back to Ernest Hawkins Field. Commerce is getting in the chin once again this week. 31-7 Pottsboro over Commerce with the kick. Here's the kick. It's low and deep. Different kicker in and fielded at the 20. He's going to take it there up to the 25, trying to cut upfield. Shakes one tackler, but not the next 3. Taken down at the 30-yard line. A pretty good return by Commerce. And that is
Isaac Simon, who just joined the varsity this week. He was brought up from the JV, and he is the younger brother of Isaiah Simon.
Simon on return.
Looking pretty quick there and shook that one tackler, too. That was not bad.
By the way, we heard I don't remember what it was, but Gunter way out in front of Leonard a short time ago. Gunter beat this Pottsboro team 51-7.
Wow.
How good is Gunter? Wow. And I believe they are 3A Division II, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
Yeah, they're in the same district with Leonard. Right. Boy. Look out for them.
District play.
Look out for them in December.
5 receivers for Commerce. Ashton Seal gets a handoff. Gets to the far side, the 30, cutting up the sideline to the 35. They'll give him 5 yards on the carry at the 36, 2nd and 5, Commerce.
And by the way, that's nothing new for Gunter. They've been strong for a long time, and they're, year after year, they're state championship contender.
So up to the 36-yard line. Commerce, 3 receivers near, 2 far. Beal all alone, a shotgun. Here's a snap, handoff to Deshaun Jackson. Coming over the near side, 3 white jerseys converge. He hops over 2, cuts upfield, gets out of bounds. Near the line of scrimmage, he might lose a yard on the carry, but hurdling 2 diving Cardinals.
Run out of bounds by Gibson.
No yards on the carry.
3rd down, 5.
That was an impressive effort for 0, John Mark.
Yes, it was. He is a good athlete.
He is.
He really is.
3 receivers far, 1 near. Ball on the near hash. Pistol formation. Beal. Has shotgun. Gets the snap. Up the middle. Kendrick Greer at the 40, 45. Backpedaling, flipping, falling around midfield. 1st down, Commerce at the 50-yard line. Kendrick Greer with the fancy running.
14 yards on the gain, and Carson Gibson took his feet out from under it to bring him down. He might still be running.
Kendrick Greer gets a handoff once again. Is going to get 7 yards on this carry. 42 seconds left in the first half. Clock is ticking. 31-7 Pottsboro.
Connor Nix on the stop.
3 receivers far, 1 near, ball on the near hash. Here's the snap, handoff. Nope, fakes the handoff. It's thrown out to the 45. It's caught. Hit at the 50, falling down. 1st down and more. Deshaun Jackson on the catch and run.
And it's Cole Bynum again on the tackle, linebacker for the Cardinals. We've said his name quite a bit tonight.
This will be a timeout for Commerce. We'll keep it here, though. We're waning seconds of the second half.
It's a very sharp-looking drive here for Commerce. 17 yards on the gain there to Deshaun Jackson.
And that was good. They faked the handoff up the middle to Kendrick Greer. And the defense bought it. Deshaun Jackson was all alone, found a hole in the zone. Nobody near him.
This was a 13-7 ball game, by the way, with 9:52 left to go in the second quarter. Tigers looked like they were making a game of it. Right after Isaiah Simon scored on a 2-yard run. This was right after Pottsboro had 2 guys thrown out.
Yeah.
Or I guess it was the second guy they had thrown out. They had 2 personal foul penalties against the Pottsboro defense, and a player was thrown out. The Tigers took advantage of that, scored on the touchdown with Isaiah Simon, but then Pottsboro came right back on the next possession, and they went 75 yards in 7 plays and kind of announced their presence. Yes.
So Commerce out of the timeout. 4 wide receivers on the far hash. Here's the snap. Throwing down the far sideline, looking for Miles Boyd, and it's underthrown. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. Commerce, 19 seconds left in the half.
What was it Nuke LaLoosh said? And Bull Durham, announce my presence with authority. Is that the line?
I think so.
That's what they did on that drive.
So at the 27-yard line. I was invoking a little South Park there, too. You may not know it. Respect my authority. 3 wide receivers. Fakes the handoff over the middle. Tipped and caught. Tipped and caught by Commerce at the 12. Carlos Aubrey on the tip drill. Commerce hurrying up. That's down to the 12-yard line for 15 yards. Here's the snap. It's down. He's on the ground. They need to hurry this up. That's going to be a loss.
Clock is going to run out here.
And the clock runs out on the bad snap. Ouch. Commerce caught a break on the tip drill, but then the bad snap that Beal has to fall on ends the half. 31-7, Pottsboro over Commerce. We'll go over the scoring when we get back after this on KETR.
Programming on KETR is made possible by listeners like you and by Cypress Bank. Managers Eddie Smith and Robin Alexander are available to assist with deposit and credit needs at the Commerce branch. Other branch locations include Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh, More information at cypressbanktx.com.
Sort of
Member
person who
FDIC
likes
and an equal housing lender.
Not all the time, but some of the time. If you like to explore, if you like to imagine, if you like to listen to a sharp and vivid conversation, if you like doing a puzzle or unpuzzling a puzzle, if you like mystery, if you like simply exploring, you might like us. We're Radiolab. We're on Saturday afternoons at 1 on 88.9 KETR. Check us out. And if you already have, keep checking us out.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mike Lenore with your health tip of the day from the African American Wellness Project. While coronavirus infections could go down over the next few months, we're still headed into flu season. And millions of Americans will be affected by the flu. But the good news is that we do have a safe and effective vaccine. But sadly, too many people go unvaccinated, especially African Americans. For more about flu vaccine, talk to your doctor or visit aawellnessproject.org.
It's Commerce Tigers football on 88.9. Pottsboro leading at halftime 31-7. We are streaming on Facebook and YouTube. I believe it's the KETR Facebook page, and you can see us, by golly. Here we are in the press box. And I told Kevin during the break, if we're going to start being seen on video, I'm going to have to start dressing a little nicer for these ball games.
But sorry, y'all, there's not much I can do about my face for radio.
So Pottsboro scored on its first play from scrimmage as the Tigers got off to a very bad start, had to punt 3 and out, and Pottsboro started at the Commerce 38-yard line, and Major McBride scored on a run right up the middle, 38-yard run. I don't think he was touched.
No.
And then the extra point was by Deonis Marina to make it 7-0 Pottsboro with 10:28 left to go in the first quarter. Tigers had to punt again. Pottsboro drove down the field, but had to settle for a field goal attempt, and that was no good. And so Commerce got the ball back. And Tigers unable to move the ball. They ended up at their own 1-yard line and had to punt out of the end zone and got the punt blocked. And Cooper Townsley fell on it for Pottsboro. And the extra point was no good, so it was at that point 13-0 Pottsboro with 3:30 left to go in the first quarter. Tigers seemed to get their feet under them a little bit early in the second quarter as they forced Pottsboro to punt. And they got a nice 22-yard return by Ashton Seal that gave them the ball at the Pottsboro 31-yard line. This was where there were the 2 personal foul penalties against Pottsboro, and one player was ejected. There already had been a player ejected earlier in the first quarter, so they've had 2 players ejected tonight. But Commerce ultimately scores on a 2-yard run by Isaiah Simon. So that was a 31-yard drive in 6 plays. Emmanuel Castillo with the kick, and the Tigers very much in the ballgame at that point, 13-7, with 9:52 left to go in the second quarter. Pottsboro then comes back, as we were saying a few minutes ago, and a very authoritative 75-yard drive in 7 plays. Had a 20-yard run by McBride on the drive, had a 31-yard run by the quarterback Jet Carroll, and then Carroll scored on the 5-yard run to end the drive. The 2-point conversion was no good. 19-7. Pottsboro led at that point with 8:23 left to go in the second quarter. So that drive, that 75-yard drive, just took about a minute 21 seconds. Or I guess it was actually a minute 19 seconds for Pottsboro there. Pottsboro got the ball back on an interception by Griffin Conklin at the Commerce 46-yard line. They go 46 yards in 4 plays, 27-yard touchdown pass from Jet Carroll to Jude Bentley. Again, the 2-point conversion no good, 25-7 midway through the second quarter. Tigers forced to punt again, and then Pottsboro scores on a 38-yard touchdown pass. Second touchdown pass of the night from Carroll to Bentley, and that was a 60-yard drive in 4 plays, 31-7. Again, the one thing Pottsboro's not been able to do offensively here in the first half is convert on the 2-point play after a touchdown. That was the third time they failed on the 2-point conversion.
And they may have they had a kicker with a big leg, but he missed a short field goal.
Yeah, 30-yard.
He missed an extra point too.
Yeah, we don't know if he will continue or not. But 31-7 then was the score with 1:23 left to go in the second quarter. Tigers mounted a little drive there And unfortunately, the time ran out on them there at the 12-yard line after they had a 17-yard pass, or was it a run, to Deshaun Jackson, and then 15-yard pass to Carlos Aubrey. He made a nice catch on a tip ball. But Commerce had no timeouts on that drive, and then there was a low snap or something, and that prevented them from getting off another play. And so we are at halftime, and it's 31-7 with Pottsboro leading over Commerce, and second half yet to come. So we're going to send it back to the KETR studio for Jared and Ryan, and they're going to check in on the Commerce High School band here in a few minutes. Pottsboro band is on the field right now, but if you're a Commerce Roaring Tiger band supporter, and who isn't, then you may want to look in on that here in a few minutes. So 31-7 Pottsboro at halftime. This is Commerce Tigers football on 88.9.
Los Angeles, Berlin, New York, London. The list goes on and on. Every week, SymphonyCast takes you on a journey to hear the world's greatest orchestras. I'm Allison Young. Join me for your front row seat to the world's best orchestras in concert, and all without the airfare. That's on APM's SymphonyCast.
Sunday night at 7 on 88.9 KETR.
I'm Maria Hinojosa. Next time on Latino USA, we go to Mississippi, where the effects of a series of immigration raids at chicken processing plants are still being felt 1 year later.
What people are seeing now are people that are just destroyed and broken. But that's not what they are. You know, they're survivors.
That's next time on Latino USA.
Sunday at 5 p.m. on KETR.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey. Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
It's the big Friday night scoreboard program right here on your station, 88.9 KETR. I'm Ryan Fulkerson, joined in the studio, as always, by Jared Knight. Right now, it's halftime at Memorial Stadium, where the Pottsboro Cardinals currently lead the Commerce Tigers 31-7, and it's been a bit of an interesting ball game.
Yeah, I tell you, there's been lots of fits and starts, and I think that happens from time to time whenever you've got as much laundry on the field as what we've seen this evening. And there were some ejections. I saw, too, by the way. I want to go ahead and own up to the folks who are following along online or trying to keep score from home. That we see your question about wondering why the player was ejected, but I don't have the details on that. So the fact is that we don't, and we don't really focus on that as we broadcast here. So that's part of the issue as well. So you kind of get the call of the game. When you get the call of the game, if you're listening along, then you'll know what's going on. But otherwise, we kind of we don't take the time to go back and hash that out, which is all that is. But we're really glad you're tuned in. We're really glad you're watching. We hope you'll continue to watch here on a Football Friday night as we continue to bring scores from around the region. Speaking of, Ryan, do you mind if I share some halftime scores?
Go right ahead.
All right, so halftime across Northeast Texas. Actually, we're already in the third quarter where Cumbie leads Quinlan Bowles 20-12. That was right at the start of the third quarter, but the rest of these halftime scores we'll share right now. Ennis leads North Forney 21-7 at the half. Sunnyvale is leading the Caddo Mills Foxes 28-0 at the half. Quinlan Ford is leading Farmersville 43-0 at halftime. Teague leads Kemp 16-0 at halftime. Right now, Mount Vernon leads Mineola 28-7 at the half. Community is leading Wills Point 20-0. Gunter, number 2, Gunter is leading Leonard Tigers tonight. That's another Tigers matchup. 41-6, Gunter over Leonard at the half right now. Halftime score out of Honeygrove. The Wolf City Wolves and the Honeygrove Warriors are knotted at 14. That's 14 all. Honeygrove and Wolf City at halftime. Rivercrest leads Celeste 35-28 at the half. Right now, the Prairieland Patriots are playing host to the Dangerfield Tigers. Dangerfield is leading 36-16 at halftime. The Cooper Bulldogs lead 32-6 over the Alba Golden Panthers at halftime. The Lone Oak Buffaloes lead 14-13 over the White Wright Tigers at halftime. Right now, Bonham and Winsboro are in Winsboro. Winsboro leads 21-17 at the half. Palmer is leading Edgewood 20-14 at halftime. Sabine leading Jefferson 10-7. That's a low-scoring affair there in Jefferson this evening. Sabine leading 10-7 over Jefferson at halftime. Bells leads Blue Ridge 24-7. The Paris Wildcats over the Ranchview Wolves 48-7 at halftime. Van Alstyne leads Crum 13-7 at halftime. Rains is leading Howe 20-14 at halftime. Rockwall over Tiger Legacy. That's number 14 Rockwall over Tyler Legacy 50-14 at a halftime. Right now, the Greenville Lions are playing host to the Corsicana Tigers, and Corsicana leads Greenville 17-7 at halftime. Rockwall Heath, number 7 Rockwall Heath, playing host to North Mesquite Stallions tonight. The Hawks of Rockwall Heath lead it 35-14 over North Mesquite. Royce City Bulldogs lead 21-7 over the Sulphur Springs Wildcats tonight. That game being played in Sulphur Springs. Liberty Ilo is leading North Lamar 35-0 at halftime. And Alvord leads Tom Bean tonight 46-0 at halftime. I know that Alvord came all the way from out there in west of Denton in order to make that trip over to Tom Bean this evening. And so they brought their A game, 46-0 right now, Alvord over Tom Bean, over the Tomcats. So scores from around the region here on the, later on we'll call it the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program, but this is the Scoreboard Center. This is where we keep up with all the scores happening here in Northeast Texas as Pottsboro Cardinals are leading the Commerce Tigers 31-7 at Memorial Stadium in Commerce, Texas. That game at halftime right now with about 15 minutes to go. If you're following along online, you'll be able to watch the Commerce Tiger Band under the direction of, and you mentioned this before, her name is
Kara Seal, K-A-R-A.
Kara Seal.
Yes.
And the Commerce, the Roaring Tiger Band, is that right?
It's not Kara Seal. It's Kara Wallace. I apologize.
Kara
Seal
Wallace
is Ashton Seal, which is a player on the. Kara Wallace is the band director of the Roaring Tiger Band.
Okay, the Roaring Tiger Band, and they'll be taking the field, and we'll be watching them online whenever you check us out on Facebook. We're at facebook.com/KETR Radio, where you can watch the stream. You're also streaming right now at YouTube. So, and don't worry, you're listening along with us, and you can also catch the call of the game on YouTube when you search up KETR on YouTube. You can also, by the way, call in your scores if you've got some scores. If you want to tell us what's going on at halftime in your game, you can do that by ringing the studio phone, 800-882-KETR. That's 800-882-5387. You can also text the studio, 903-751-5145. That's 903-751-5145. If you're following along on the streams, you can also follow along with live scoring updates as they scroll across the top of the screen. We'll try to keep those going for the rest of the evening while you watch the Pottsboro Cardinals and the Commerce Tigers duke it out at Memorial Stadium here on the campus of Texas A&M University Commerce. And Ryan, this is once again another big night for football here in Northeast Texas.
It is. It's a big night for football. We've got 26 games on the docket tonight.
That's right. That's a lot. That's a lot of games.
That's a large list for us, especially when they each game is too deep. It makes quite a scroll down the scoreboard here. Right now on the campus of Texas A&M University Commerce, the KETR Sports Center, 78 degrees and clear, about 7-mile-an-hour winds, humidity around 53%. So not too bad tonight. Pretty pleasant lows tonight, getting down to around 66 degrees. Warm tomorrow, highs in the mid-90s, partly cloudy, though, so that should make for some good football weather tomorrow afternoon when Saginaw Valley State, is that what they're called?
That's right, yeah.
Saginaw Valley State comes down to face the Texas A&M University Commerce Lions at the very same Memorial Stadium from which the Pottsboro Cardinals are playing right now. I think Saginaw Valley might also be the Cardinals, I believe.
Hey.
They are, let's find out. Saginaw Valley State is some form of avian creature.
Okay.
I'm not sure. It doesn't say.
Okay.
Well, it's unrelated, I suppose. But
hey, kickoff's at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Call of that game with Charlie Chitwood and Brock Halloway right here on 88.9 KETR, part of the Lions Sports Network. You can also, if you happen to be in town, you want to show up and participate in the tailgate. That is happening tomorrow afternoon, probably anytime after noon, between noon and kickoff at 4. You can head out to Commerce America and head right there outside Memorial Stadium. And you'll see tents all set up. You see families. You see kids. You see college students out there. You got all kinds of the Greek organizations out there, and folks they're having their tailgate parties, and the smells are wonderful. I always think, and the alumni tents out there. Everybody's out there. So come out and have a good time tomorrow at the campus of Texas A&M University Commerce. Hey Ryan, we're getting barely time for one quick break before we check in with the Commerce Roaring Tiger Band from Memorial Stadium here in just a moment.
yeah, that sounds pretty good. We'll take a quick break and bring it back. I just want to go ahead and say I was right. It's the Saginaw Valley State.
That's right.
Cardinals.
Good, all right.
The Cardinals. All right. We're going to go ahead and take a break here. Stay tuned. We've got the Commerce Roaring Tiger Band on after this. It's your station, 88.9 KETR.
NPR is powered by local stations across the country, and this station is powered by you. Public radio would not exist without your support. Thank you for 50 years of NPR and counting.
Support NPR and KETR when you visit KETR.org and click Donate.
Support for KETR comes from its members and from Cypress Bank, offering both deposit and loan products, including checking, online banking, ATMs, and the Cypress Check Card. Family financial centers located in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, and Lone Star. Equal housing lender and member FDIC. Find more information at cypressbanktx.com.
Music 4 and Daphne Control. movement features Enterprising Young Man by Gino and Quiet of Paradise by Whitaker.
For 50 years, listeners like you have made everything you hear from NPR possible. Support us now and for the next 50 years by giving to this station. Here's how.
Just point a browser to ketr.org and then click the donate button at the top of the page. And thanks.
Programming on KETR is made possible by listeners like you and by Cypress Bank. Managers Eddie Smith and Robin Alexander are available to assist with deposit and credit needs at the Commerce Branch. Other branch locations include Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh. More information at cypressbanktx.com, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender.
10 presidents, 3 generations. A lot can happen in 50 years. NPR has been there for it all. You can ensure public radio is around for the next 50 years by donating to this station. Here's how.
Just visit ketr.org and click donate at the top of the page.
Support for KETR comes from its members and from Cypress Bank, offering both deposit and loan products, including checking, online banking, ATMs, and the Cypress Check Card. Family financial centers located in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, and Lone Star. Equal housing lender and member FDIC. Find more information at cypressbanktx.com.
NPR is powered by local stations across the country, and this station is powered by you. Public radio would not exist without your support. Thank you for 50 years of NPR and counting.
Support NPR and KETR when you visit ketr.org and click donate.
Programming on KETR is made possible by listeners like you and by Cypress Bank. Managers Eddie Smith and Robin Alexander are available to assist with deposit and credit needs at the Commerce Branch. Other branch locations include Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh. More information at cypressbanktx.com, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender.
This is Commerce Tigers football on KETR from A&M Commerce Memorial Stadium and Ernest Hawkins Field. Pottsboro leading Commerce at halftime 31-7. John Mark Dempsey and Kevin Jeffries with you. Of course, this is a big football weekend in Commerce. Tomorrow, the A&M Commerce Lions hosting Saginaw Valley State from Michigan. 4 p.m. kickoff. It is Sulphur Springs Communiversity Day. There's some promotions having to do with fans coming from Sulphur Springs. And so KETR will have the broadcast, of course, of that game with Charlie Chitwood and Brock Calloway, but I'm sure a lot of you will be here.
And a big tailgate party.
Right.
Starting right around 1 o'clock. KETR will be out there, and we got some fancy fan footballs to give away.
Okay, great. And then next week is homecoming. As at 4 o'clock, Western New Mexico will be the homecoming game. And KETR, I know, will be doing the tailgating again next week as well, but a full week of homecoming events taking place, no doubt, on campus next week. And let's see, soccer is on the road Saturday and Wednesday of next week. They're at home next Saturday, October 16th at 11 a.m. against Angelo State. And A&M Commerce Volleyball next weekend. Their next home game Friday evening at 6 p.m. against Texas A&M International, the Fieldhouse. So you'll have not only the football team, but the soccer team and the volleyball team at home for homecoming weekend here at A&M Commerce. And the
That's
Tigers.
good.
That is
That's a good
good.
schedule.
That is good. And of course, lots of other things going on as well. We'll be talking about that during the week on KETR. And the Tigers on the road next Friday night at Howe to play the Howe Bulldogs. And, of course, we will have that broadcast for you on KETR next Friday night, as always. So, games tomorrow in college football, of course, Texas, Oklahoma at 11 o'clock at the State Fair in Dallas. West Virginia at Baylor at 11 o'clock. Kevin's looking back at the camera. I have a hard time getting accustomed to that. And there's a delay of about 2 or 3 seconds, which is very weird. You wave, and then you see yourself wave a second or two later. But anyway, TCU at Texas Tech tomorrow evening, and Alabama at A&M. Kyle Field will be rocking tomorrow night. But, wow, I don't know, the Aggies have lost 2 in a row, and Crimson Tide coming in. Maybe a long night.
That's going to be a tough one.
In College Station tomorrow evening. So Tigers getting ready to kick off here. And unfortunately, they have to give the ball to Pottsboro to start the second half, with Pottsboro leading over Commerce 31-7.
Yeah, that was tough. The bad snap with 5 seconds left. Didn't have a chance to clock it or anything, or even try to get that one last play in. Especially bad considering Pottsboro receives to start the second half.
And with the third quarter play-by-play, here's Kevin Jeffries.
Commerce Tigers approaching the ball. Here's the kick. It's an onside kick. It bounces once, twice, fielded quickly and cleanly by the Pottsboro Cardinals. Cameron Saunders, the sophomore wide receiver in there. He's got 2 receptions on the season. And boy, that probably should count as another one. He was ready for it, John Mark. We've seen Commerce do a good job this season with the explicit onside kicks down the sideline. They've really got that down. They probably put a lot of time into it. But they were waiting. He was there, had a good hands guy up there to field that and bring it down.
Worth a try. Trailing by 24 points, trying to jumpstart things. It was worth a try.
So from the Commerce 48-yard line, Pottsboro tees it up. 2 receivers each side, ball on the near hash. Here's the snap, handoff. Major McBride up the middle. He's going to get about 3 yards, bring up a 2nd and 7.
Henry Serrano, defensive end, made the tackle for Commerce.
That was a lot better in his first handoff in the first half, where he ran 38 yards for a touchdown. 3 receivers far, 1 near. Shotgun formation. Chet Carroll looking to the sideline. Getting the adjustment in. Here's the snap. Quick throw, wide receiver screen out to the far side. Makes one tackler miss, but not the second. It'll be maybe a yard on the catch for Cubic.
Carlos Aubrey and Kendrick Greer teaming up on the stop there for the Tigers. So Tigers have defended the Cardinals quite well here on the first 2 downs of the second half.
From the 44-yard line, Commerce is 44. He's waving a player off the field to fix his equipment. An official's timeout here. Pottsboro has to make a substitution as Raid Thompson goes off the field.
I think that happened with Kendrick Greer in the first half, too.
Yeah, and they took him out, and that was that final drive where he was picking up momentum. Ball on the far hash, 3rd down and 6. Here's the snap, rolling out to his left, under pressure, taken down in the backfield. Henry Serrano with the sack.
Henry Serrano's off to a great start here in the second half.
That was a huge sack, almost 10 yards on the loss.
And for Henry Serrano, that is his 5th sack of the season. Tiger senior defensive end. So great start for the Commerce defense on this first possession of the second half for Pottsboro.
Punt formation out for the Cardinals. That's a 4th and 15.
This is Reed Thompson punting. He punted once in the first half.
Here's the snap. Here's the punt. It's high. It's deep. Ashton Seal out to recover it. Lands it at the 18. Up to the 25. Cutting towards the sideline. Dragged down at the 27-yard line. Maybe they'll give him the 28. That's where the Commerce Tigers will take over, holding off the Pottsboro Cardinals on their first possession. 31-7, Pottsboro over Commerce.
33-yard punt by Reed Thompson. And an 8-yard return there by Ashton Seal, who had a 22-yard return in the first half, and that led to the Tigers' touchdown when Isaiah Simon scored on a 2-yard run.
9:48 into the third quarter, or left in the third quarter.
So very good start by the Commerce defense here. Can the Tiger offense now make a game up?
There's a snap up the middle, room to run, 35, head down at the 38. Kendrick Greer with a 12-yard carry to start the second half.
And Griffin Conklin took his feet out from under him. He might still be going.
Up to the 40-yard line, 1st down, Commerce. 2 receivers each side, pistol formation. Greer with the handoff, up the middle again, room to run again. Stepping over one defender, 9 yards on the carry. 12, followed up by 9. Kendrick Greer plunging the ball forward.
So give some credit to that Tiger offensive line right now. Cody Jenkins, Noah Howe, Andy Jenkins, Jack Nichols, and Henry Serrano opening up some holes.
The 49-yard line. Handoff to Greer again. To his left, to his right, has the 1st down. Cardinals converge on him. We'll take him down 4 yards on the carry. 1st down, Commerce in Cardinal territory.
It's like a different team right now.
Well, Kendrick Greer is a good running back, but he's such a powerful defensive force, too. It's hard for coaches to make that decision at times.
Cooper Townsley with the tackle for Pottsboro.
From the 47, whistles. I think we'll get a false start on this. I think one of the Commerce wide receivers took a step back before the play started. This will be a false start. Push them back 5. Penalties have been in abundance tonight. 9:06 left in the third quarter. 31-7 Pottsboro over Commerce. 1st and 15 for the Commerce Tigers from their own 47. Here's a snap. Greer up the middle. No, it's a fake. Miles Boyd gets the pass out in the flat. This will bring up a 2nd and 7 for the Commerce Tigers.
2nd and 7.
To pick up 8 yards on the pass to Miles Boyd.
I've got 7 penalties against the Tigers in the game at this point.
3 receivers on the near side. Here's the snap. Hand off up the middle. Isaiah Simon hits the line of scrimmage. Plunges forward for a couple of yards. Let's bring up 3rd and 5 for the Commerce Tigers.
3rd and 5.
Big down lineman Kenny Morris with the tackle there. He's got to be up there pushing 300 pounds there.
Ooh.
He is a big dude.
That is a force in the middle of that line. 3rd and 5. Ball on the far hash, pistol formation. Ashton Seal in motion. He gets the handoff coming over the near side, trying to cut upfield. White jerseys taken down in the backfield. He's going to lose 3 on this one, maybe 4. This will be 4th and 9.
Reed Thompson, we've said his name quite a bit on offense, coming up to make the tackle there on defense for Pottsboro.
Punt formation coming out. Castillo lining up to kick this one away. 7:30 left in the third quarter, 31-7. Pottsboro over Commerce.
And Thompson is back to return the punt here.
Here's the snap. It's handled. Punt is away. It's high, not real deep. It's going to land out of bounds, and they'll put this one at the 33-yard line of Pottsboro. That drive started promising, but once again, penalties killed the momentum. Commerce couldn't dig out of the hole.
Yeah, and a false start penalty, was the thing that kind of slowed him down there.
Pottsboro take over at their own 33. 31-7. Cardinals over Tigers. 7:08 in the third quarter. Here's the snap. Major gets the plunge over the right side, cuts upfield. He's got the first down. 45, slung around at the 50 into Commerce territory. To 18 yards on the carry or thereabouts.
It's Isaiah Simon finally grabbed him. I'm sorry, Kendrick Greer. We were constantly confusing those two, but it was Kendrick Greer made that tackle.
Major McBride having a good game tonight. 4 wide receivers, 2 each side. Here's a snap, 3-step drop, launching it over the middle of the field. And incomplete. Good coverage by the Commerce Tigers as Jay Kubik was the intended receiver. If it had gotten out a little further in front of him, he probably would have gotten it.
Need a little more air on that one. That was Dre Gadlin, though, got his hand up there, knocked it away. Really good coverage by Dre Gadlin. Nice job.
2nd and 10.
So, again, the defense here kind of digging in a little bit more.
Here's the snap. Major McBride over the left side, cutting upfield, 40. First down, out of bounds. Move the chains for Pottsboro. He gets 11 yards on the carry. He's just getting solid blocking up front, and he's having 5 to 6 yards to run before even having to think about dodging a defender.
Carlos Aubrey guided him out of bounds there.
37-yard line. 3 receivers far, 1 near, ball on the near hash. Jet Carroll looking to the sideline to adjust the play. Major McBride to his right in the backfield. Here's the snap. Carroll going to keep it over the right side. Cuts upfield, left and right at the 35, 30, up the sideline to the 25. Another first down. Gets all the way down to the 20-yard line. First down, Cardinals.
So that's a 17-yard gain. Ashton Seal and Carlos Aubrey teaming up to force him out of bounds over on the far side. But Pottsboro moving it right down the field again here.
3 receivers near, 1 far. Ball on the far hash. Jet Carroll hands off to McBride up the middle, cuts to the left. He's going to take it in.
Wow.
Wide open to the end zone. They just find wherever there's the most space, and the Commerce defense will run right at it. Because they're not creating that much space at the linebacker and defensive back level there. They got blocking up front, but after that, nobody in position.
That's the second time he scored tonight, almost without being touched at all. And this one from 20 yards out. The first time on the first play from scrimmage for Pottsboro, a 38-yard run.
He has 14 carries, 166 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
Yep.
Going for the 2-point conversion, man in motion. Carroll going to swing it out to that man, an incomplete pass, 2 points, no good. They have 1 extra point so far tonight. 37-7. Pottsboro over Commerce, 6:20 left in the third quarter. We'll be back with more Tigers football after this on KETR.
For 50 years, listeners like you have made everything you hear from NPR possible. Support us now and for the next 50 years by giving to this station. Here's how.
Just point a browser to ketr.org and then click the donate button at the top of the page. And thanks.
Scoreboard Center scores. Looks like Mount Vernon in front of Mineola 35-7 with 10 minutes left to go in the third quarter. Community leads Wills Point 34-0. 7 minutes left in the third. Already in the fourth, Whitewright leads Lone Oak 27
14, and a fourth quarter score. Rockwall Heath leads North Mesquite 56-21. That's 8 minutes left in the game. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin, guys.
Thanks, Jared. Pottsboro putting more points on the board, 37-7 over Commerce. 6:20 left in the third quarter.
It's a 67-yard drive in 5 plays for Pottsboro. 20-yard run by Major McBride, their sophomore running back.
Here's the kick. It's short. Hits the turf. Dies. Commerce lucky to jump on it. Ashton Seal running up and jumping on it at the 35-yard line.
35-yard line, first down and 10.
Commerce had a kick like that where the ball just died, and I remember it was Jet Carroll that fell on it that way. I tell you, I'm a big believer in the kicking game. Drop the ball in there about the 25-yard line, see which way it bounces, and put some pressure on those guys to guess which way it's going to bounce and make a play.
I like it. At this level, it's so hard for your kicker to have enough hang time for your guys to get downfield.
Right.
So if you kick it deep, they have so much green. They can pick up a bunch of speed heading forward and break it out. So put it there in the middle where you can try to make a play on it, because that's where they're going to get it anyway. Here's the handoff. No, Ashton Seal was coming in motion. Fake the handoff to him. Beal keeps it, gets 2 yards on the carry. 2nd and 8, Commerce.
Yep. Gain of a couple of yards. Now, remember, the first couple of their kickoffs by Dionis Moreno were boomers into the end zone. I don't think that was him. I need to look again next time to see who was kicking off, but I don't think that was Moreno that time.
I think maybe he's not in the game.
Maybe.
Takes the handoff up the middle, launching it down the sideline. Miles Boyd making a sliding attempt at the catch.
Pass incomplete. We'll bring up second down.
No, they say
incomplete.
They say incomplete. I thought for a moment they were going to say he caught it.
I thought the side judge was coming up to say get it, and the back judge was saying no. But
Miles saying, what's the deal? He thought they had said he caught it.
They had one last week like that I kept trying to find on the tape, but I didn't, where it looked to us like he completely had it. But the refs are much closer, have a better look at it.
Sure. I bet he makes a big play before the night's over, though.
Knock on wood on that one, John Mark. 3rd and 8. Here's the snap, rolling out to his left. Beal firing up the sideline, and it's caught. Speak of the devil, Miles Boyd with the first down.
Again, he is a really good Commerce basketball player. He's 6'5", I'm sure he's over 200 pounds, and he's just boxing out there. He's just like he's going up for a rebound, and he's a hard man to get around to prevent him from making that catch.
Up to the 49-yard line for Commerce. Handoff, Isaiah Simon, first down, 50, 45, 40. Room to run up to the 30. Launching up the sideline, 25. Pushed out of bounds there. Commerce Tigers deep into Cardinal territory now.
Halen Flanagan, maybe a touchdown-saving bump out of bounds that time for Pottsboro.
26 yards on the carry, the biggest run by Simon we've seen in a long time. To the 26, they'll give him. There's a snap up the middle, no place to go. He'll be stopped there for no gain. 2nd and 10, Commerce.
Second ball field. Turner on the tackle.
And that was Simon again on the carry.
Right.
He has 11 carries for 25 yards and a touchdown.
Had a tough time getting any room for him to run in the first half.
Yeah. Kendrick Greer in the pistol formation. Ball on the far hash. Here's the snap. Greer gets fakes the handoff. Boyd catches it at the 20, taken down immediately. That'll be a 6-yard catch for Boyd. Quick hitter.
So pretty good looking drive for Commerce working right now. Started at their own 35-yard line.
3rd down. Fakes the handoff to Greer, rolling out to his right. Looking and launches a small pass. Quick screen to Dre Gadlin, I believe. 2 flags on the play. I think this is going to be pass interference on Pottsboro. Beal was waiting for Gadlin to get open. He was very close to him.
Cole Bynum made a play on the ball. I thought he really made a very good play on the ball.
Yeah, I did too. From here, it looked good. This could be against Commerce, but just when it came down. Yeah, they're marching it off. I don't know what they're doing. Marching off against Pottsboro.
Holding.
Defensive holding. And that's why Gadlin couldn't get free. He was being held. So automatic first down.
Right.
Go to the 10.
First and goal.
Commerce with a chance to get another 6. Looking to the sideline. Ball on the far hash. 2 receivers on each side. Ashton Seal and Deshaun Jackson in the slots on each side. Here's the snap. Quick hit. Deshaun Jackson. Touchdown.
Yep.
Fired it just out of reach. Flags coming in late of a Pottsboro defender. Deshaun Jackson with the 10-yard touchdown catch.
Ran a really good route to the inside, and Beal hit him right in the head, so a nicely executed play there for Commerce.
There was a flag after this. I did see right as touchdown hit a Pottsboro player putting a Commerce player on the ground. I don't know if that's the flag.
Personal foul.
Personal foul, unsportsmanlike conduct against the Cardinals.
Pottsboro. So that probably is what it was. But
and that will be assessed on the kickoff then.
Commerce lining up for the extra point. .37. We'll be back with more Tigers football after this on KETR.
Snap judgment means your mother, your kids, the dog, and your boss are just going to have to wait until the story is over. Join me, Glenn Washington, for Snap Judgment. Snap Judgment. Storytelling with a beat. Do not miss it. Saturday afternoon at 3 on KETR.
From the scoreboard center right now, Bonham is leading Winsboro 30-28 with 8 minutes left to go in the third. Also, Gunter leads Leonard 41-12 with 7 minutes left to go in the third quarter. And Mount Vernon leads Mineola 42-7 with 8 minutes left to go in the third. Right now, Howe and Range knotted at 28 with 9 minutes in the third. And Rockwall leads Tigler Legacy 57-14 with 7 minutes left to go in the third quarter. By the way, Corsicana leads Greenville 17-14 with 4 minutes in the third. And Rockwall Heath leads North Mesquite 56-21 with 8 minutes remaining in regulation. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin in Commerce, guys.
Jared, what was the Bonham-Winsboro score?
Bonham-Winsboro. Bonham 30, Winsboro 28 with 8 minutes in the third.
Wow. Man. Bonham's a surprise team.
Yeah. Commerce going to go for a quick onside kick. They were hurried up. Here we go, and it's out of bounds, in and out of the hands of Ashton Seal. You don't see that a lot, but, that was perfect. And Pottsboro acted like they weren't ready for it. They should have been. As that 15 yards was marched off, so Commerce was kicking off in Pottsboro territory.
Yeah.
It was perfect. Ashton Seal just not able to handle that. Hits his hands and goes out of bounds. I'm pretty sure he had gone 10 yards, too. When you think of all the things. Commerce was having to hurry because the play clock was chiming down. I was afraid. I was thinking they might get a
delay of game.
Yeah, or an offsides penalty since they were rushing, like cross the line before they go.
Big conference here among the officials.
They're going to see because it hit Ashton Seal's hands, then goes out of bounds. If it goes out of bounds, that is a penalty. But I don't know if touching
But not after it is touched.
Yeah.
Illegal touching, I think, against the Tigers here is going to.
So it didn't go the 10 yards.
But basically it's a penalty declined, and Pottsboro will start at its own 41-yard line.
All right, because Commerce will get a chance to kick that again. All right, so Pottsboro starting at their own 41.
65-yard drive for the Tigers in 7 plays. Had a 12-yard pass to Miles Boyd, a 25-yard run by Simon, 26-yard run by Simon, and the 10-yard touchdown pass from Darren Beal to Deshaun Jackson.
Major McBride gets the handoff over the right side, cutting back to the near side. He's at the 50, walks out of bounds there. Another 12-yard easy run for McBride. He has just got all the room in the world tonight.
Yeah. And you got to give a lot of credit to the offensive line for Pottsboro.
They have 243 rushing yards total.
We don't have heights and weights on these guys as usual. I'll let Kevin call the play.
Here's the handoff. McBride over the far side, all kinds of rooms to run. The 40, taking it to the sideline, avoiding some tacklers there, and just walks out of bounds around the 33, 32-yard line. It'll be about 15 yards on that carry.
But as I was watching video of these guys this week, I was impressed. It looked to me like they have a very big offensive line.
Yeah.
Some big guys. And every one of them looks to be, in the range of 250 pounds or more. So, and around 6 feet tall.
And they get 14, 1st and 10 from the 33. Carroll going to keep it over the right side, cutting back up towards the middle, gets the first down, and he is tackled by his shoestrings by Henry Serrano there.
Yep.
Or he was off for 6 more. But he gets it up to the 20-yard line for a 13-yard carry. Henry Serrano saving a touchdown on that, it seems.
They're not taking their foot off the gas yet.
Well, they are just handing the ball up. They're not even quarterbacks running, but it's not their other quarterback. Hand off to McBride, up the middle, hit after 2 yards, drops the ball. Commerce looks like they recovered it, but they didn't. McBride falls back on it. All I could see from here was a bunch of black jerseys, but once they got up, there was one white jersey at the bottom. Yeah. And that was McBride, who fumbles and recovers his own fumble, and that's going to be a 6-yard gain for him.
Andy Jenkins was there close, but no cigar, as they say.
All right, from the 14-yard line. Here's the snap. Read option. Carroll keeps it. Should have handed it off to McBride. He goes nowhere. 3rd and 4 for Pottsboro.
Henry Serrano again for Commerce, and also Noah Howe, a piece of that tackle. One of the Tiger down linemen.
2 receivers on each side. Ball on the far hash. McBride to the right of Carroll. Here's the snap. Carroll going to keep it. McBride blocking. He's got the first down at the 10. Out of bounds around the 6, maybe the 5-yard line. Flags come in late. This is going to go against Commerce.
Isaiah Simon made the tackle, and they're going to call him, I think, for a late hit. And now
another flag coming in.
I didn't, it was right at the sideline. Did he maintain the contact a little too far past the sideline? Maybe so. Certainly not flagrant, but now we've got another flag, so that's not going to do that much more damage. It's at the 5, so half the distance to the goal.
I'm not sure all of these flags were the same thing.
Could be. Well, no, I think it's 2 different penalties now. You might have something against Pottsboro. The second flag
that's possible.
Might be against Pottsboro, and I might be wrong about the late hit, but that's the first thing that you think of. It's been a little chippy tonight, but you don't see it. It's not real visible.
Right.
You don't see players jawing at each other and and getting in each other's face or anything like that. But
ref's still talking about it on the far side. This would be about a 10-yard gain. It was at the 14. It got down to the 6. It would be about 8 yards on the carry, but we'll see what all the flags have to say. 3 total flags, 4, I think. I think everybody on the field threw a flag. Maybe one of the refs didn't. Yeah, 4 of the 5 put their flags out, and they came at different times. I do appreciate very much that this ref crew tonight has made it a point to communicate the stuff they're calling.
That's right. They really do.
And
the referee is Corey Battle, and I agree. I think that they've had conferences together to talk things over and make sure they get it right. I think they've done a good job.
Sometimes you'll get refs who hardly make signals, or they just mark stuff off and never tell you anything.
Yeah, no, I agree. He runs a good show.
Yeah. I just wish there were less flags. But
I agree with that.
I have no idea if that's I can't criticize them for that because I'm not close enough to see. All right. So let's see what happens here. And if everybody remembers to pick up their flags. Dead ball foul, unsportsmanlike on Commerce. Dead ball foul, unsportsmanlike on Pottsboro. Offsetting penalties. That's the first call. Then was unsportsmanlike on Commerce. Half the distance to the goal. All right.
Commerce wins 2 out of 3 falls there, basically, and it's half the distance. And they put it down the 3-yard line.
All right. So we're going to give 8 yards.
So there was not a late hit. I thought we were going to see a late hit on Isaiah Simon. They did not indicate that.
Yeah, that's a personal foul. Yep. You're all right. They were all dead ball foul, unsportsmanlike.
But the flag went down just as he was taking him out of bounds. So I don't know what the unsportsmanlike aspect of that was. And now John McSheffery out on the field for the Commerce. We've had Matt Poe out on the field a couple of times, and now this is Tigers head coach John McSheffery out there near the hash mark to get an explanation.
Well, if I was the coach, I'd want the explanation too. I want to know what they did.
Sure.
I want to know how many laps to give them during the week. All right. From the conversion 2-point line. Here's the snap. It's low. It's handled. Carroll shutting up field. Taken down, though. Henry Serrano on the tackle.
Yep.
2 yards on the carry, though. This will be a 2nd and goal from the 1.
Second and goal.
He's made a lot of stops tonight from Commerce defense.
37-14 Pottsboro over Commerce. 2:16 left in the third quarter. Shotgun. Snap. Carroll keeps. Walks in. Touchdown. Cardinals. Put 6 more up.
His second touchdown of the night. And that will be his 4th rushing touchdown of the season.
89 yards on 14 carries.
And a couple of touchdown. No, it's 3 touchdown passes, I guess.
I have 2. Then that may well be a mistake.
No, it's 2. No, it's 2.
Okay. Gonna try for 2 points again. 3 people in the backfield. 2 of them to the right of Carroll for lead blocking. Cuts to the right, goes to the left. They finally get the 2 points. Carroll walks it in. 2-point conversion is good. 45-14, Pottsboro. 2:10 left in the third quarter. We'll be back with more Tigers football after this on KETR.
Support for KETR comes from its members and from Cypress Bank, offering both deposit and loan products, including checking, online banking, ATMs, and the Cypress Check Card. Family financial centers located in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, and Lone Star. Equal housing lender and member FDIC. Find more information at cypressbanktx.com.
Community leads Wills Point 41-7 with 9 minutes left in regulation. Wolf City Wolves over the Honey Grove Warriors 26-14 with 7 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter. Right now, Whitewright leads Lone Oak 27-21 with 3 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter. Still in the third, Bonham leads Winsboro 37-28. That's, again, 4 minutes left to go in the third. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin in Commerce, guys.
So Major McBride is kicking off. 45-14 Pottsboro. Here's the kick. It's very low. An onside kick fielded by Isaiah Simon. No.
That's Carlos Serrano.
Carlos Serrano fielding that. Almost didn't handle it.
I don't know if that was a deliberate onside kick or if he partially whiffed on it.
I think he partially whiffed on it, although...
But he may have done that. That may have been part of the effect to make it look that way.
Yeah, but why would they onside kick? Really? To practice it would be the only reason. So, yeah, I think because it did. It looked like that. It did feel like that. It felt like a whiff. However, it was, if he could whiff like that on purpose, that would be awesome.
Right.
46-yard line. Here's a snap up the middle. Isaiah Simon working right then left. Finally tackled. 3 yards on the carry. 4 up to midfield.
Cooper's Townsley, who had a touchdown on a block punt in the first half. We've said his name a lot. He was leading the Pottsboro team with 43 tackles coming in, made the stop there.
On the the 50-yard line, 2nd and 6. Here's a snap. Looking to throw on a quick slant. He's got his man Gadlin up to the 35, 30, foot race, 25, dodging a tackler, 20, 15, out of bounds at the 12-yard line. Trey Gadlin with a 38-yard pass.
Yep. And Cole Bynum holding on for dear life there. Gadlin would be dancing in the end zone right now.
Yeah. Did a good job. Quick slant, perfect throw. Caught in his stride. Gadlin made moves after that. Here's the snap. Hand off to Deshaun Jackson over the left side. Cutting it up to the 10-5. Touchdown, Commerce. Deshaun Jackson in from the 14-yard line. 6 more for the Tigers. Three plays on that drive, right, Joe?
That's right. That's exactly right.
Lining up for the extra point.
Someone late coming onto the field here, but they have plenty of time. Plenty of time on the play clock.
Here's the snap. Here's the kick. It's up. And it's good. 21 points for the Tigers, 45 for the Cardinals. 1:20 left in the third quarter. We'll be back with more Tigers football after this on KETR.
Support for KETR comes from its members and from Cypress Bank, offering both deposit and loan products, including checking, online banking, ATMs, and the Cypress Check Card. Family financial centers located in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, and Lone Star. Equal housing lender and member FDIC. Find more information at cypressbanktx.com.
Bonham still leading Winsboro 37-28 with 4 minutes left in the third. Some fourth quarter scores. Bells leads Blue Ridge 45-7 with 6 minutes in regulation. Paris leads Ranchview 55-21 with 8 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter. Right now, it looks like Dangerfield out in front of Prairieland 50-16 with 12 minutes left to go in regulation. And Cooper leads Alba Golden 44-12 with 10 minutes left to go in the game. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin in Commerce, guys.
Commerce Tigers with their third touchdown of the night. 21 points for them, 45 for Pottsboro. 1:20 left in the third quarter. Kicking off from the 40. Here's Castillo. Onside kick again, handled. 45 of Pottsboro. That was Cooper Townsley handling that. Commerce trying to make anything happen on this, but Pottsboro will take over there.
So a 54-yard drive in 3 plays for Commerce, 14-yard run by Deshaun Jackson. He had a 10-yard pass from Darren Beal to score on the previous possession for Commerce. Tigers have scored on 2 possessions in a row.
I'll actually give them the 46 on this. Yeah, and that good pass by to Dre Gadlin. An impressive pass, 38-yard pass on that.
36, I think 36 yards. Set up the touchdown. And a great run after the catch by Gadlin on that play.
Yes. So Commerce takes a timeout. We'll keep it here. We just had one.
Again, A&M Commerce football here tomorrow afternoon against Saginaw Valley State. Kickoff at 4 o'clock. And you can hear the game on KETR, but I know a lot of you will be out here for the Lions, and I don't know what their nickname is. I don't know if we've played Saginaw Valley before. Coming down here from Michigan.
John Mark, they're the Cardinals.
The Cardinals? Okay, so wow, Cardinals here tonight. Cardinals
2 nights in a row.
Tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, I believe they are 2-3. I think I saw their record. So they will be much more competitive than the University of Fort Lauderdale was last weekend. In any case.
It should be interesting. A big tailgate party out, too, and you can bring your portable radios and still listen to Charlie Chitwood and Brock Calloway with the full call of the game. Well, we like to try to kill the delay on the home game so you can listen in the stands if you got your radio with you.
I did that several weeks ago. Very enjoyable.
You can't get it matched up and synced up if you're streaming it on your phone. I'll just say that. But you can still stream it. Major McBride has a big run. He's 30-20. Looks like he'll take this 5 touchdown. Started to the right, came back to the left. I thought he was going to get tackled. I was wrong. Takes it to the house. McBride going over 200 yards on the night.
It's his third big touchdown of the night. He had a 38-yarder to start the game, and then a 20-yarder here in the second half, and now a 54-yard touchdown run for Major McBride.
252 yards, 3 touchdowns on 18 carries.
Good heavens. Now, he came into the game averaging over 10 yards a carry. So it's not like he is only doing this against the Tigers.
Right. And they have such strong blocking up front, too. And I knew they were a run-first team. They got a bunch of guys. There's a 2-point attempt. As Carroll's trying to get it, he's going to be stopped short. But they have a bunch of guys that can catch the ball and they can throw it. But unlike years past, they have been a run-first, and that's why. 51-21, Pottsboro, 1:05 left in the third quarter. As we'll look at the replay, it's Major McBride takes it 54 yards for the score. We'll be back with more Tigers football after this on KETR.
Programming on KETR is made possible by listeners like you and by Cypress Bank. Managers Eddie Smith and Robin Alexander are available to assist with deposit and credit needs at the Commerce branch. Other branch locations include Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh. More information at cypressbanktx.com, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender.
Couple final scores coming into the scoreboard center. Bowles beats Cumbie tonight 40-26, a final score. Rockwall Yellow Jackets beat the Tiger Legacy Red Raiders. It's 57-28, the final score. Let's see. Liberty Ilo beats North Lamar 56-0, a final. Alvord Bulldogs beat the Tom Bean Tomcats 65-0, a final score. And also Cooper Bulldogs beat Alba Golden 52-19, the final. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin in Commerce.
Kickoff. Steve caught it at the 20. Deshaun Jackson up to the 25, taking it out towards the sideline, ridden out of bounds there. Commerce will take over around the 27-yard line.
Cohen Rakita, a fellow who is not on their regular roster here, but I went down and talked to the Pottsboro coaches before the game and checked him. Glad I did, because he was one that they gave me. Cohen Rakita was the kicker on that play. Touchdowns have been scored on the last 5 possessions in this game here in the second half. 3 by Pottsboro and 2 by Commerce.
All right, we've got to keep hope alive. We got a whole quarter of football left. It's only 30 points. Here's the snap. Fakes the handoff. Quick slant. Caught the 35, room to run. 45, 50. It's a foot race for Ashton Seal. He's going to go 10-5. Touchdown, Commerce. I told you, it's only a few measly points. Score them like that, they come in chunks. Ashton Seal with a huge, 73-yard touchdown catch.
So Seal is now, as the quarterback, is having a pretty big night passing.
Commerce, extra point is up and it's good. Tigers 28, Cardinals 51. Ashton Seal caught it on the quick slant, got behind the defense, takes it to the house. Was out there with nothing but green in front of him all the way to the end zone. We'll be back with more Tigers football after this on KETR.
10 presidents, 3 generations, a lot can happen in 50 years. NPR has been there for it all. You can ensure public radio is around for the next 50 years by donating to this station. Here's how.
Just visit KETR.org and click Donate at the top of the page.
All right, scores from the scoreboard center. Let's see. Bells beats Blue Ridge tonight 52-14, the final score. Whitewright beats Lone Oak 27-21. That one went final a bit ago. We said Cooper beat Alba Golden 52-19. Fourth quarter scores. Bonham leads Winsboro 37-35 with less than a minute in the third quarter. Now back to John, Mark, and Kevin in
51-28, Pottsboro over Commerce. 42 seconds left in the third quarter. This has been a exhausting third quarter.
A wild third quarter. Kickoff goes out of bounds.
That'll be a penalty on Commerce. We'll see what they do with this. But.
So we've had touchdowns scored on 6 consecutive possessions here in the third quarter.
Wow.
3 for each team, obviously. Now the Tigers have been involved now. This score right now is 51-28 with a quarter yet to go. Last week it was a 63-22 game. Now the week before that, 76-53, a loss to Bonham. So, you come to a Tiger football game and a basketball game breaks out there.
Yeah. Pottsboro going to get it at their own 30-yard line. It keeps it fun. It keeps it fun. 3 wide receivers near, 1 far. Ball on the far hash. Here's the snap. Hand off to McBride. Going to his left. Cutting up at the 30. Off his feet around the 32. One of his shortest runs of the night, 3 yards.
Deshaun Jackson got in there and knocked him off balance. Caused him to finally go down a couple of steps downfield.
I mean, you can't run 50 for a score every time, can you? Although I saw Tyrone Swoops do that one year for Whitewright. Set state records, and it felt like that. Like every time he got the ball, he was running for a touchdown. They're going to run this one to the 4th quarter. 2nd and 7 when we return. Pottsboro 51, Commerce 28 on your station, 88.9 KETR.
NPR is powered by local stations across the country, and this station is powered by you. Public radio would not exist without your support. Thank you for 50 years of NPR and counting.
Support NPR and KETR when you visit KETR.org and click donate.
4th quarter scores to pass along. Ennis leads 42-13 with a minute left in the game. Sunnyvale leads Caddo Mills 47-0 with 7 minutes left in regulation. Quinlan Ford is out in front of Farmersville 68-27 with 3 minutes left to go in the game. Teague is leading Kemp 30-0 with 6 minutes left to go in the game. Mount Vernon leads Mineola 49-7 with 8 minutes left to go in the 4th quarter. And it looks like Bonham and Winsboro, that one's close. Bonham 37, Winsboro 35 with less than a minute left to go in the 3rd quarter. There's still another quarter of action in Winsboro tonight. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin with yet another quarter of action here in Commerce, guys.
And with the 4th quarter about to get underway, Commerce trailing 51-28. Pottsboro will have the football, 2nd down and 7 from the 33-yard line in Pottsboro territory. And they will be moving to the south end zone. Jet Carroll, the quarterback, keeps it himself, goes wide, and is close to the 1st down at about the 40-yard line. Goes out of bounds over on the far side. I'm wondering, just in general, is scoring up in high school football this season? It
certainly seems like it.
Sure does. It really does.
There's a whole bunch of basketball scores out there tonight.
Yeah.
Have been the last
Well,
few
you
weeks.
had Rockwall and Rockwall Heath 79-71
Yes.
a couple of weeks ago. I don't remember which team won.
I think it was Rockwall.
Delay give here to Major McBride, and he bounces off the first contact and then bounces outside.
Yeah, he also kept it in bounds, and that's important. They are looking to run that clock right now. He's running safe, and he has been going out of bounds. He did throughout the 3rd quarter, but now he kept that one and just sat down at the sideline to keep that clock running.
It's a great point. Got to the 49-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 1. For the Pottsboro Cardinals, again, we've had 6 consecutive possessions ending in a touchdown. Now, Pottsboro moving from our left to our right to the south end zone on Ernest Hawkins Field. Jet Carroll has gone all the way at quarterback tonight. Kind of expected to see Halen Flanagan at some point. We still might. Snap to Carroll in the shotgun, going left at the line of scrimmage. Knocked down by Ashton Seal, but he falls forward for about 3 yards. And he will have the 1st down at the Commerce 47-yard line. Yeah, I would think Pottsboro will be looking to run the clock as much as they can here in the 4th quarter with a 51-28 lead. But the Tiger offense has really risen up here in the 2nd half.
That's the one. I think Pottsboro would like to run some clock and maybe score again because the Tiger offense has been answering quickly.
Hand off to Major McBride. Off right tackle, bounces outside. Steps out of bounds this time, Kevin, as he is confronted by Tyshawn Harris at the 35-yard line. But that's another gain of 12 yards for Major McBride. The sophomore running back, he stands 6'1". They say 180. He looks bigger than that to me, Kevin.
He's approaching, He's tall, too, for a running back.
Yeah, he's I think, bigger than 6'1", 180.
And that was his 21st carry of the night, 276 yards.
First down for Pottsboro at the Commerce 35-yard line. Moving to our right. Ball on the near hash mark. 2 wide left, 2 wide right. Hand off, McBride up the middle, and then a quick cut to the outside. Crosses the 30 to about the 28. You hear the whistles.
He put his knee down on the sideline that time.
Wow.
Once again, trying to run that clock. That was 8 yards, I think.
Dre Gadlin came over to stop the play, but a gain of 8 yards and a second down and 2. Pottsboro at the Commerce 28-yard line. That big Cardinal offensive line up to the line of scrimmage. Jet Carroll, senior quarterback, 4 yards behind the center. As McBride a step to his left in the backfield. 2 wide to either side of the field. Snap to Carroll. And Carroll keeps it himself around the left side. Carroll going to score standing up for Pottsboro. I think the Tigers might have been a little confused there.
Yeah.
Somehow they took the fake there to McBride, and Carroll almost untouched as he went around the left side for a 28-yard touchdown. And now we've had 7 consecutive possessions with a touchdown being scored.
That's 131 yards for him, 3 touchdowns.
It will go for 2 again. Jet Carroll, senior quarterback, has a man in motion from right to left. That's Jude Bentley. Now he passes and has his man at the back of the end zone. And that is Drake Turner. Drake Hunter it is. Drake Hunter makes the catch at the back of the end zone for the 2-point conversion. And the score goes to 59-28. Pottsboro with 9:21 to go in the ball game. This is Tigers football on 88.9.
Programming on KETR is made possible by listeners like you and by Cypress Bank. Managers Eddie Smith and Robin Alexander are available to assist with deposit and credit needs at the Commerce branch. Other branch locations include Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh. More information at cypressbanktx.com. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender.
From the Scoreboard Center, we've got some finals to pass along. Rockwall Heath beats North Mesquite 62-21. The final, the Greenville Lions fall to the Corsicana Tigers. Corsicana 20, Greenville 14. A final score out of Greenville this evening. Quinlan Ford wins over Farmersville. It's 68-27. The final score out of Quinlan tonight. And the Mount Vernon Tigers beat the Mineola Yellow Jackets. It was 49-7, the final score in Mineola. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin in Commerce, guys.
Okay, Jared, thanks. Some interesting scores, in particular out of Commerce's District 5 3A Division 1. Here's the kickoff. And the return for Commerce. This is Kendrick Greer. And Greer shedding tackles. Gets all the way back to the 50-yard line. Nice return there by Kendrick Greer, about 15 yards or so.
Yeah, I think he fielded it around the 33, and it looked like he was going to break free. Just needed a little bit more of a hole there around the 46, but the Cardinals were able to deny that.
So Commerce will start from its own 49-yard line here, trailing 59-28. That was a 70-yard drive in 7 plays for Pottsboro, just completed on a 28-yard run by the quarterback, Jet Carroll, in the 2-point conversion to Drake Hunter. On the pass from Carroll, there's Isaiah Simon between the tackles for Commerce into Pottsboro territory as he crosses the 50 to the 48-yard line.
Isaiah Simon just really has not had
Second down 7.
room to run tonight.
No, again,
and it's the middle of that line.
Both sides of the ball. Pottsboro is just commanding the line of scrimmage. There's no question about it. Snap to Darren Beal on 2nd and 8. Tries to pass to Ashton Seal in the flat on the near side and underthrows him a little bit. Incomplete. It'll be 3rd down and 8 for Commerce at the 48-yard line in Pottsboro territory. This string of 7 consecutive possessions with touchdowns in jeopardy here with the Tigers 3rd and 8.
That was Beal's 25th attempt. He has 232 yards and 2 touchdowns tonight, 12 of 25.
He's just a junior. Snap to Beal with a man in motion from right to left, and he hits his man in stride down the right side. That is Deshaun Jackson.
Well, I'm surprised that wasn't a horse collar tackle, but he drags him down from behind. Deshaun Jackson looked like he was going to take that one to the house. He gets it all the way to the 17.
31 yards on the gain to Deshaun Jackson.
Number 11, Deshaun Jackson. First down,
Jackson running a skinny post.
That was a beautiful pass.
Beautifully thrown ball. It really was. 1st and 10 for Commerce at the Pottsboro 17-yard line. Snap to Beal. Give it to Simon up the middle. Simon across the line of scrimmage. Pulling a man with him, and he is down to the 12-yard line for a gain of 5 yards. 2nd down and 5 for the Tigers. 59-28, Pottsboro leading 8 minutes to go in the ballgame. Ball between the hash marks here as the Tigers move to the north end zone. Or as Charlie Chitwood says, toward Cooper. Tigers look into the sideline for the play.
That's also towards the giant scoreboard.
12 seconds on the play clock. So we'll see what offensive coordinator Scott Peterson came up with here. A snap to Darren Beal, and Beal going to run straight ahead into the middle of the line there. Only gets perhaps a yard to the 11-yard line. Now Commerce with a 3rd and 4, but a flag comes down very late on the play on the Pottsboro side of the line of scrimmage. One of the Pottsboro players pointing at Commerce.
No telling. They've had a lot of stuff. I see one of the refs moving his foot like in a kicking motion. And that would be unsportsmanlike.
Corey battled the referee, and again, he's having another conference with one of his fellow officials here. And they've done a good job of communicating with each other here tonight.
Yeah.
Kevin pointed that earlier. And us. And yes, they've been very communicative with the press box. I'm very appreciative of that.
Absolutely.
Even though it takes a little time, but you'd have the feeling that they're getting it right.
That's going to be against Pottsboro. They're marking it off. Dead ball foul, unsportsmanlike.
Wow, another one.
Pottsboro.
Boy.
And he's ejected. I think that was probably the 2nd one of the night on the same player, which equals an ejection.
So that's the 3rd player they've had ejected tonight. Good heavens.
Wow.
Now, that is not typical of a Pottsboro team under Matt Poe, from my experience, at all. But, wow, and we had 2 players from Mount Vernon ejected last week. You don't see that very often.
Not that often, no. And when you do, it seems more obvious.
Yeah, usually it's a clear-cut thing. I didn't see anything that...
Yeah. But it was late. He was in a pile. He went down.
Matt Poe, again, calling Corey Battle over for a conference. Oh, and then the other official comes over, and he kind of gives some kind of gesture with his knee.
That's what I was saying. He moved his leg when they were talking. It might be some kind of kicking.
As if someone used his knee to do something untoward. Unsportsmanlike, certainly. That's going to be an interesting team meeting tomorrow morning, won't it?
Uh-huh.
Pottsboro. Tigers now have 1st and goal at the 6.
I'll tell you what, 59 points helps smooth it out, though.
They won't be talking too much about that, though.
Hope not.
Commerce 1st and goal. Darren Beal has Kendrick Greer behind him in the pistol. They give it to Greer. Greer close to the goal line.
They're going to call him down at the 1. It looked like he stretched and got it.
I was afraid for a moment that he'd lost the ball.
Uh-huh.
He gets to the 1.
That'll be 4. And what we didn't mention throughout that is that was an automatic 1st down as well.
Right.
That would have been 4th down. Was that a 3rd down? No, that was a 2nd down run.
Second and goal from the 1 here. Darren Beal has gone all the way at quarterback. Give it to Kendrick Greer again. Greer is hit behind the line, and Darren Beal indicating touchdown, but the referee is not.
You give him half a yard on that. The second effort, I thought he was going to get it on the second plunge, but he gets down to about the 1-inch yard line.
Inside the 1 anyway. So this is 3rd and goal from inside the 1. Darren Beal thought that Kendrick Greer had bowled his way over. Yeah, he is within 6 inches or so there.
You know, this is when these players actually don't take it under center often enough, and this is where you miss it.
Yep. Oh, no, whistles.
Yeah. This is where you miss not being able to take it under center. When you need to just fall forward and get it, a shotgun doesn't help you, and then stuff like this happens. A false start, you go back 5 yards.
Yeah, that hurts. Push them back to just outside the 5-yard line, and it's 3rd down. Yeah, I agree. When you get down inside the 1, quarterback sneak is the way to go. And you can't do that, of course, with your quarterback in the shotgun. So here we go, 3rd and goal from just outside the 5, and more whistles.
Oh, no.
And another false start or illegal procedure penalty against Commerce, and this will push them back to the 10. Golly bump. I didn't see what it was. I imagine, don't you, this is a 2-down situation for Commerce. I don't see them kicking the field goal here with...
No, yeah, I agree.
Well, they might do it just for the experience, but... It's 59-28. Pottsboro on top, 5:22 to go. Here's 3rd and goal from the 10. Passing over the middle and incomplete. Intended for Ashton Seal.
Commerce wants some pass interference, but I don't think it was.
A little bit of contact there at the goal line.
Good defense by Pottsboro, and not a good call. Ashton Seal got there. He was a little bit in front of his man, but the defender able to reach up, get a little hand on it.
I believe Miles Boyd could make a play here.
Yep. Nice.
Ashton Seal on 4th down and goal from the 10 is rolling out, going to keep it himself, and he's not going to get across the goal line. He gets down to the 6-yard line, and he is stopped short.
Or that was Darren Beal, rather.
What did I say?
Ashton Seal.
Oh, yeah, Darren Beal. I'm sorry.
It rhymes. But, yes, they tried to get Boyd out there in isolation on one man, but Beal just didn't put it up to give him a chance to do it. He was trying to make it look a little better.
He was looking for a receiver. I don't think he wanted to run, but just could not find a receiver and got to the 7. Yes, it was Darren Beal, not Ashton Seal. But ball goes over on downs, and finally that string of 7 consecutive touchdowns has stopped. Tigers had scored 3 in a row. And Commerce gives it up on downs at the 7-yard line. Those penalties, those false start penalties, they had it inside the 1. I think, was that on 3rd down? Or it was 3rd and less than 1. 3rd and goal at inside the 1. And a couple of false start penalties. So from the 7-yard line, 1st down for Pottsboro. And a running play on 1st down over the left side. Short gain.
I didn't see who run that. I don't think it was McBride.
Yeah, I think they have a new back in there. They do, and this will be Jacob Turner. Again, Jacob Turner gets the handoff. We may have seen the last of Major McBride tonight. Turner gets close to the 15-yard line for a gain of another 4. Turner's another one who's not on the roster, Kevin, and I saw him on the field before the game, went down and asked about him, so I'm glad I did that. Otherwise, we'd be saying, well, we don't have that guy on our roster, which you never like to say. 59-28, Pottsboro.
We can't help it when some coaches don't like to give us good rosters.
Well, you do your best.
Yes.
The Tigers very game here in the second half, have to say. This is 3rd down and 2. And this is the quarterback, Jet Carroll, keeps it over the left side, and Carroll breaking free, and he goes down in a slide, Kevin.
Yeah, he just slides down at the 45 trying to kill some time.
He might have gone all the way. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. There was a good chance, but 30 yards is good enough for him. Burn some clock.
I've got it 29, but yeah. Yeah, I think if he hadn't taken it all the way, it would have been very deep into Tiger territory. Maybe somebody would have had the angle on him. But 3:28 to go. Commerce has 2 timeouts left if they want to use them. First down at the 44-yard line. Pottsboro moving to our right. And a handoff between the tackles. They go into Commerce territory across the 50 to the 45-yard line, and that is Jacob Turner again for Pottsboro. Actually, the 46-yard line is where they mark it.
First down.
Another first down for Pottsboro. So the Tigers on the road next Friday night at Howe in Grayson County. And a new quarterback in the ball game here for Pottsboro as well. He takes the snap in the shotgun, goes off the left side inside the Tiger 40 down to about the 39-yard line, tackled by Ashton Seal.
I don't have
Andy Jenkins, and this is Jackson Jester.
Jackson
quarterback. Yep. Another one of those guys that apparently was added to the roster.
Yeah,
late in the week.
Flanagan has had a lot of time at quarterback tonight, and I expected to see him as a normal course of the game, normal part of the game, but we hadn't seen him at all. And
yeah, he's played a lot on defense.
Yeah, there you go.
This is second down and 4 from the Commerce 39-yard line. And again up the middle, there goes the Cardinal back at the 10, at the 5,
Turner.
Another touchdown. This is Jacob Turner. Good heavens. Same result as with Major McBride.
And where were they on the 40?
39.
39.
39-yard run.
Tonight's game, please remain off the field and off the track.
So Pottsboro over 60 points.
Please remain off the field.
And the Tigers have now yielded more than 60 points in 3 consecutive games. They will go for 2. There's the snap. And the quarterback for Pottsboro close to the goal line and will be stopped short of the goal. And that was Jester. Jackson Jester stopped short of the goal line on the 2-point conversion. 65-28, Pottsboro, minute 57 to go. This is Tigers football on 88.9.
Support for KETR comes from its members and from Cypress Bank, offering both deposit and loan products, including checking, online banking, ATMs, and the Cypress Check Card. Family financial centers located in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, and Lone Star. Equal housing lender and member FDIC. Find more information at cypressbanktx.com.
Just a few games still underway here on a football Friday night from the Scoreboard Center. We've got Rains Wildcats leading the Howell Bulldogs 43-38 with just a minute left in the fourth. I've got Rivercrest and Celeste. Celeste leads 61-49 over Rivercrest with 5 minutes left in the game, and Bonham leads Winsboro 51-43 with a minute left in regulation. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin now in Commerce, guys.
Really interesting, that Bonham-Winsboro game. With Bonham leading late in the game. Bonham, it really is the surprise team of the district.
They can score. One of their big problems was turnovers.
I tell you, that kind of tells me, here's the kick for Pottsboro. It's a short kick taken at the 38-yard line. Here's a nice return for Commerce out to the 50-yard line. Kendrick Greer across the 50. Kickoff by Cohen Rakita for Pottsboro, and Kendrick Greer with a good return for Commerce into Pottsboro territory. Tigers have one more chance to put some points on the board here. But Bonham, if Bonham beats Winsboro tonight, that kind of tells me Commerce might be competitive against Winsboro here in a couple of weeks. And the same thing with Mount Vernon handling Mineola the way they are tonight. When Tigers play Mineola, that might be a competitive game after all. So here's Commerce. First down from the Pottsboro 48-yard line. They have 3 men stacked out wide to the far side, one to the near side, Miles Boyd. They give it to Isaiah Simon, and Simon going nowhere. Perhaps loses a yard. He does back to the 49-yard line. Tigers have 2 timeouts if they want to use them.
Nah. Well, clock stopped for some reason. Is there a flag? There's a flag on the play.
Unsportsmanlike conduct, Pottsboro. What is going on? And this is not something, as Kevin said a few minutes ago, that's real obvious. You don't see people acting agitated and irate and in somebody's face, anything like that.
I do have a feeling this reffing crew calls an extremely tight game.
Pretty tight? Yeah.
I'm not, and I don't think they're bad calls. I think it's tight.
But Commerce has not been called for an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty tonight, and certainly have not had a player rejected.
Well, they did have two unsportsmanlike. One,
against Commerce?
Yeah, there were two. Remember at the goal line?
Oh, it was an offsetting kind of situation.
Commerce had two of them, and Pottsboro had one.
I think it was maybe one against Commerce and two against Pottsboro. No, well, I remember what you're talking about. Yeah, I think you're right there. That was the one situation where Commerce did have.
We thought it was going to be a late hit out of bounds.
Yeah. Here's a pass to the far side, bubble screen. And it's caught by Ashton Seal. He breaks a tackle.
Wow.
And gets down inside the 25-yard line, down to the 23-yard line. Great effort there by Ashton Seal.
3rd and 1.
My goodness.
I don't know how he managed
to
that.
25. Yes, sir. That was great. 9 yards. This is 3rd and 1 for the Tigers from the 25-yard line. Fake handoff, pass, and in and out of the hands of the receiver at the 20-yard line.
Lane Taylor out there. I believe 19.
No, this is Sacramento Galvan Vargas. I've been waiting to say that name. Not able to hold on to it. So I've got this 4th and 1. The down marker still says 3rd, but I've got this 4th and 1 at the 25-yard line. Beal hands off. No, fakes the handoff, now passing to the far side. Was it caught? Was it not?
No, off his fingertips and then hits the turf.
Intended for Trey Gavlin at the 20.
That was 2 passes in a row that should not have been incompletions for Beal, but he's going to end the night with 30 attempts, 272 yards, and 2 touchdowns. 14 completions, 2 interceptions as well.
Well, I tell you, Commerce offense is pretty potent. But just having a hard time stopping the other team these days, just stating the obvious.
They were not able tonight to get any run game going. That's they're really missing.
That's true.
And if they're going to rely that much on their passing game, it's got to be a higher completion percentage.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. That's a great point. They can break the big play, but they have a hard time stringing it together play after play, although they did have some nice drives here second half. But, again, primarily through the passing game. And Pottsboro will take a knee as the quarterback, Jackson Jester, takes the snap, and that is it. It'll be interesting to see now as the teams line up for the traditional march down the 50-yard line for handshakes. If everything seems okay between the two teams, I think it will be. But wow, a lot of unsportsmanlike conduct penalties tonight. And again,
but there weren't fights.
No,
that's
no
the whole
fights.
thing. When you say how many there were, you would think it was much. You would think it was an old Cowboys in Washington, or Eagles even football game. But it has not looked like that from here at all.
They're all shaking hands or slapping hands or whatever they do with perfect decorum. So, no hard feelings. But Pottsboro gets out of here with a 65-28 win over the Commerce Tigers, and another entertaining football game tonight, Kevin. But unfortunately, Tigers kind of fighting with a short stick, or so it would seem so far. But this, I tell you, I think the hardest part of the schedule is behind us. And so in the next 4 weeks, going to be interesting to see how competitive Commerce will be in the remaining games. So final is 65-28 Pottsboro over Commerce. This is Tigers football in 88.9.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
The Thomas Jefferson Hour is dedicated to the search for truth and the tradition of Thomas Jefferson. Nationally acclaimed humanities scholar and award-winning first-person interpreter of Thomas Jefferson, Clay Jenkinson, portrays Jefferson on the program. He answers listener questions while in the persona of Jefferson. As listeners better understand Jefferson's time, they gain a better understanding of contemporary America. Listen to the Thomas Jefferson Hour, Sunday nights at 6 on KETR.
Hey, Kevin, thinking about saving for retirement?
Yeah, but how do I start?
It's easy with Avo, a retirement coach. Let's learn the Avo bet. A is for taking action.
Not anxiety?
No, Kevin, you're gonna be fine.
You sing?
Barely. V is for variety.
Change up my strategy. Okay.
O is for optimize your savings.
Let Avo lead the way.
Visit aceyourretirement.org today. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
I'm Chris Boyd, host of Think. Each weekday, we strive to put the headlines in perspective by focusing on the ideas behind them. Whether we're talking about politics, race and identity, science, or history, questions of why and how are always at the heart of our conversations. Join me on Think as we explore our world and the ideas that drive it. Weekdays at 2 p.m. and 8 p.m. on 88.9 KETR.
And as we come back here at A&M Commerce Memorial Stadium, Ernest Hawkins Field, it's a 65-28 Pottsboro win. Glad I wrote that down because the scoreboard is...
Oh, yeah.
They brought it back up.
Oh, I need to write it down.
We'll recap this as best we can. I don't know that we want to go through it line by line, but Pottsboro got off to a great start as they forced the Tigers to punt 3 and out on the first possession, and then started at the Commerce 38-yard line following a short punt. And Major McBride scored on a 38-yard run, virtually untouched on the first offensive play from scrimmage from Pottsboro, and they just took it from there. They led it 7-0. Then they scored again on a block punt, and we think that Cooper Townsley is the Cardinal who fell on the football in the end zone. Tigers punting from the back of the end zone, and they led it 13-0 at that point. Commerce actually got back into the game, Kevin, as they forced Pottsboro to punt. And they got a really nice punt return by Ashton Seal to the Pottsboro 31-yard line. Yeah. And then they went 31 yards in 6 plays, and Isaiah Simon scored on a 2-yard touchdown run. And at that point, I'm going to sit here so people can see us better. You have to get used to doing this. We are streaming on Facebook and YouTube. But Commerce scoring on the run by Isaiah Simon. So it's 13-7 at that point with 9:52 left to go in the second quarter. Kind of thinking, well, maybe we've got a football game after all. But from that point on, Pottsboro just dominated. They took the kickoff at the 25-yard line, and they went 75 yards in 7 plays and just left no doubt.
Yeah, and it felt like 3 plays. I mean, it was fast.
Yeah, just sliced through the Tiger defense, and their quarterback, excellent, I think, senior quarterback, Jet Carroll, scored a 5-yard run. So that made it 19-7. And Jude Bentley, a couple of touchdown passes from Jet Carroll there late in the first half, 27-yarder and a 38-yarder. And so at halftime it was 31-7 with Pottsboro leading. Wow, what a third quarter, though. As the teams, they got it geared up there, and we had 7 consecutive possessions where one team or the other scored a touchdown. McBride had a 20-yard run. Deshaun Jackson scored on a 10-yard pass from Darren Beal for Commerce, 65-yard, 7-play drive for the Tigers there. Jet Carroll, a 2-yard run for Pottsboro. Deshaun Jackson, 14-yard run out of the Wildcat for Commerce to make it 45-21. McBride, a 54-yard run for Pottsboro. Ashton Seal, 73-yard pass from Darren Beal to make it 59-28 with 42 seconds left to go in the third quarter. And then early in the fourth quarter, Pottsboro scored a 28-yard run by the quarterback, Jet Carroll, and 59-28 the score at that point. Tigers got another good drive. They got down to the 7-yard line of Pottsboro, had a couple of false start penalties that kind of brought that drive to an end and finally gave it up on downs. And then Pottsboro comes in with their backup quarterback. Actually, I think the third quarterback.
Yeah.
Jackson Jester came in, and they're and a running back we hadn't seen up to that point, Jacob Turner. And Turner gets a 39-yard touchdown run there near the end of the game with 1:37 left to go to make it a 65-28 win for Pottsboro. So McBride had 3 touchdowns tonight. And Kevin will have more specific statistics for you. Jude Bentley had 2 touchdown passes from Carroll, and Carroll had 3 touchdown runs for Pottsboro. So,
yeah, McBride, you mentioned 22 carries, 283 yards, and 3 touchdowns. And his biggest run of the night was the 54-yard scoring run. And he started the game with a 38-yard scoring run. Carroll had 160 yards of his own and 3 touchdowns on 18 carries. Jacob Turner ended with 57 yards and a touchdown, and he was the relief runner there in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
Carroll also had 88 passing yards, 2 touchdowns. He was 7 of 13, and his most prolific receiver was Bentley, 27-yard touchdown, 38-yard touchdown, 2 receptions, 65 yards, 2 touchdowns. Commerce, Beal, once again, a lot of pass attempts tonight, 30 pass attempts, and I think he had between 23 and 26 the last couple of games as well. Over 20 pass attempts past few games. But 14 completions, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. For that, 272 yards. Isaiah Simon had the most carries, but not minutes yards. 15 carries, 36 yards. He did have a touchdown. Kendrick Greer had 52 yards on 8 carries. Jackson had 58 yards on 6 carries, and he had a touchdown as well. Miles Boyd got the ball 4 times for 44 yards. Deshaun Jackson had 41 yards on 2 receptions and a touchdown. And Ashton Seal was the most yards on the night because of the 73-yard touchdown. 82 yards, a touchdown on 2 receptions. And Dre Gatlin with nearly 50 yards on 2 receptions
yeah,
as
he had
well.
a big 36-yard catch that set up a touchdown.
Carlos Aubrey had a couple of key catches, too. He had 2 catches that were for 18 yards and 15 yards. And, they were big-time catches when he made it.
Commerce, especially on offense, you see them making plays, and obviously they've got some talented kids. But, you just they don't have the bullets that the other guys have.
Yeah, and Pottsboro seriously won the line of scrimmage tonight.
Oh, boy.
That was it. Isaiah Simon there, between the tackles, running back, nothing. Couldn't find anything to happen, and Major McBride couldn't be stopped.
Yeah.
And that was that up front in the trenches play.
Yeah. The Tigers don't want to have to pass as much as what you're describing. They would like to get that running game going, but they're just having a hard time doing it. But still, putting up a significant number of points every week, 28 points tonight. Going to be interesting next week. Pottsboro at Mineola next week. The big game that will, I guess, decide the district championship most likely will be at home against Mount Vernon October 29th. That'll be a great game. Yeah. So the Tigers now 1-5 for the season, 0-3 in district play. Pottsboro is 3-2, and they are 3-0 in the district. Once again, our final score here tonight: Pottsboro 65, Commerce 28. Next week, the Tigers go on the road to Grayson County for a game against the Howe Bulldogs. Kickoff will be at 7:30, and we'll be on the air shortly after 7. I've got a note here somewhere of who Howe is playing. I know the guys back at the studio know that.
I'm happy to tell you they're at Rains tonight. Rains beats Howe tonight, 43-38 final score out of Rains this evening.
Rains beat Howe 43-28. So you'll have
38, 43-38.
43-38. Okay, so have a couple of winless teams in district going up against each other next Friday night at Howe.
John Mark can also tell you Bonham beats Winsboro tonight, 51-49. That was a final 51-49 tonight.
Wow.
That's a surprise, and that is interesting. And what that makes me think is when Commerce plays Winsboro here in a couple of weeks, that might be a fairly competitive game after all. So kickoff at 7:30 next Friday night from Howe. Will be on the air shortly after 7. Tomorrow evening, the A&M Commerce Football Lions host Saginaw Valley State of Michigan in an intersectional non-conference game at 4 p.m., and it will be broadcast, of course, on KETR starting at 3:30. Kevin, any final comments before we wrap it up?
Well, Commerce on the road next week. I look forward to going to Howe. We usually see it. I'm just crossing my fingers for no rain. We'll be on the roof.
Right.
A roof in mid-October, a roof game in mid-October is a lot of fun.
Can be very nice. As I recall, they have a roof over the little platform there on the roof of the press box. I hope I remember that correctly. So thanks to our producer, Jared Knight, the big Friday night scoreboard with Jared and Ryan Fulkerson, and whoever else may be down there this evening continues now on KETR. And for Kevin Jeffries, this is John Mark Dempsey. Thanks for listening to Commerce Tigers football on KETR.
1 in 3 adults has prediabetes. 1 in 3. That means it could be you, your football buddy, your football buddy, or you, your best man, your worst man, you, your dog walker, your cat jogger. While 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes, with early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. Take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
We recently heard from that 34 CD boxed set from Warner Classics called Josquin and the Franco-Flemish School, some previously unreleased recordings, at least on compact disc. Well, we have more from this glorious set this week, going back 50 years with Adrien Villert and 40 years with Thomas Créquillon, this week on Millennium of Music.
Sunday morning at 6 on KETR.
If you're looking for a way to truly help children in need, become a CASA volunteer. CASA stands for Court-Appointed Special Advocate. It means that you'll represent the best interest of a child in need in court. You'll work with attorneys and social workers to make sure that child is safe in the foster care system. You won't be a foster parent, but you will be a voice making a real difference at a critical turning point in his or her life. Because every child deserves a chance, and that chance is you. Volunteer today at becomeacasa.org.
Sponsored by Texas CASA.
The music on Sunday Baroque is perfect for your weekend. Whether you're relaxing with the paper, heading off to church, brunching with family, or digging in the garden, I hope you'll take Sunday Baroque along. It's here for you every Sunday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. here on 88.9 KETR.
Friday night scoreboard program right here on your station 88.9 KETR. I'm Ryan Fulkerson, joined in studio by Jared Knight. And tonight, unfortunately, the Pottsboro Cardinals claim a 65-28 victory over the Commerce Tigers that was played at Memorial Stadium. Of course, John Mark Dempsey and Kevin Jeffries were on the call on that one. But almost all of the games on this scoreboard is gone. Final here at the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program. We're waiting on one more game, and I'm sure that some of you out there might have the information that we need.
That's right. If you're at the Celeste Rivercrest game, you need to give us a call right now, 800-882-KETR. That's 800-882-5387. Or you can text the studio still, 903-751-5145. That's 903-751-5145. Celeste at Rivercrest. At last check, it was 61-56 with a minute left in the game, but almost every game we were following this evening has wrapped, and so we're almost certain that the Blue Devils have beat the Rivercrest Rebels, but we don't know that game being played in Bogota this evening, and so if anybody happened to be in Bogota and saw that game, again, 800-882-KETR. That's 800-882-5387. 800 Tub Jet.
800 Tub Jets.
Yeah.
But, of course, that was not the only game that we were following this weekend. I can go ahead at this weekend.
It was the only one. That was the only one I was.
This is the only important game. This is all we care about. Call us right now, 800-882-5387, Celeste Rivercrest. Let us know. But, of course, other games played this football Friday night. Starting off at the top, we've got Quinlan Bowles, the Hornets, over the Cumbie Trojans tonight. Quinlan Bowles takes that one 40-26. The number 4 Innis Lions took out a handy 42-13 victory over the North Forney Falcons this evening. Sunnyvale defends home against the Caddo Mills Foxes. The final score in that one, 47-7. Sunnyvale on top. The Quinlan Ford Panthers, they also hold off the Farmersville Farmers at home tonight. Quinlan Ford takes it 68-27. The Teague Lions over the Kemp Yellow Jackets, the only shutout on the scoreboard tonight. Teague leading that one, or finishing that one, 30-0 over the Kemp Yellow Jackets. The number 6 Mount Vernon Tigers faced the Mineola Yellow Jackets in Mineola tonight. They took that game 49-7 was the final score. The Community Braves, they went out to face the Wills Point Tigers in Wills Point tonight. They took the victory in that one 41-7. The number 2 Gunner Tigers, they defended home against the Leonard Tigers 55-12. It looked like that 5 connected at the bottom there. Wolf City, the Wolves over the Honey Grove Warriors tonight. The final score 26-21 out in Honey Grove. Of course, the Celeste Blue Devils and the Rivercrest Rebels, we assume, have wrapped at this point. The score at last check was 61-56 with 1 minute remaining.
I got a final.
A final has come. What is it?
Celeste over Rivercrest, 61-56. Final.
That wraps up the Big Friday Night scoreboard as far as we're concerned tonight. Good night, everybody. We're going home.
Well, we've been getting the late game for the last, I don't know how many weeks, where we ended up with the late game. And anybody's talking about the late game, guys. We're talking about the fact that our game that gets Commerce Tigers football, which we air here on 88.9 KTR and have for 46 years, tends to be the late game. It's the one that goes later in the evening than all the other games. So almost every other game will wrap on the Big Friday Night scoreboard before the Commerce Tigers do. And once again, we had one single solitary score that was outstanding and before the Commerce Tigers football broadcast wrapped. And so, I mean, sometimes the broadcast lasts later than the game, obviously. We have a post-game show that John, Mark, and Kevin put together each and every week. But, no, in this case, it was literally that we had that one score out there. So that one score outstanding. But, yeah, we got our finals. We did it. Guys,
we completed the crossword
high
puzzle.
Fives all around to everyone. And if you'd like, you can follow along at KETR. We are at Facebook.com/KETR Radio is the stream right now. And also, if you pop on over to your YouTube machine, and you can, the old Nickelodeon with the YouTube, then you can dial up your KETR on there as well, and you can see the stream. And what we've got, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Betting. Nobody knows what that is anymore. This is 2021. The dial-up modems haven't made the ba-ding sound in 25 years. All right, so up at the top of the screen, if you're watching along from home, you can see final scores as they roll across the Big Friday Night scoreboard center. And we will obviously do this again week after week after week, but we do enjoy being able to share with you final scores. If you're just joining us, we were kept following some 20. What did we determine? It was
26.
20.
Well, now more.
Yeah,
now
even because here's what happens. So all week long, Ryan collects all the games that we're going to be talking about on a football Friday night. And sometimes we have an opportunity to coordinate with Grant Goodwin and Terry Bennett and sideline to sideline beforehand. But those guys are talking about a lot more football than what we generally are able to focus on. But they do try to put the bumpers on their program where they're talking about football right here in Northeast Texas. And at any rate, so those guys are talking about games, and we're talking about games. And, Ryan, you're collecting all these games all week long. And then we get down to, and I'm talking like this show gets prep all week long. And then we come down to it's 5 o'clock, 5:30 on a football Friday night. You and I are trying to figure out dinner plans sometimes or whatever it happens to be.
Fix the newest thing that's gone wrong.
Yeah, well, that's what ends up happening is that, we figure out what's on fire and put it out. And then we're getting ready to for go time, for sideline to sideline. And the air's electric as it is here on a football Friday night. And then along comes Jared, me, and I sit down here and start clicky-clacking along with my elbows and add 4, 5, 6 games onto the Big Friday Night scoreboard sometimes. And all of a sudden, poor Ryan is trying to find scores, and I'm trying to find scores, and you're getting scores that I don't have, and I'm getting scores that you don't have, and we add to it because the fact is there are just a lot of teams that we're trying to cover here in Northeast Texas. Another one that by the by that we failed to even mention was a Thursday night game. Fruitvale, the Bobcats of Fruitvale, beat the Savoy Cardinals 54-6. That was a final out of Savoy last night. So Fruitvale beat Savoy 54-6, a final out of Savoy last night. That was a Thursday night game that we had so many games going on tonight. We hardly had time to talk about third. You think that's bad? Go check out last week. There was a whole bunch of games last week. But speaking of last week, there were also a lot of teams that had buys. And, Ryan, we didn't have a long list of schools on bye this week.
We didn't. I guess we found a week that a lot of the schools that we focus on here on the Big Friday Night Scoreboard, or all of the schools at this point, I didn't see any that were just outstandingly not playing tonight, so I didn't build a list of teams on bye. Yeah. So, I guess that's just how it goes each week. Last week we had 5 teams on bye, and week 2, of course, Commerce was on, or week 4, Commerce was on bye, and so we had to cover an entirely different team, and so that's just the way the cookie crumbles, as it were.
Crumbles, as it were. That's right, and as it were crumbling.
As it were crumbling.
Finals all the way down the list tonight, and we are scrolling finals at the old Facebook machine. So if you are using your Facebook machine, or if you're using your YouTube machine, you're welcome to go along and follow along with finals. Of course, we'll run them down. Again, in fact, Ryan, you care if I jump into that?
Go right ahead.
A big Friday night scoreboard program here on your station, 88.9 KTR. Before I do, quick check the phone number, 800-882-KETR. That's 800-882-5387. You can also text us at 903-751-5145. That's 903-751-5145. And you could pass final scores along. You can pass questions, comments, concerns. We're still not probably going to be able to get into why players were ejected tonight, and that's because we don't know. But the guys in stripes, they make the calls. And they made those decisions this evening, where the Pottsboro Cardinals beat the Commerce Tigers just barely. It was 65-28, the final score. Pottsboro over Commerce this evening at Memorial Stadium. Quinlan Bowles beat Cumbie tonight. It was 40-26, the final. Ennis Lions beat North Forney tonight, 42-13. The Sunnyvale Raiders take it to the Cattle Mills Foxes. Well, I say that Sunnyvale played at home today. Cattle Mills Foxes got beat at Sunnyvale tonight by the Raiders. It was 47-7, the final score, Sunnyvale over Caddo Mills. Ford High School beats the Farmersville Farmers tonight, 68-27, the final. Teague beats Kemp 30-0. Mount Vernon Tigers beat the Mineola Yellow Jackets 49-7. Was if I held them to 7 this evening. That's Mineola we're talking about here. Community beats Wills Point 41-7. Gutter beats Leonard 55-12. Wolf City over Honeygrove tonight. Wolf City victorious over the Warriors of Honeygrove, which makes me happy, not because I have anything against Honeygrove. Don't get me wrong. You just sometimes you have your team that's your favorite, and for me, it's where I went to school. It's Wolf City, Texas, and Wolf City wins 26-21. So I know the Wolves are celebrating on their way back down 34 to Wolf City this evening. Hey, pause here so I can mention that John, Mark, and Kevin mentioned earlier, and I'm reiterating now because I thought it was a note worth noting, and that is that there's been some high-scoring games this season, and we've seen it all season, but we saw it the last week, even with teams on bye. We still it's not, there is nothing worth totaling here. It's not like I can run a total of all the scores just to show you that the scores are very, very high, comparatively speaking, but they have been lately. There have been a lot of high-scoring games, and this next one I was going to talk about, Celeste and Rivercrest, this one that was the last one to pull in and put itself to bed. Celeste at Bogota this evening, Celeste 61, Rivercrest 56. That's 117 total points scored there at Celeste Rivercrest. So that one was just kind of back and forth throughout the evening. Lots of high scoring. Imagine, like I said, high school football scoring 56 points and coming up short and losing. That's what I'm trying to.
Yeah, it doesn't happen often.
No.
But we've seen it. Of course, we've seen blowout games a lot this season as well. Like last week, Winsboro over Howe, 70-17, or Mount Vernon over Commerce last week, 63-21, or Pottsboro over Commerce this week, 65-28.
Right.
So the numbers are ever increasing.
It's just one of these things where I just I get floored whenever both teams are scoring so highly that, again, like tonight, the Bogota Rivercrest Rebels scored 56, put 56 points on the board. That offense put 56 points on the board, and it wasn't enough.
The same story out of Winsboro tonight, where Bonham took that one 51-49.
And that one I feel like was a nail biter. That was one that was going to be. That's exactly 100 points scored in this game, and this is the kind of thing where the fans of both teams going into this one knew it was going to be a game, and everybody brought their A game. And Bonham is returning to Bonham. The Purple Warriors of Bonham return to Bonham, Texas, victorious this evening. So congratulations to the Bonham Purple Warriors, those who might be listening on this lovely football Friday night. Dangerfield beats Prairieland tonight, 58-16. The Cooper Bulldogs handily beat Alba Golden Panthers tonight. It was 52-19, the final score. Lone Oak Buffaloes fall to Whitewright tonight. The Tigers of Whitewright win 27-21 over the Lone Oak Buffaloes. We just mentioned Bonham and Winsboro, 51-49 this evening. Palmer beats Edgewood 36-20. You marked on the list that Sabine and Jefferson. That one really went final with the same score they had at halftime, 31-7.
I don't think that was the same score they had at halftime. I think at halftime it was a much lower score.
I know that Jefferson had 7.
Jefferson did have 7, yes. Jefferson didn't score anything in the second half, but there was a gap, I suppose, in between checking.
I got you.
And so it went from Sabine 16, Jefferson 7 in the third to the final score of Sabine 31, Jefferson 7. So if anybody was out there, we'd certainly love to know what happened there in that game. Where Jefferson only scored 1 touchdown.
Right. Bells beat Blue Ridge tonight 52-14, the Panthers over the Tigers. So it looks like the Paris Wildcats were victorious at home against Ranchview. I can't remember where's Ranchview. Is it Frisco? Maybe?
I will find out.
Paris beats the Ranchview Wolves tonight 62-28 was the final out of Paris this evening. Van Alstyne plays host to Crum and wins 43-14, the Panthers over the Bobcats. Rains defended home against Howe, the Bulldogs. Rains Wildcats went 43-38. That game played in Emory this evening. Rockwall beats Tyler Legacy 57-28. Rockwall, we mentioned, too, the high score in Rockwall and Rockwall Heath. And Rockwall's 57 was enough to come up victorious this time. But Rockwall Heath beats North Mesquite 62-21, that final there at the Hawks. Let's see. Greenville played at home tonight versus Corsicana. Corsicana wins 20-14 over the Greenville Lions. And let's see. Royce City Bulldogs win over Sulphur Springs this evening in Sulphur Springs. 42-28 was the final score. Liberty Ilo defends home against North Lamar 56-0. Panthers of North Lamar with no points on the board. And then Tom Bean and Alvord. This is another one where it was high scores but all lopsided. Alvord Bulldogs beat the Tom Bean Tomcats 65-0. The final score in Tom Bean this evening. So those are finals here on your station 88.9 KETR Commerce. This is the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program. If you happen to know about some games, you want to share about some games, you're welcome to do that by visiting us. By visiting us on the telephone. But call us up, 800-882-KETR. That's 800-882-5387. Or you can text the studio, 903-751-5145. That's 751-5145.
Ranchview is from Irving, by the way.
Irving Ranchview. That is, I knew it was familiar. Sometimes we'll write it that way so that we know where they're from. Because what happens when you get to a more populated area, there will be multiple high schools that serve the same municipality. Out here, I'm not going to say we're in the sticks because I don't.
That's what I was going to say.
We're not in the sticks. These ain't the boondocks, friendo.
That's true.
I know right where the boondocks are, and I'd be happy to show you, but they ain't here. But what I'm saying is we are in a part of the world where a lot of towns have but one high school.
Mm-hmm.
But as you get toward your more populous areas, you've got a lot of districts that will have multiple high schools that can field each of them a varsity football team.
Mm-hmm.
And so you got to get into names. You can't pull the old, we're just going to name this one after the town, right? I don't want to come up with any examples because it could be that towns are like, no, we named the town after the high school, don't you see? But there are some examples where the name of the high school is not the Ford High School in Quinlan, for instance, Rivercrest High School serving Bogota, Texas. So there are a lot of examples of high schools that have names that are not related to the town. But most of them, the overwhelming majority of high schools in this region named after the town.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
I would say that's probably a fair assumption.
Yep. But as we are dealing with urban sprawl.
Urban sprawl, yes.
Yeah, what we'll find is that there will be, I think, more and more towns who look at, is it feasible? I say more and more towns. I'm just talking about the ones on the cusp where the population is booming. Yeah, is it feasible? Is it worthwhile to have multiple schools or whatever? So we'll see. I certainly know that I was excited to see the results of the 2020 census on populations out here in Northeast Texas because we, for what it's worth, if you didn't know this, 88.9 KETR serves approximately, and this is a potential 515,000 homes here in Northeast Texas. That's over 500,000 homes can be reached by 88.9 KETR signal, and that was at the 2010 census. So I say that to say that's why I was excited about what these numbers were going to show from the 2020 census, because in 2010 we were reaching 515,000 homes with our 100,000 watt radio signal right here in Commerce, Texas. And so we just wanted to see what kind of growth our region has experienced, what sort of folks we will continue to gladly serve here in Northeast Texas with 88.9 KETR's programming. 6 minutes past 11 o'clock on a football Friday night, and weather's supposed to get kind of gross on Sunday, but tomorrow things are going to be fine. Tomorrow, Saginaw Valley State heads to Commerce to take on the Lions at Memorial Stadium on the campus of Texas A&M University. Commerce kickoff is at 4 o'clock p.m., but you can take advantage of the opportunity of college football happening right here in your backyard in Commerce, America, with a big college football tailgate that starts about, what do you think, noonish, one-ish?
I think it starts at 1.
With one-ish?
One-ish.
Yeah, we'll go with the ish.
There's not a real set time. It's a big field of people, so,
It's a lot of people, and you know what it is? A lot of folks excited about the Lions and the kind of season that they're going to have this year. And then, of course, the excitement that is accompanying that big announcement that was made, was it last week? Where we're talking about A&M Commerce going Big D1.
Oh, yeah,
so,
it's the big time, baby.
Yeah, so A&M Commerce accepts an invitation to join the Southland Conference and Division I football championship series. Is that right? FCS?
Something like that.
Football championship subdivision. Oh, Mark Haslett, the news director, and I, we had a long discussion about not only what it's called, but what we ought to call it, and where the names came from, and we talked a lot about it. So I learned a lot. Every time I talk to that guy, I learn so much.
Very knowledgeable guy.
Anyhow, so a lot of reasons to make your way to Commerce America tomorrow. And if you can't, or if you'd rather not, that's okay too. You can listen to the call of the Lions playing host to the Saginaw Valley State Cardinals at 4 p.m. Pregame will start at 3:30 p.m. Brock Calloway, Charlie Chitwood will be on the air. that sound like one person with 4 names. Charlie Chitwood with the play-by-play, Brock Calloway with the color commentary of the live broadcast tomorrow here on 88.9 KETR. It's worth tuning in and listening. And if you like the kind of sports programming or music programming or news programming or jazz programming or whatever, you name it programming, on 88.9 KETR that we bring you, and you'd like to help support it, make sure that it happens now and into the future, you could always slip a few bucks our way by heading to KETR.org and clicking the donate button up in the top right-hand corner of the page. This broadcast, like many others, are brought to you in part by you, the listener, and that happens whenever you head to KETR.org and click that big red donate button and make a contribution in support of public radio here in Northeast Texas. Ryan, I think we're wrapping up.
I think so. We're going to go ahead and take a break. We'll get some tunes in the rotation here to hopefully get everybody home on this football Friday night.
Very nice.
Of course, the final score once again here in Commerce was the Pottsboro Cardinals 65 and the Commerce Tigers 28. Anything else you'd like to say, Jared?
I think we could wrap it up, and I tell you what, I'm excited. Tonight was a really, really good night. We had actually a crew. We don't talk about it often enough, but the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program is not just Ryan Fulkerson. It's not just Jared Knight. It's not just Kevin Jeffries and John Mark Dempsey. It's a cast of thousands that put this thing together each and every week, including lots of unnamed folks over at the stadium this evening, helping to make sure that we had the very best images, pictures, moving pictures, the talkies.
See?
Yeah, we're going to, the Bafos coming out. We definitely have some folks to thank who we don't even know in some cases, who help to bring these moving pictures to you each and every week here on the live stream that we've been doing in support of the Commerce Tigers, which, by the way, is not behind a paywall. Did I mention that? It's important to note.
It's free.
Yeah, we're not hiding our stream. This is not, hey, tune in and then look down in the comments to try to get. No, you can stream for free. We hope that while you're paying attention to the stream that you'll consider making a contribution in support of the work that we do here. But yeah, we're not hiding this from you. It's out there for you.
It's out there wherever you want to find it. I mean,
we didn't pay the bill because I froze on the screen, and so what happened was it's like that's what we said. We need to do this.
Man, that is.
We need to pay the bills, and we stopped paying the bill, and all of a sudden the stream froze.
This is what happens when you don't go to KETR.org and click donate.
Exactly. This is how the wheels fall off right here, folks.
All right, so this has been the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program for Jared Knight, for Kevin Jeffries, John Mark Dempsey, and myself, as well as many others who shall go unnamed, unsung heroes even.
That's right.
This has been the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program on your station, 88.9 KETR. Stay tuned for some music.
For 50 years, listeners like you have made everything you hear from NPR possible. Support us now and for the next 50 years by giving to this station. Here's how.
Just point a browser to KETR.org and then click the donate button at the top of the page. And thanks.
New message.
Your social security number has been suspended. If you do not contact us, your account will be deactivated.
Scammers are aggressive when they contact a potential victim. Social Security Administration employees will never threaten you for information or promise benefits in exchange for information. In those cases, the call is fraudulent, and you should just hang up. Don't provide any personal or financial information to these thieves. Call the Social Security Fraud Hotline at 1-800-269-0271.